This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
After 11 days of action and 56 matches here in this European Cricket Series in Rome, we are down to Finals Day. Really exciting 3 days ahead with Finals Day today in the ECS. And don't forget, Melton Shield coming up tomorrow and Sunday. But we'll have to find out today, can anyone break the stranglehold of Roma CC, who have held the trophy since 2022 on their home ground? Welcome, I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Italy Rome Finals Day, and it starts right now. Buongiorno, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day number 12 of this ECS in Italy Roma edition, and final 5 teams are here, all battling it out for the trophy. Interesting, we do have a couple of previous winners here as well. Of course, I remember Royal Roma winning it all the way back in 2021, and a bit of a shock result since then in 2022 and 2023. It has been the hosts, Roma CC, that have won this trophy. So I think it'll be a really, really interesting finals day, and we're starting with the Eliminator. Now, these two teams, they finished in fourth and fifth positions respectively. It's Baracca Prato versus Bologna. Very interesting coin toss coming up. The Sheriff, he's got his lucky hat, he's got the coin, he's got the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome to the toss for the Eliminator final with Baracca Prato versus Bologna. Be Bologna to call. Tails is the call, and it is a tail. Bologna have won the toss, they'll bowl.
So Bologna win the toss, so they've elected to bowl first. Pretty interesting, Bologna, they only just got into 5th place. They were able to get there yesterday by getting over Roma Gladiatori on the standings. Now, to do that, they had to get past Kent Laka Napoli, who had their own aspirations of making the final 5. They did that by putting a big total on the board of 180 in the final group match, and they had to win by a certain margin, actually. It had to be kind of at least 13 runs in the end. They won by plenty more than that. In fact, they took all 4 points out of match 56, and that's why they actually finished a point clear in 5th place. Interesting for me that they win the toss and bowl first, though, because they had such success last night when they were batting first, putting a big score on the board. But I think that's mostly to do with the conditions here. We know that the ground does retain a bit of water overnight. A lot of water's put into it, so teams generally do like bowling first when it comes to the first innings of the day. Let's talk Baracca Prato, though. Watch out for Gulam Dastagir. I mean, he's a class player. I really enjoyed his century earlier in this tournament, and they've played some pretty good cricket along the way. 7-7 record, so kind of a bit hit and miss, I suppose, at times, but it all comes down to this, and I'm sure they would have big visions of going a long way here on finals day. And both of these teams, actually, they're the only teams that will have to win 3 consecutive matches on finals day if they're going to raise the trophy. But you never know. This is a very unpredictable competition, and there's a lot of talent spread out all of these 5 final teams. Let's talk conditions today. Well, it won't shock you to know it's hot, and it's hot every day here at the moment. Currently it's 27, and it's not quite 9 o'clock in the morning to make a start. We're expecting 33. Do say that feels humid, feels hotter out here on the ground. I mean, I think you can add 5 or 6 degrees to that. So the players, obviously, it's a summer sport, and they're finding out the hard way all about that. And I've got to say, I'm really looking forward to the start of today's play. Let's get ready for the Eliminator then. I can tell you that in this must-win contest, Bologna have won the toss, and they've sent in Baracca Prato. Rico Fuller's standing by. Let's get ready to rumble, Rico. Finals day on the way here in Rome.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Good to have him back here on Finals Day. And what a day we're going to have. It's going to be absolutely sensational. The best teams in Rome going head-to-head. But before we talk about today, well, let's take a look back at what was a very exciting day yesterday. Of course, as you heard Vinny say, Bologna had to do it the hard way, and they had to start against Roma Campanelli. And that was the first match that we saw yesterday, match number 52. Bologna 121 for 4. It was Malik Safraz who would score 44 of 30, and Hasib Khan started to show the kind of form we've been expecting to see from him when he made 34 of 16. Roma Campanelli, though, never really got going, and apart from Anthony Mosca, it was the bowling of Abdullah, 3 for 19, that got him the player of the match. And Bologna, well, they got one of those wins that they were searching for. They needed really 2 wins in the day, but they also needed Napoli to mess up in one of their games because they're the other team that was searching for that 5th spot. Roma made sure of that, 128 for 8. They had their struggles, but Sukhbir Singh scoring a fine 51 of 20 balls, helped, of course, by the talented Hashmat Dinza. And in reply, Napoli, they were 67 all out with 12 balls to go. Rajendra Singh, the captain, taking 4 for 11 in the player of the match performance. It then went back to Royal Roma taking on Roma Campanelli. What a match this was. We saw for the 49th time a 200 score on the board, 214 for 2. Sukhbir Singh in the runs once again, 44, 47 from Kawani Lakawan, and even Chanjit Singh got a half century there, and Gagandeep Singh, well, he didn't want to lose out either. Half century for him. Roma Campanelli made a great start with Anthony Mosca getting to 82, but they fell short by 92 runs. So Royal Roma would book their top spot. That was done. But Bologna then taking on Napoli. They knew that a win here could see them finish in 5th spot. But Napoli were not giving up their hope to take that spot with a fine 50 from Nicola Fernando, giving them the win by 8 wickets with 12 balls to go. That meant it all went down to the last match, and what a cracking match that was going to be. And Bologna finally, their batting clicked. Ankush Kumar, the captain, 53 of 25. Hasib Khan once again showing his talents. He gets to 46, helps his team to 179. Napoli, 106 for 9. Bologna win, and Bologna, as you can see there, then qualify for final stage. That is the way that the teams finish. That's why we're going to see this eliminator. First up is going to be Baracca Prato taking on Bologna. One thing, of course, we're going to learn is that Bologna, well, they're really going to have their stamina levels up here. They've played 6 matches in the last 2 days, so it's been a tough one for them. But they've got here, and let's see how they perform. A quick look at the fancy dashboard. Of course, Baracca Prato will be having a bat first, and of course, that means all eyes on the likes of Dusty Ghulam, who has scored a century. Hassan Ali hasn't quite done, but he's been close. He's been hitting the ball well. Hamid Ali coming back into the side. He's starting to find his form. Got some really good players in there. And there's always the likes of Safi Amanullah in there as well. So this is going to be a very, very good match. And, of course, don't forget Shahid Imran. Of course, Shahid Imran has captained a lot, but his bowling could be pretty key here. So ready to go. Of course, we saw a lot of Bologna yesterday. And the man with the ball here, Hasib Khan, I think he's got a big day here ahead of him. Also, the spinner, Yasin Khan, always picks up wickets. So here's the first ball on finals day. And it's just going to be left, a rising delivery to Ghulam Dastagir. And he just allows that to get past him. Good start. Hasib normally does get a good first over in. Came good when it mattered yesterday. I just watched this ball rise. Of course, the first match in the morning, I always feel there's just a little bit more in the pitch in the first match. There's a bit of moisture around. Oh, and he's gone. Goes for a wide ball, and his stumps are all over the place. They're in a mess. That is a huge wicket. Ghulam Dastagir has gone. The man who has scored a century. He's right up there as one of the highest run scorers in this series. Oh, that is big. That is a big wicket. Look at the stumps being shattered here. Ghulam Dastagir, after leaving a ball that was wide of him, the ball before, this time he goes for the big shot. He's in shock. Have a look at him here. He plays this, and he can't believe it. He just stands, he looks. He doesn't really know what to do. And then eventually he departs. Ghulam Dastagir will go for a 2-ball duck. Good morning, Derek. And it is Peacock Friday, everyone. Look at Derek. Doesn't he look handsome in his Peacock Friday outfit? That is a slow walk-off for Ghulam Dastagir. I mean, he's been exceptional all the way through. And then the day they needed him to perform is not to be the 4th highest run scorer, 424 runs in the series. He may not get a chance to score another run. This is the eliminator. And Hasib Khan gets the big wicket. Dastagir goes for a 2-ball duck. Haseeb. Oh, good delivery. Of course, he's going to be fired up now, isn't he? Going to be fired up, bowling with a bit of pace. And Haseeb, he's usually been a bowler he hasn't taken loads of wickets. He's one of those bowlers where his economy has been the key. And that's what he does. He just keeps the ball in the right areas. I mean, even for his side here, he's pretty low down. He's expecting to be right up there. That's been thrashed away, but no run. You've got the two Alis out there now, Hamid Ali and Hassan Ali. Hamid Ali, the times that we've seen him, he just usually comes in there and he's a six-hitting machine. Normally he always starts with a six. Not this time. Yeah, Haseeb Khan now. That's the 8th wicket he's taken. Swing and a miss. It's that heavy ball that's causing the problem. So well bowled again. Haseeb walks back. Very satisfied at the moment this morning is Haseeb. Yeah, if you just have a look at the highest wicket takers for Bologna, of course, Yasin Khan, 17. He's about the 3rd highest wicket taker in the series. You've got Nazar, who's been good, 11 to him. Then Safkan Abdullah, 9. And then Haseeb Khan now started the day on 7. He's on 8, but his economy has been so good. That's where his key has been. Right, last ball in this first over in the Eliminator. And it's a bit of an inside edge, which could see this ball go to the boundary. And it will do. It's a streaky, lucky 4 for Hamid Ali. So he gets off the mark off his 4th delivery. But what a great cracking over that is to start off with. Haseeb Khan. Just the 4 off that first over. Otherwise, we were looking at it being a wicket maiden. Thanks very much to Ravi for all the stats here. Total number of runs approaching 13,000. Look at the Maximos though. 1,117. And that maximum rate is 10.7. That is high. And number of wickets, well, you can add one more to that. 568. And the wicket rate for 10 overs about 5.4. That's about average. But what's not average is that maximum rate. That is high. I mean, if you put that into context, when we were in Bulgaria, all the way through Bulgaria, it stayed around about 4.9. I don't think it ever got to the 5 mark. And Bulgaria is a much shorter boundaries than this, especially the straight ones. Nazar, he will come in. It's smashed high. That has gone a long way. Bolle. Ginna sona shakala gaya. Hassan Ali, I've said it before and I'll say it again, maybe for the last time, but Hassan Ali, this guy has to face the first ball. I don't know why he's always the number 2 batter. He's the non-striker. I mean, you've got to get him facing the first ball. He just starts the way he means to go on. That's not a good delivery. Hassan misses out on it, but it will be a wide from Nazar. Nazar yesterday was very much banging in the shorter delivery. And that's where he had a lot of success. I mean, maybe he went to it too much, but they weren't able to get him away yesterday. Well, Napoli certainly weren't. They, of course, had their battles against them yesterday. Lost out to them once, but when it mattered, they got that win, and they batted well. And they had to score a big score, and they did. 179. Well, the bowler's gone down here as this one gets played. It'll just be a single. You know, once again, first thing in the morning, there's always that little bit of dew. I know that Leslie and Tarek, the groundsman, they are roping the ground in the morning to get rid of most of it. It will burn away. Normally by the end of the first match, it's disappeared. But of course, what does happen is sometimes the bowlers, if they haven't got the right thread on their trainers, they'll get that moisture onto the pitch. It may start to slip around. Oh, how is this? Oh, it hasn't missed. It's taken the bail. I was about to say, how has that missed? Well, it hasn't. And it's another wicket, and it's a good one to get. Hamid Ali will go. Well, he just gets that lucky inside edge, goes for the big shot, completely misses this. That ball coming back in from Nazar. So the second wicket does go. Look at this. And I know that Corey always likes to say a good bowler is one that can hit the top of the bails. And that's exactly what's happened there. So Faizan Nazar adds another one to his tally as well. Hamid Ali is going to make his way back. Just the 4 for him. And that was a streaky 4. So just like Dustgear before him, he gets bowled. I mean, Dustgear played a big part in his own dismissal, it has to be said. So Nazar gets the breakthrough, gets the second wicket here. And you know with Baracca Prato, once you get those first 3 wickets, that's when they do start to struggle. Now they've gone with Shakil Hussain here at number 4. Shakil himself, very good bowler. I think with the bat he hasn't scored big runs. He's moved up and down that order. We've seen him opening, we've seen him at 3. Here he is at 4, and doesn't he need to get a partnership going here with Hassan Ali? He plays that away, that he's elect not to run. No backing up here at all from Hassan Ali. I think there's a run there, if I'm honest, if you backing up. And I was talking about the dew this morning, and look at this. Now, you can see that is wet. And there's Leslie. First thing, of course, he's doing is just trimming the edge of the pitch. And where, of course, just to keep that nice and level. Look at that. He's done a great job as well. Looks splendid. And then, of course, I know that he was out there on the tractor with Tarak getting rid of the dew as well. But you can see just how dew it is around here. Not surprising, really, because, of course, we are nestled in the countryside here in Rome. And a lot of agricultural land, the greenery around us, so you will get that heavy dew down the leg side. And ends up being a nice stop there by Mazar. This is one that really you would have been looking to clip away, but it's not able to. So Hussain still not off the mark, and it's a very good start here for Bologna. Didn't they have to work hard yesterday to get here, though? What a battle it was. Right, last ball in this second. And it's an edge, top edge, which is going to sail over everybody now. This is going to be a Baximo, or will it be just a 4? We'll have to wait and see. The umpire will go all the way. It's a Baximo, 6 runs. So that over, it goes for 15 courtesy of that. And the score at the end of the 2 overs, it's going to be 19 for 2. A very good morning to everybody in the chat. Nice to have you with us on Finals Day. And of course, happy Peacock Friday as we have a look at the standings there. Hello to Dave. Dave, I'm pretty sure you're wearing your Peacock Friday shirt. Hello to Rob Thompson. And some early birds in there. Hello to John. And John, I hope you got yours on. And Ivan B is in there as well. It's going to be a cracking day. Hello to Ghulam Mustafa, who's saying hi to everyone. And yeah, happy Peacock Friday. Happy Finals Day. And of course, it is also the start of the weekend. And the 2 batters just having a little chat with each other. I think you can imagine that Shakil Hussain is saying to Hassan Ali, come on, me and you, we've got to stick around here. Because after that, really, you just got, I mean, all right, there's Waqas Mohammed, who we haven't seen the best of him. So maybe he'll click here today. Hasib Khan, though, straight back into the action, as we always see him do. He always bowls his first 2 overs and gets them done and dusted early. They don't look to go back to him. Hello to the champ, who's saying good morning from Tanzania. Well, how are you, and how's it in Tanzania at the moment? And good morning right back to you. What's the weather like there? In fact, what's your times there? I mean, what are you there, about 3 hours ahead of us, maybe? Good bowling, Hasib. Just haven't been able to get him away, have they? They just struggled to get used to this line. And Hasib is very clever. You'll see him. He'll stick to the balls going short of a length, outside off, and then he'll fire in that Yorker. He's gone. He's been given. He's been given. The batter doesn't like it, but there's a huge appeal there from Hasib Khan. Hassan Ali, the big wicket that they wanted, has gone. Chasing the wide ball. Let's have a look at this. Oh, well, I mean, it's not one that the camera, but just having a look at the reaction there from Hassan. He doesn't like it, but the umpire is certain. Hasib Khan is certain. Watch. I mean, again, we're not seeing anything here. It's very difficult for us to tell, but Hasib likes it. It wasn't a big appeal from the keeper there, Mazhar, I have to say. But Hassan, give him credit. The finger from the umpire goes up, and he takes the decision. So Nuwan, the umpire, says, you got to go. Then Hassan Ali walks back. Oh, they're in all sorts of trouble now. Baracca Prato are 19 for 3. Hassan Ali, the big gun, back in the shed as well. Goes for 7 of 5. Catch taken there by Mazhar. And Hasib, what do I always say, folks? Good big players perform on the big day. Yorker length delivery. See what I mean? So after sticking and keeping that ball outside the off, that's that Yorker length delivery right on the money. And it has to be dug out. So we've got Shazad Malik has now joined Hussein out there in the middle. Hasib uses that rag. Keep that ball nice and dry. Passes it back to Abdullah, who probably will be starting to warm up himself. 2 for 5 so far in this spell, Hasib Khan. Right, up in the air, it's a false shot. Can anybody get there? Hasib's got his eyes on it. Oh, he can't hold on to it. It's not an easy one because Hasib first realises that it's his. He has to turn around and try and take it. Turns around, gets going. I mean, we've seen him taking a brilliant cotton bolt already in this series. But he just, I mean, look, fingertips to it. But he can't hold on to it. Oh, that's a huge let off. It's Shakil gets dropped on 6. And how important could that be? Right, looks to finish his spell well now. Bowling to Malik. Malik just fends this one off. Didn't want to lose a wicket to the last ball of Hasib Khan. And it's been a brilliant power play for Bologna, and particularly thanks to the bowling of Hasib Khan. He's bowled his 2 overs. He's only conceded 6 runs and taken 2 wickets. 21 for 3. What a power play. And there you go. You see confirmation of that there. That second over going for 15. But, of course, don't forget there was a bit of luck involved in that as well. And, of course, the 6 off the last ball, which was the top edge. So, Baracca Prato now. Look, one thing they've got to say to themselves here. So, if I'm Baracca Prato, if I'm their captain, Ghulam Dastgir as it is, I'll be saying, look, we know this Bologna side. And they, too, can struggle. Particularly when they're chasing, you know. They can struggle. If we can get past, I mean, it's saying expected to go about 93. Let's say they can add 10 more onto that. A couple of things go their way. If one batter gets going, so they need somebody to get in and score a quick 45, get support from some of the other batters, maybe take that score to about that 110, 115. If they can get to 110, 115, I think they've got a chance. Because Bologna, as we know, they're not the best of chasers. They have come up stuck sometimes with those low-scoring chases. Goes for the big shot. High up in the air. Fielder gets his eyes underneath it, and he's dropped it. That's going to be 4 runs. Another big moment. He's normally very good with those catches. Shiraz Ali. It's not easy because you can see he's got the sun to contend with as well. But he gets hands to it, but down it goes, and I think that's going to be 4 runs. Yep, that's signalled there now by Amila. So another opportunity. Oh, Nazar, he's disappointed. Shakil gives another chance. And remember that he was dropped on 6 before. Now he's dropped on 7. And it's Shiraz Ali that has the chance to take him. And that ball also goes to the boundary. And Nazar, yeah, you can see he's not happy. And what makes it worse is when this ball comes back, it's going to be like a bar of soap, because it, of course, went to the other side of the ground, which probably is still pretty wet and dewy. That side hasn't been roped. Slow ball, but he picks it. But could this be another chance? Yes, it will be. So it's going to be literally 4 and out. He got lucky once, did Shakil Hussain, but not this time. That's very clever bowling from Faizan Nazar. It's a slower ball. Shakil Hussain doesn't pick it, goes for the big shot, doesn't get it right, so he will depart. Well, he was lucky to be dropped the ball before, but not this time. No mistakes. It's a very good catch. Well held. And another one bites the dust. And that's it. Hasib. Hasib, of course, he's not going to make a mistake. So Shakil, well, he's somebody who's going to really have to bowl his heart out, isn't he? When he gets an opportunity, of course, he has bowled very well, but he goes now for 11. 1-6 and 1-4. Hasib takes the catch. Well, what a morning Hasib is having at the moment. And Nazar, well, he picks up his second. Now, Waqas Mohammed comes out. Now, he's a player that, I know that Nish likes Waqas Mohammed a lot, and he often heard Nish saying that he's surprised that Waqas doesn't come up higher. Well, Nish, let's see if he performs for you today. They need him to. 25 for 4. Goes for the big one. There's nobody out there, so it'll be a boundary, but what will it be? 6 or 4? It looks like the umpire's ready to put him up in the air. Yeah, he is. Put him up like you just don't care. Seis Guerreras. Bole. And Waqas Mohammed, beg your pardon. He's not hanging around. He's swinging hard from the word go. 6 runs. So I wonder if Nazar once again goes for the slower delivery here. Dot ball, Nazar, good comeback. Gone, full straight, and they're putting. Nazar just gives the batter a little bit of a wave to say, adios, buddy. Waqas Mohammed is very much sort of 6 and out from him, full and straight, and Waqas Mohammed just couldn't stop himself trying to go for it, and the middle stump gone. There we go, out it comes, and that has gone flying. Look at this, I love this action. I'll tell you who doesn't like it. The umpires, they spent a lot of time this morning getting those stumps solid in the ground. That's another one that will go, and Nazar picks up his 3rd wicket, and at the end of 4 overs, Baracca Prato are in all sorts of trouble. They are 31 for 5, as we see Mohammed depart. 6 of 3, cleaned up there by Nazar. Well, the 2 openers have been outstanding, and how good is this for the captain, Ankush Kumar? He gets exactly what he wants from the openers, and it's time for us to mention Mr. Maximo, because he's here. He's wearing his beautiful Peacock Friday shirt. I love that shirt, by the way. I'm sure you all had a chance to see it. On the introduction, buongiorno, Vinny.
Buongiorno, and wow. I mean, the duck wasn't a great sign for poor Duskia, who went for a second ball to start the day, and well, coming in hot, Bologna. They only just made it, didn't they, into the top 5, and they're lucky. Just with this format, it is a top 5, not a top 4, but they're all over them like a rash at the moment. Not prepared to write off Baracca Prato yet, though. And we also know that Bologna, they've been a bit hit and miss with their batting as well. And I just think finals, anything can happen. And right now, it probably is. Malik having a reasonable series, needs to save the day. I'll just get a single here. But yeah, nice to be back with you. And I want to say hello to all the viewers as well. No, I was back briefly yesterday morning, but now we're back together for the weekend. So we've got finals day today, obviously. We've got the Melter Shield, obviously, tomorrow, which we're really excited about. I know that all the players will be coming at various stages from various countries today. Also huge, we have 3 different locations today. So we're going to have Valletta Cup Day 3 in Malta. We'll also have the beginning of the Netherlands Tri-Series, which we'll see the Netherlands playing Canada later on in the day. And that will probably go even past our final. So you can always flick over to that later. Here's Abdullah.
Yeah, good delivery, keeping it nice and tight, so not letting them get away. At the moment, there hasn't been, one thing I've noticed here today, there hasn't been any loose deliveries. They're really up for this Bologna today. I mean, even if you have a look at the number of extras so far, they've just been spot on. Just the 2 extras, just the 2 wides, and Bologna, they've come into this match hot and believing. Bologna, well, as they say here, muy picante, and just when I say no extras, this one gets banged in just a little bit too short from Abdullah, and it's, well, being a judge, I think correctly as well, being a judge to have gone over the head of the batter, so not only will it be a wide, it'll be the one for the over as well.
Geez, such a good start from Bologna, though. I mean, both these teams, they've had to travel quite a long way to be here at this series in the first place, so you got to tip your hat to them in the first place, and I was chatting to some of the players this morning. There's Abdullah. It's another good in-swing. This time it goes with that swing, well fielded out there by Ishtiaq. Yeah, but some of these players, quite a few of them actually, they left their homes at 3 o'clock this morning to drive around about 4 hours here. Some of them were coming off night shift. You know, it just shows you the commitment of these European cricketers that's second to none.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I think a lot of the times we forget. I know that our viewers sometimes are not familiar with some of the sacrifice that, I don't like that. Oh, that's a harsh call, Vinny.
Yeah, let's have a look. He backs away, so it probably seems wider than it is. That ain't a wide. It's gone straight over the line, that's why. Yeah, credit to the bowler there, kind of just eats it up and just, I suppose, lets his glare do the talking. But that's just something that still seems line's the line.
Yeah.
Like, I always think of it like tennis, right? This is what I started thinking. It's definitely not going to be a wide, but it's going to be 6. Gets over the top, and Maximo Abdullah, he's right. It's probably get the grumps right now because he got pinned for a wide that wasn't. Now he gets whacked down to the ground.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Too short, but whacked away. Yeah, go on. I think I like that.
It's like tennis.
Think of tennis.
You know, tennis, it just gets a bit of line. It's good. If it doesn't, it's out. And that one, imagine McEnroe in the 80s, and that one's gone straight. It's the line. It was on the line.
He was still getting off on one.
That's fun as well. Chalk flew up.
Yeah, the chalk. Didn't you see the chalk?
End of the over.
Did you not see the chalk?
41 for 5 after 5. Let's welcome you into the commentary box then. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sano here, Mr. Maximo back. And Rico Full, of course, been doing the heavy lifting here. Got to say big thanks to Nish as well. I know Nish has earned his long weekend. He's put in some big yards, hasn't he, over the last few days. And he'll be kicking off Austria, obviously.
He was doing a lot of work on that yesterday. He's ready to go. He's familiarised himself.
Busy time.
Yeah.
So it's not quite the 4 locations. We know we had May Madness, but this is just kind of, I don't know, crazy August weekend happening right now because we've got obviously finals day here. We've got Valletta Cup. Pretty interesting game last night between MCC and Isle of Man as well over there in Malta. And then, you've got the Netherlands Tri-Series starting today as well, and that will be 6 consecutive days. Good news is the timings kind of work because we've got a gap here. Also, I know the Netherlands isn't starting until 4 o'clock European time, which is around about when we start the final, but being a 20-over game, it'll go a bit longer. So, try and get a bit of everything today. Here's the new over. It's Yassine coming on, but it's a Gundy ball first up. It's a full toss. It's put away. Maximo, 6 runs to start the over.
Yeah, not a good one there. That one gets blasted away. And, well, that's the first boundary from Hussein Bid as well. So both these batters have found a boundary, but, I mean, you don't write off this young lad, Yassine Khan, all right? It's one that he gets a little bit wrong, but he does come back. He does come back with good balls afterwards. So, Yassine, I mean, he's right up there, though, with 17 wickets to his name. He does, I mean, sometimes he concedes runs, but he does pick up wickets. Ooh. And the other thing about him is He actually turns the
Yeah,
ball.
you saw it there.
He actually spins it. And I know people are listening to this. Well, he says all spinners turn the ball.
Yeah.
No, they don't. Look at that. He actually gets that ball to grip and move.
It's radical. But it gets more drift because of the revolutions he's putting on the ball as well.
Well, that has got revolutions on it as well. And it will go all the way over the boundary. That's a good, solid hit from Hussein Bid.
Yeah, well, goes to the highest bidder, doesn't it? He just says, look, it's what I call a challenge ball. I don't think it's a bad ball.
No.
If you misjudge this, you can hit it straight up in the air, but Bid absolutely laced it. And he sends it into that alternative future.
Yeah, we're calling that like the modern village or the futuristic village. I love it. There's been some shots where the ball's been hit over there, and so the ball's hit the village, and there's the guy there with the camera.
Yeah,
He's taking
exactly.
photos. There's a lady sat there like...
If you know Back to the Future 3, when he drives at the wall, at the drive-in, that's what it reminds me of. Well, that's the 6 creating an 11 there, because I don't think that Yassine needs to do anything different, but he fires this one away. It's no chance for the keeper, and suddenly this has a feeling of a bit of a momentum shift.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone for the quicker ball, but he's got it completely wrong. Look, down the leg side, the wicket keeper can't stop it. That's a minimal. So after being hit for a maximum, there's a minimal. This is the over that Baracca Prato were waiting for. The 50 also now comes up.
He just needed to trust himself a little bit more there.
Yeah.
Just because he got hit once, he totally kind of took the plan, ripped it up, spat it out. I'd love to see him just go back to his stock ball here. I know it's a surprise tactic, but it was a bit of a surprise for the keeper. Poor Mozart had no chance of stopping that.
No chance at all. That's better. Yeah,
See?
yeah, that's better. That's what he
Simple
does
game.
most of the time. A very good one. John Tarek, who has come up with the bowl of fruit this morning. So the fruit is here. Tarek, thank you very much. Yeah, asking the question, but I guess it's probably just drifting down leg.
It's actually pretty close. I kind of agree with you. He's coming wide of the crease, and it's not really turning back. Pitches outside leg, going down leg as well. But again, so he's just gone back. Don't let one ball throw you.
Yeah.
It's only one ball.
Exactly.
Kind of gifted 5 extras. Anyway, last ball of the 6th over. Oh no, that's going to be Gundy, and that's going to be your non-standard minimo no ball +4. We've tried the quicker ball twice. He ain't show back tail. I'll give you the tip. Needs to stick to spin. That's going to be a free hit to come. This over's gone magical.
Yeah, this is the over that, I mean, you said it. Baracca Prato, they're the kind of team that, all right, they looked in all sorts of trouble, but this partnership is presenting itself now, and it's coming good. But it's all about the line here. I mean, Yassine, normally he's never been flustered about being hit. He's, we've seen him go for 18s and 20s, but still take 2 wickets in the over. Sometimes 3. Yesterday he did it, but today, well, maybe it could be just that dampness on the ball.
Yeah, maybe. But the thing is, pitched him fine. It's actually only the quicker one that's kind of messed him up. See?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I'm glad I'm not a coach. I'd go crazy. End of the 6th over, and the score is 63 for 5. Now, Rico, we said they've got the fruit. I feel like, in the art class... Now I'll get you to I'll get you to keep your shirt on, but I can just imagine that I'm sitting here. If you are at home, if you want to sketch Rico holding the bowl of fruit in his peacock shirt, then you can send them to me at Mr. Maximo.
It's quite fit. It really does go. I mean, a bowl of fruit.
What's
like
your favourite?
Is definitely peacock Friday.
We're doing tricks.
Mine is the plums.
Ready? Okay, I got one call. Ready?
He's going to do his party trick.
No.
Don't drop them because you're not eating them there now.
That was high pressure. Actually, I didn't practice that. Let's get on with the game.
Yeah, do it with 20 grapes.
All right, here we go. And it's Abdullah to bowl out in the 7th. Up in the air. Going, gone. Maximo for Malik. Had a pretty good series, hasn't he? Baracca Prato. It could be kind of an ugly 110, 120, something like that in the final. It's useful. But, that last over has just shifted the sands, I think, in this eliminator.
Yeah, they won a wicket here, don't they, pretty quickly. Both these batters starting to click. Shazad Malik has moved to 14. Hussein Bid, 17. And that's been hit pretty well as well. That is in the gap as well. So what a partnership this is. Remember, these two came together where the score just got to the 30 mark. 5 wickets down they were. I'll tell you exactly when that 5th wicket fell. So the 5th wicket fell. Yeah, 31 was the score. And of course, Waqas Mohammed had his stumps removed after hitting a 6 himself. But these two, well, they're not just hitting boundaries. They're sticking around at the moment as well. 6 and 4. And Malik is hungry for more. Well, maybe he's hungry for some of the fruit that we just showed. Who knows?
True. Hey, Frederico had a good question. If they live so far away, why didn't they play in the Brescia ECS? I'll answer that question in a second. First, here's Abdullah.
Slower ball. Good pickup.
Good ball.
Bit of the Tortuga bounce there, but good comeback from Abdullah.
Thing is, it's a long drive no matter from where they go, because they're kind of halfway in between Rome and the north.
Yeah.
So obviously, with a few less teams down here than you get in the north, it kind of makes sense if they are going to drive that far. It'll be to Rome here, where we probably don't have as many teams as they do in the Brescia and Milano area. But what I will say, we have had a couple of tournaments in Bologna. It's beautiful ground there, Pianoro ground. Remember the crocodiles there?
Yeah, love it.
All right, let's just check this one out. Again, that's... that was on the line! Chalk flew up!
Yeah,
you cannot be serious!
Umpire Nuwan calls another wide. That's a tough call.
Yeah.
I think as a bowler, if I'm thinking it as a bowler, that is going to infuriate me because these days in the modern game, that's what you're trying to do, right?
Yeah.
Get the ball in an area where batters can't reach it, but legal. And he's done it twice, and twice he's been penalised for it.
I love John McEnroe. It was a bit before my time. I think I just got the end of him. I think once he did actually get thrown out of the Australian Open. Well, that was another story. Couple to come here in the 7th.
Shot, it's a laser beam. That is gone like a bullet. And that is 6 runs. It's a full toss outside the off, and it's being crunched. But he makes it into a full toss. I mean, how about that from Malik? He comes down, walks down the track, and he absolutely pings it for 6.
Just missed Yorker. Good contact. I like that he goes with the line of the ball, doesn't fight it. There's been a good rearguard action from Baracca Prato. I think they were down as low as below 10%. Now they're up kind of 44, and they've got all the momentum in this game at the moment.
Oh, Gundy, and that could be another minimo, you know. It will be another minimo, and Abdullah has just, I don't know, he's been thrown off, whether it's the wide call and he's trying to do something different, but ever since then, he's got it all wrong, and this one is going to be another minimo, and that's 2 minimos in this match already. And when those of you that are not familiar, minimo is what we say to 5 runs.
Yeah, 5er. I tell you what, Jimmy Anderson would have been pretty proud of that one. They really hooked. By the time it got to the keeper, he had absolutely no chance. Poor Mazar has been going through the ringer here. Yeah, when you think about that, 120 is about an average score. I think 123 is literally the average per 10 overs over the first 50... how many matches? 56 matches here. 50-50 game now.
So we're going to miss Shahid Malik. I mean, his highest score on the net was back in 2022. And on that day, he scored 27 against Bologna. So he's got to think about Bologna. In this tournament so far, his highest has only been 12 against Roma. So he's certainly saving his best for finals day.
Oh, baby. I'm excited for finals day here. This is a cracking game right now. It's a coin toss. First semi-final is the rematch of last year's final between Roma Bangla Morning Sun and Roma CC, the defending champions. They have held the trophy since 2022. Royal Roma, I mean, they were winners back in 2021. They were runners-up here in 2020 as well. They're waiting for the winner of this game, and then, of course, the big one later on, starting 4:15 local, 7:45 in India. Big day.
It's a big day, and so far, this match, this innings is very much sort of been 2 sides, isn't it? The first 5 overs belonged to the bowlers when they had the opposition 41 for 5, but now, what a fight back. The last 2 overs have been magical. They've gone for 22 and 24.
Well, good start to the over. Just a bit of an off-pace kind of delivery there from Ishtiaq. I want to say a quick hello to Holly, who's watching from New Zealand. Good to see you with us. That's a better call that time. Also, I want to say hi to Emmanuel Robbins. I think he's watching from down under. Hello, Jules. Good to see you as always. Probably don't have time to say hello to everyone, but if I missed you, you can get into me and I'll try and give you another hello. Dave B and John Heesum's in there as well. This one will be called a wide. So 88. You know, one thing we haven't had for a while, and I think we're going to hit the ton, if not today, over the weekend. The old GB.
Yeah,
Where's it been? Got Bilal here, who's doing some ball retrieving. He's probably the reason his clock's still going. in the 90s at the moment.
Dear.
50-50 game.
We got to bring that up at some point. We have to get it back on the screen. That, I mean, I think, is that doing the rounds at the moment on the old socials?
I think we've buried the footage at Bilal's request. But hey, it reminded me a bit. Remember end of 2021 in Malta when we had fielders pulling out stumps that didn't even have the ball?
Yeah.
Saying here.
Yeah.
Bilal probably remembers that because he played Malta as well.
He probably was there. Yeah.
Jasvinder. Not mentioning any names. Oh.
I think that's a catching opportunity.
Yeah.
I don't think it was bump. I know it's happened very quickly.
It's just a bit of a clunk. It's definitely off the end of the bat. And Bowler looked pretty scared when the ball came off the bat. And he realised, actually, it's a bit of a mishit. So it's right off the bottom corner of the bat. Hey, look, at this stage, can deal with it. Hopefully it hasn't busted his fingers up. It's a good game. Really good game. Bologna, I mean, and Baracca Prato, they've played some really exciting games in ECS cricket when we have been having series in Bologna, let's not forget, 21-22. And Baracca Prato, I remember there's one game, Gulam Daskia, he was on 82, they needed 13 off 3 at the end of the game, he went 6-6-6, brought up his 100, that's a memorable one.
Yeah.
Baracca Prato were on the wrong side of a Kings 11 at that stage, which was the quickest last 3 overs we'd ever had in the first game of 2021 in Bologna. Bologna themselves actually pulled off a memorable one as well. I remember Talib Mustafa whacking the last ball for 6 to win a game for them, and I said, remember the name. Unfortunately, he's not in the side this time around, but they've got a lot of good players. I think they miss Huzaifa a bit, who's their leg spinner. That, obviously it must be tough to get everyone available to make the journey. This guy, I think, would provide even more variety of their attack. Still, game's alive. Last ball, the 8th.
Oh, he's hit this pretty well, but straight to the fielder. And Yasin Khan will make the stop. So 91 then for 5. This partnership continues. Remember, came together on 31. So they're doing fantastically well here.
So somebody's brought up, and it's a good point, the clock, 3 minutes. I think by the time we start this over, it'll be closer to 2.5. Keep an eye on it. Remember, that clock is adjusted for stoppages, injuries, anything that might happen that's out of the fielding team's control. So, you get a minute per wicket now, so just something to watch.
Now, this is something to watch as well. The young man, he took 2 wickets, his first wickets on the European Cricket Network yesterday, and he's going to have a bowl here in this very important eliminator. Javed Ahmed to come on to have a bowl. In comes Javed. And, well, that's not the best of starts. He just strays down the leg side, and the first one will go for 6. Don't worry about that. The same thing happened yesterday, but he came back. Look, this is not the right ball. He just strays just slightly.
So deep in his crease, though. Hey, do you want to check out Javed? This is what we saw just then. But yesterday, he actually did come up with a couple of wickets. I don't think they're going to make it. They're going to have to be really quick. This is yesterday, and got that length right, didn't he? Was able to rattle the stumps.
And look at that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the game's all about. And I love that they're trusting him here to come up with a big over. He'll only bowled 1 here in this eliminator. He's got to find that length again.
Again, a little bit down leg side, but he gets away with that one. It'll just be a single. I'm pretty sure. I like the fact that they're going with Javed. I don't mind that at all. But once again, and myself and Nish were saying this a lot, Ankush Kumar doesn't bowl again. And
true.
I just think that, all right, he's tried that 1 over of spin from Yasin, and I know, it didn't go to plan. It went magical. But Ankush Kumar, I think when a match like this, I think he could bowl. Certainly should have bowled to these
I'll
two.
be amazed if they can bowl 4 balls in a minute. Well, that'll help.
A wicket would help as well. And
that's goodbye 5 runs.
Well, you need to, if he had the ball in his hand, maybe. But without the ball, you can't be going bumper cars with the stump.
Well, I mean, it's very hard to break the stumps with your head anytime and expect a wicket. Look at the big hat here. Yoink. That's a clock killer.
Yeah.
I think they're going to cop it here. I don't see any way out. They got a minute to bowl 3. I think they stopped it maybe for the stumps going down. They do get quite micro stoppy at this stage to try and give teams the opportunity. But put it this way, if he bowls a wide here, I think it'll probably burn the clock. So they've got 40 seconds to bowl 2 balls.
Yeah.
So what happens, this ball is really, really crucial.
Oh, well, hang on a minute.
You watch.
Yeah,
They'll
you
give him
gotta-
10 seconds for that.
Yeah, you gotta have 10 seconds added on for that. That's not
See?
the fielding side's fault. He's got a wicket, and he's going to save them 5 runs, you know. He's probably going to save them 5 runs, and the young man, the young gun, gets another. What a lovely moment. That's his 3rd wicket on the European Cricket Network, and what a good move that is from Ankush Kumar. Well, he runs back to his mark, ready to bowl the next ball. And I like this also. I mean, he doesn't celebrate. He knows that the pressure on the clock is on. So chasing the wide one, he gets the breakthrough. The wicket falls. The 6th wicket falls with the score on 100. That's a nice moment from the youngster.
Yeah, definitely. Here's the thing, though. I mean, they do get a minute, but the minute gets burnt a little bit by the guy's got a minute to get to the crease.
Yeah.
But I think what it does tell us is that he's really screamed through this over. Still wouldn't want to bowl an extra ball here. Last ball, the 9th.
It's been hit pretty well. It's going to be a chase for the fielder. Gets down. And good work. In comes the throw. So the 9th over comes to an end. And once again, they'll just make it, won't they? And it's not the first time we've seen this. A wicket saving the bacon off the bowling side.
So the thing is you get 60 seconds on the clock. The batter has 60 seconds, but that's max. So normally they're there within 30 to 40, and that's why it created a bit of time. So well done to Jawad there. Bowled a pretty good over, especially considering the first ball went for 6, the rest of the over he went for 4. 3 for 25 for Nazar and there Haseeb with 2 for 6, but let's see who they go to. Surely we're going to see Ishtiaq bowl on the 10th over. Yes, we will see him do that. Game's alive, 101 for 6. Here's the last over of the Eliminator.
Oh, well, that's going to be a run out. Now, who's going to be run out? That's the question. And who's going to be run out? Who gets back? Does he leave his crease? So it's going to be a run out. Let's have a look at this here. And, well, Russell Bhuiya is the batter.
This is a proper hokey-pokey, I'm in, I'm out situation. I actually think the non-striker gets there first.
Let's see. Because Bhuiya doesn't really put anything down, and does that bat go down just
okay,
before
actually,
he gets in?
wait. I can tell you, I can make it simple for you here. Because even though the first one's close, then you watch 16, who's Bhuiya, he actually steps out. Keep going slowly forward. So that's close, but let me show you. But then he loses contact with the bat there, which means keep going forward, normal speed. There, so hold on. Now who's walked? Geez, this is an absolute nightmare.
I reckon.
Okay, so this is.
I think Bhuiya will probably stay there because he keeps his bat grounded.
But at what point does the stumps hit over? You know what I mean? Like well, pick your poison there.
But the thing is, Bhuiya, it's not very sensible because bid is 28. So bid is on 28. Yes. Why would you not let him get back on strike?
All right. That's probably out, you know.
Yeah, the umpire's nodding.
Yeah, he's gone. Well, hits him right in front of off stump. This is chaos, and this is what we come to expect on finals day. Bologna, well, they had their burst, but now they're running out of gas, aren't they? They're 101 for 8 with 4 balls remaining.
Oh, Russell Bhuiya, what have you done? First of all, he should have gone and he should have got bid back on strike. He runs out bid, and then the very next ball, the only way he could have rectified himself by hitting the ball to the boundary, then he gets out. He's just, that's 2 dot balls there.
That's where we need the split screen, maybe. That's something for the future to see when the stumps are hit and where everyone is. That run out was probably one you just go rock, paper, scissors to work it out because they both got in at the same time and they both walked down at the same time. But anyway, probably doesn't matter too much in the wash-up. 101 for 8. Here's Ghulam Abdul coming out to bat. Ishtiaq needs to get it online.
And he's going to get another. It's another wicket. That's a team hat-trick, by the way. So we see a team hat-trick in this, the final over. Well, Baracca Prato did so well to recover. Then they lose that wicket after a 69-run partnership between Abid and Malik. Malik was the man to go to the young bowler Jawad. And then after that, look what's happened. Oh, they've pressed the self-destruct button. Nice catch taken. And the new batter will go. It's going to be a golden duck. Yes, it is. For Ghulam Abdul. Well, he's going to go.
Derek's been on the carbonaras as well. I've noticed he's been growing. Get a bit more aggressive as well. Some of the batters.
Hat-trick ball.
All right, we're back.
Gets played in the air. Hat-trick chance. We got a hat-trick here. We have a hat-trick. Ishtiaq has a hat-trick. Oh, hang on a minute. It is a hat-trick. Oh, wow.
And they're bowled out as well.
And they're out.
That'll be it. Bang, bang,
Hat-trick
bang.
ball, we have seen 4 wickets on the spin. First we had the team hat-trick, and now we had the hat-trick. Ishak has taken a hat-trick. What a moment, and what a way to end the innings.
I'll go you further as well. I mean, if you go back to the last over, they lose their last 5 wickets in 6 balls for 1. So that's it. So they absolutely imploded. You know what, though? At 31 for 5, if you'd offered them 101, I probably would have taken it and just hoped they can have an absolute heater. But let's just have a look at this. Ishtiaq brought back to bowl the last over. What did he end up with? He's going to end up with... Oh, he just took those 3 wickets. The 3 for 4 off 10 balls bowled. Wow, quite incredible. But Bologna surely, with that incredible collapse that they've created, go into the box seat. Bologna, 102 required for them to make the semi-finals. Baracca, Prato, for them to go on, they need to defend this 101.
Well, the Eliminator, hasn't it been exciting? It started excitingly. Let's have a look at the highlights here. And Hasib Khan was at his best, and that was, well, dust gear. He couldn't quite believe. He didn't want to go anywhere. Look, he was like standing around saying, come on, please, give me another chance. It's the Eliminator. I don't want to get a 0. Well, he would get a 2-ball 0 after leaving the first ball. He just literally clatters this back onto his own stumps. Then, well, that was a great shot from Hassan Ali. We know what he can do. But then that was first Hamid who would go, who hit a lucky 4 inside edge, and then his bail was knocked off. That was good bowling there from Nazar. He also bowled well, but wickets just kept on falling. And then there was this one, high in the air, and that was a Baximo, would go all the way to the boundary. Then this one would go straight to the keeper, and that was a biggie. That was Hassan Ali, who's been the main contributor for them. He would go for 7 of 5 balls, so that was the end of him. But of course, it wasn't done yet. This was almost another chance for Hasib. He got fingertips to it, but just couldn't keep hold of it. That was Shakil. Shakil, not only was he dropped there, he was dropped a couple of times. And this was another opportunity that was dropped, but also dropped over the stumps. But it didn't really matter. They did get him pretty soon. Hasib took a really good catch. Slower ball there from Nazar, which got the wicket for him. So that was another batter that would go swinging hard. That's what they had to try and do. And then eventually they were able to get that partnership going. Of course, it was Malik and Abid that managed to do things, but not before another wicket would go. That was it there. That was timber for Waqas Mohammed. Literally 6 and out. At that point, they were 31 for 5. They needed something special. What a good partnership this was for Vinny. Little moments, that reluctancy from Booya not to run to get Bid back on strike, the set better. Look what happened after that.
I mean, look, this is the period where it actually went right for Baracca Prato in the middle. I mean, without this, they're getting rocked for about 50-odd. You know, it was really looking pretty bleak, but yeah, we just saw Yassine kind of lose the plot a little bit. You know, I was getting a bit hungry for some of the fruit. We'll get onto that in a moment. But look, this is where it kind of got worse before it would get better for Bologna at this stage. We saw that good partnership as Bid, I think, was pretty important there, along with Shahzad Malik, and just kind of getting them to something. But they were assisted with some pretty poor bowling as well. Then we kind of had this situation, and again, it was said in the chat, it looked like they were going to cop 5 for a penalty. But then, you know, credit to Jawad, he came up with that wicket, got them an extra minute on the clock. But then, let me just tell you, just before that ball, they were 100 for 5 with 8 balls left. Yeah. And you look at 8, okay, you look at 2.5 a ball, you look at kind of 120 there. Yeah. Then they lose 5 wickets for just 1 run, and they're all out for 101. And they actually leave 2 balls on the table. We had probably one of the most difficult run-outs to assess you've ever seen. That looked out to me, looked like him in line with off stump, but a long way across there. So look, Bologna in charge, but I mean, Baracca Prato very capable of getting those key wickets themselves. I mean, that one again, on another day, that goes for 4 off the edge. It went straight to the fielder. But yeah, chaos finished. This was the hat-trick ball, wasn't it? Ishtiaq went bang, and it was 4 in a row for Bologna, including that hat-trick after the run-out. And yeah, bang, bang, bang. This game is on a bit of a knife's edge. All 10 wickets lost by Baracca Prato. They lose their first 5 for 31. They lose their last 5 for 1. But in between, they do have that crucial 6-wicket partnership that's at least given them a shot in this Eliminator. Yeah, I mean, that partnership worth 69. That really got them to 100 score. But remember I said if they got to, I said about 110, 115,
I think that they would really push Bologna, and they should have done that. Vinny's absolutely right, but just not smart cricket. And you got to say that Russell Bouya, for me, he's the guilty man. His son Bid was there. Look at him. He was 28 not out. He's running to get to the striker's end so he can club a few more boundaries to get their team to that, maybe even the 120. But Bouya doesn't go. And really, Bouya had to do the right thing. Even if he felt that he was in the right with the call, he should have just left his crease and let Bid get in. That's what he should have done. And then Bid, well, everything could have been different. But because that doesn't happen, well, you saw what happened there. Those 5 wickets falling for just the 1 run. They will be bowled out for 101. And the worst thing about that is 2 balls were left out there on the park as well. So, Prato, they started badly. They then got it together, and then right at the end in that last over, it all went to pot. And look at the bowling fingers there. Faizan Nazar, 3 for 25. Hasib Khan, though, he's bowling there at the top of the order, was absolutely brilliant. Even though Mohammad Ishaq would take 3 for 4 as well. But the bowling at the top did the damage, didn't it, Hasib Khan? So he's come good at the right time. Nazar, he bowled very well yesterday, continues today. And Ishaq, once again, is a hero. We have another hat-trick on the European Cricket Network. We have another player who will go into the Hall of Fame. And, of course, it is Mohammad Ishaq who gets a hat-trick. Or not only was a hat-trick, well, we saw 4 wickets fall in a row. So a team hat-trick then turned out to be a hat-trick also for Ishaq. So we're going to take a short break here in this Eliminator. It is match number 53 in Rome. And Prato, well, they've managed to get to a score. They get to the 100 mark. But Bologna surely will be looking to knock these off and continue their hopes and to keep going and get their hands on that magnificent trophy provided to us by our partner, Local Lifestyles. Join me, Rico Full and Vinny Sandy when we return in about 10 minutes' time. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
After a wonderful 2 weeks here at the Roma Cricket Ground in Italy, the show must roll on and the European Cricket Series will move on. 11 teams do battle at the next European Cricket Series starting Monday the 26th of August in the beautiful city of Vienna, Austria.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and we're right in the middle of the Eliminator here, match number 57, and Baracca Prato have got made 101, which at one point I think they would have settled for, but after that recovery, thanks to Malik and Bid, you thought they were going to go on to maybe a 150, 120 score. Well, it's not to be. They finished on 101, losing 5 wickets with just 1 run. We saw a hat-trick in there from Ishtak. And that means that Bologna need 102 for a victory here. That will take them into the next stage. I mean, it's not going to be an easy one because it means that they will face Roma. So no easy matches here on finals day. But Bologna, look, can they get out of the shackles that they sometimes get into when they are chasing? Shakil Hussain just strays down the leg side here, gets a little bit too much movement. So the first runs come on the board, courtesy of the wide. Yeah, an amazing end to that innings. We saw a team hat-trick first, didn't we? Just the run out and then do 2 wickets, and then, of course, the hat-trick itself from Ishtak, 3 and 3. Gone. Wicket. And that's a big one. Ankush Kumar, the same way as Ghulam Dastgir went for a 2-ball duck. Ankush Kumar, the captain. So both the captains in this eliminator have gone for a 2-ball duck. And we'll get a chance to see the Peacock Friday duck once again. But what a ball this is. I mean, that is juicy. That is an absolute seed. What a delivery. That is a great ball. And look at Shakil. Yeah, he's celebrating, so he should. That is a seed and a half. Well, Peacock Friday duck for the captain. It's another one of those. Have a look at this ball. Just look at what it does. Look at the way it comes in. Look, this is, it's an absolute jaffa. It really is. That is class from Shakil. What a ball. Too good. It was just too good. Well, Ankush Kumar, one of the key batters, gone early. Hasib Khan now comes in at number 3, the left-hander. Ankush yesterday when it mattered for his side. He performed, got that half century. Hasib just plays that down, no run. The noise levels out there at the moment, of course, all being generated right now by Baracca Prato. They got the early wicket that they wanted. That was what the plan would have been. The Ghulam Dastgir would have been saying to his guys, come on, give me everything in the next 40 minutes. Goes for the shot, uses his feet, and he gets it away. That's going to go big. Bolle, kinna sona shaka lagya. Well, I'm liking this from Hasib. He's not going to get bogged down. He doesn't want to be thinking it's a low target, so he can be a little bit cautious. No, play your normal game. Play like you're chasing a 120, 130. You don't want to be taking this into the last over, that's for sure. Good use of the feet there from Hasib against Hussain. Hussain will come back. Oh, gets a good one outside the off to him. Another dot ball. Oh, what a battle that we've got on here. Welcome back to everybody in the chat. That's another dot. So that's the end of the first over. 1 wicket down already. It was the captain and Kushkuba that goes, but 7 on the board. 7 for 1 after the first. Kushkuba already back in the shed. Well, Dave was saying that Bologna sauce is so spicy. Well, it might be spicy. But, wow, Baracca Prato, they've got a spice or two of their own. Well, maybe they've got the masala, Dave. I think we've got a great contest here on. And that ball, was, yeah, Dave saying what a ball that was. John liking that one as well. Really did come back. It was a beautiful delivery. And this match on the balance here. So Shazad Malik is going to bowl the second over. Of course, played a huge part with the bat, getting his team to at least something that they can try and defend. But they'll be so disappointed the way their innings came to an end. Malik, can he strike early as well? Well, not with a ball like that. It's a loopy full toss, which has been blasted away by Faizan Nazar. One thing about this guy, Nazar, he picks up the full toss or the full delivery so well. He turns those Yorker balls that you don't quite get right. You know, you just miss your Yorker just by a fraction. Well, he manages to get under them and pelt them to the boundary. He's got a knack of doing that, so you don't want to bowl badly to him. So both batters now, 6 to the name, and both of those have been Maximos. Malik, well, he's got the loosener out the way. Okay, better. It's that loopy. Well, here we go. How about this? You might as well check it. It's a bit of explosive action. The umpires are called upon again. Well, one, to make the decision. Secondly, to pick up the stumps. Pick up and throw. Let's just see if the batter was caught napping. Here's the throw. And, yeah, the bat well in there. But good shot. Good work there by our production partner, Spring Media. Captured that nicely. But, yeah, it's worked. And Malik well within his right to throw that in. He sees that the batter is leaving his crease, trying to sneak a single. And Malik sends him back. That's up in the air. They haven't got no sweeper out there. That's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. So that's 4 runs. Of course, it's a lovely part of Rome we're in. Of course, not far from us, we've got the horse stables. And, well, quite often we are going to see some riders go by. And, isn't that lovely? Isn't it great to be right in the middle of this beautiful area? A little bit of nature there as well. We often see the horses as we come in. Of course, first thing in the morning, they're out and about. You don't want them out there in the middle of the day in that heat. Good delivery, good comeback from Malik. Gets the batter fishing at this one. Nazar. Yeah, I think that's where to be to Nazar. You don't want to pitch up to the guy. Keep him there. And that's well bowled. He drags the batter out. 17 on the board. I mean, Bologna, they've just got to believe. They've just got to play their shots. Oh, gets a hand to it. That's another opportunity. That's another opportunity here. So, Nazar. Let's see. Does this go into the ground? Let's have a look. No, I think that's straight up. That is an opportunity. So, in the hand, but he's not able to hold on to it. Just have a look at this. Oh, well, he just doesn't get any, just a little bit too far away from him. They need this wicket, don't they? I mean, Hasib now on strike. Let's see if he gets it right to the left-hander. No, down the leg side, off the pad, but that ends up being a good save. Good hit here, could be in trouble. Ooh, they'll take the leg by here. It's a good pick up and throw. They do take it on. Look, gets a hand to it. Pick up, one-handed. There's the throw. And that would have been very close if it was direct hit. Running hard, end of the over. 19 for 1 after 2. And what if I told you that the score after 2 overs for Baracca Prato was also 19. That's the way it's going at the moment. But they were 19 for 2. Of course, Bologna here, 19 for 1. They've lost their captain. Good time to welcome back into the Casa Grande to Vinny Sandu.
I love the Casa Grande. I was listening to you in this yesterday. It just has a nice ring to it. But then it made me think, what do we call our Kartima office? I got me thinking, it's got to be the penthouse.
I think it's got to.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
If you're going this way, we've gone. You know that guy that traded a paper clip and ended up with like a luxury yacht or whatever. That's what we've done. Anyway, here we go with over number 3. They're getting this ball to talk at the moment, aren't they? Well, the keeper likes it. That's just gear, but he's just a bit excited that it's a dot ball because it didn't pick up any edge. Yeah, just like he's practicing his appealing there, maybe.
Yeah, there's. I mean, they do like their appeal to the players here in Rome. We of course had a lot of appealing yesterday as well, and some major appeals when they were coming in from everywhere. Well, that's a good delivery. Bottom off the bat, gets it away, and you can see here they basically want to take anything. They're running for everything. They're trying to put the pressure on, but that's a good delivery. He sees Hasib is coming down the track, so jams in the Yorker. Now this will be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how Shakil Hussain bowls to Nazar. Nazar, of course, likes to be super aggressive. He does like to latch on to that fuller delivery. But look at his stance here. He's got a leg stump stance. And remember, Shakil gets that ball to come back in. So he'll be eyeing up the similar delivery that got the wicket of Ankush Kumar Will Hussain. And there you go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He's got. I reckon he's got to change his guard here. Because Nazar, he's standing so far outside the leg. And with this ball moving in the way it is, you could find that he could be another victim.
It's just really good swing bowling at the moment, I think. Look at how much that's going. You're having to play a guessing game. You know it's going to swing, but how much?
Yeah.
You know, he played for swing there. It didn't quite swing as much as he thought, even though it swung quite a lot. But yeah, moving it off to straight.
Gone. And that's what I'm talking about. There you go. There's our ball again. I just saw it coming. Vinny, I saw it coming. I saw the guard that Nazar had standing outside leg stick. He's showing his stumps. And to a batter, to a bowler like Shakil who gets the ball to come back in, is dangerous. Look, he does take a little shuffle across, but he gets done like a kipper. It's another beautiful bit of bowling by Shakil.
Yeah, swing bowling. You know, people think the bowlers are just powerless to stop batters dominating this format, but there's still a skill to bowling. One of those things is moving the ball off the straight. You can see the danger that he possessed with that in swing. Ends up cartwheeling that off stump. 20 for 2. Here's Ishtiaq coming to the crease.
Yeah, well, there he is, Ishtiaq. The hat-trick man, Mohammad Ishtiaq. Well, what a way he finished the innings of... Oh, he's going to get a little bit lucky here. Gets it up and over. And Shakil, maybe this time with just a little bit shorter in his length, which allowed his start to play this shot. Yeah, just a little bit short. If he was a little bit fuller, I tell you what, he's going through the gate there. Ishtak wants to be brave, gets a boundary away.
Yeah, well, need a bit of luck, I suppose, when you're trying to fight your way back into the contest. I say fight your way back in, but Bologna's still ahead as far as the percentages are concerned.
Up in the air. Is anyone to get there? I don't think so. This would be a remarkable catch if he does. And no, he doesn't. He does. I suppose he does everything right in terms of he gets there. But if he held on to this would have been something sensational.
Look, I think with a catch like this, you know, it's a bit of a pig in a poke, so to speak. But you know, at least he does put himself in a position where he might have caught it. That's Shazad Malik. And look, it's a little quarter turn at the end. He just misjudged it, but it was a very, very tough one when you're basically running with the fly of the ball coming over your shoulder. But Bologna, they stay with just the 2 wickets down in the power play. 26 for 2 after 3. He just has a good feel about it. Baracca Prato looked like for all money they were going to score 115, 120. They got rocked 5 for 1. They lost in the last 6 balls, but it was with 8 balls left in the innings. They lost 5 for 1. And yeah, still up for grabs here, I think. Just 1 spot left in the semi-finals. And Shazad, after attempting that really difficult catch, he's going to grab the ball and bowl over number 4. Going to bowl out.
Not good areas down the leg side. That's going to be 6 runs. That's going to go all the way. Manos arriba from umpire Miller. Still love Miller's signals. He's like he does it a robotic style. He's like a robot. He gets there and those arms come out slowly. It's a little bit. Up they go. 6 runs.
We have more physios for umpires than any other cricket league in the world because their arms are tired at the end of 2 weeks. They're signalling a lot of boundaries. It was Gundy ball though, really. Didn't adjust for the left-hander. Did Malik. Needs to get it right. Needs to get outside the off stump.
Oh, that's gone through the fielder in the sweeper. Well, a good bit of dandy footwork. Makes a stop, but Hasib will come back for the second.
Yeah, I mean, just blasted straight through the fielder in the circle. A bit of fancy footwork here. We'll check it out in the replay. I don't think there's any issues there with the stop. You can see, no one was expecting to get through the infield in the first place. There you go. You see just in the shot. Great camera work there to catch up. So no issues there. And we'll see Malik continuing. It's a pretty good shot actually, but a better ball. I think challenging, maybe grab an outside edge with that kind of ball.
Oh, well, that's pretty close. It's one that a number of things could have gone here. Could have gone onto the stumps, could have played it on himself, or of course, got a little tickle on that and go through to the keeper. So that's the areas to be. I'm a little bit surprised they've gone back to Malik. I thought that maybe someone like Shahid Imran would have got this over just to change it up a little bit. But they want to use up both the openers right at the beginning. Gone. That's the wicket, and he's walking. Well, it's the same ball again, and this time there isn't it. So Hasib Khan now goes, now you got to say, Vinny, this becomes a 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, it's right exactly where Baracca Prato were almost. In fact, they'd even lost 5 wickets pretty much at this stage. But you know what? He didn't get value for his drive, so he started trying to whack across the line and just didn't have the technique right those last 2 balls. We saw him swipe across the line and miss. That time it's kind of a nothing kind of shot. And, ended up getting a healthy edge through to the keeper. Dusgear does the rest. And Bologna got the staggers here. Plenty more still to be written in this eliminator. Right now, the score is 34 for 3. Yeah, because he smashed that drive 2 balls before that.
Yeah.
But then, even though it got through one fielder, he got 2 for it. But he was just looking for a boundary, probably looking for the wrong shot, I think. Probably could have stuck with kind of hit with the swing, not against the swing.
Yeah, well done to Malik, though. He gets the full shot in. That's nicely played. This one could go all the way to the boundary. It does. And look how quickly the outfield quickens up after the dew in the morning. So it took about an hour, but now it's nice and dry. And that one races to the boundary. So Abdullah starts with a 4.
And this is all about partnerships and having someone that can stick around a bit. I mean, we just had that one partnership really in the first innings, 69, that was put on by Shazad Malik and Hussain Bid. And so you need something similar here. And the rate's nothing to worry you too much, but the 3 wickets and the potential of losing a couple more could change this game very, very quickly. Last ball for Mullet coming up.
Goes full again with that Yorker. And Abdullah does get a bit of bat on this. They'll take the single. So 4 overs now completed. It's 39 for 3. Hey, if we're calling this the Casa Grande, look what's coming up to the left of us.
Yeah.
I mean, what's going on here? I was told when we moved here that we would have that they could not able to build over there. And they're building there. And that is the castle going up there.
Yeah, they're building us out of our view of whatever's over there. But it's like that whole keeping up with the Joneses, isn't it? You know, we got a Casa Grande, so some billionaire, and if you don't know what we're talking about, this is going up for the Meltle Shield. But first, I'm going to watch this ball, which is short and it's been hooked away. A bit of a top edge, but it is going to fly, and I think it's gone reasonably close to the boundary. We'll have to check this out.
I think it goes all the way.
Yeah, okay, it has. So it's gone Maximo. It will be the one for the over. The umpires are having a discussion, that's all. Maybe we can check this on the replay.
I mean, it was very short. I mean, he bangs it. Shahid Imran does come on. I mean, it's the ball. We'll probably have to go back to live action. And that's better. Shahid Imran, he's an interesting bowler. It's just all in his shoulders.
Yeah, this is the one before. I think it did carry. I was wondering what the discussion was about. But, yeah, it easily carries the line. No issues there. Yeah, here we go. That's what's going on. So if we're in the Casa Grande, this is basically like the palace.
Yeah.
We might as well stick with that.
And they built it on our land. We're talking about land. This is going out of our land and over the fence to the other side. And that's a lovely pickup. Well, Abdullah, I'm liking it from him. He's come out there. He's been super aggressive and hits another boundary. So Abdullah at 1-6 now to him. And also the 1-4 is looking good.
But yeah, it's going to be awesome. Obviously, tomorrow with Meltle Shield, first time we've ever had it. We've got the other spectator area on the other side of the ground. That's okay. Yeah, good call. Just having a good old think about it, the umpire there.
Yeah.
But to continue my 1980s themed tennis commentary from earlier, that was on the line.
It was on the line. Imran. It's just too short, but he could get a wicket. He will. Tucks him up. I think that's caught him on the fingers, you know. You can see the batter shaking his fingers. So Abdullah, he will go after 2 6s and 1-4. He goes for another one here. And maybe the short ball works. Well, maybe that's the plan from Shahid Imran. Into the body. Doesn't give him any room. The catch gets taken. Another wicket goes. So they bring the 50 up in the over. But they do lose now their 4th wicket.
Oh, it's classic Russian roulette there. I don't think it's the greatest tactic to bowl short, but he just surprised him with a bit of extra pace and bounce, and instead of anywhere near the middle of the bat, hit him up towards the kind of splice, up towards the handle, and just looped for an easy catch. So 51 for 4. This game's taking another twist. I'd say 9 times out of 10 that goes to the boundary, you know, but that's the one time that the ball just looped for a simple catch. Last ball, the 5th coming up.
And Akash deep in the house. He could be gone first ball here. That's close. It's out. That's plumb. Akash deep was the hero for them yesterday. Remember, he was blasting the ball all over the place. He got them a valuable point with a 41 against Lanka Napoli in the first match. And then in the second match, he blasted something like 30 runs of just about 8 deliveries. But he will go first ball here. He gets surprised by the ball that gets pitched up. And Shahid knew he had got his man. Akash Deep will go for a golden quacker.
Wow, end of the 5th over as well. I mean, just checking our fruit bowls. Looking for a plum. I think we just found one. That was pitching middle, hitting middle. He played all around it. There's those 2 wickets that Bologna were fearing. And look, to be honest, they're in a very similar position now with 5 wickets in the first half of their innings that we saw from Baracca Prato in the first half of this game. Game's alive here. Let's not forget that Shahid Imran is on a hat-trick when he comes back to bowl again. He still does have an over up his sleeve, as it looks like we're going to get Safi Amanullah to bowl over number 6. Here's the Meltle Shield as well. We're just talking about it. Tomorrow it will start. It's a best-of-9 series, a bit like the Western Shield that we had back in Portugal earlier in the year. It's a first. I loved explaining it to some of the staff at the hotel. Oh, well, who are these people coming in? Anyway, here we go with the 6. This is up in the air. Now, can anyone reach this? I don't think so. Can they stop the boundary? I don't think so. Oh, this is a funny one, you know.
We've got to have a look at the feet here, Vinny. Where does it... I mean, he pulls it back, but where's his feet?
Had he landed over the line by the time the ball left his hand? It's very close. That's okay. That's even still okay. It's okay, I think.
Yeah,
because
that foot doesn't go down.
I
He's
don't think
released the ball.
Yeah. See, it's gone probably now, and then the foot lands. So I'd say, and also benefit of the doubt to the fielder, I'd say it's not 4.
For me, that's a great save.
Yeah.
I mean, the most fielders would have just given up on that. That's a brilliant save. And it's fantastically well done out there in the deep.
Let me just see what they scored that. Because, yeah,
Are they giving that 4?
Yeah, I don't think that's 4.
I didn't see that as 4.
I don't think he'd quite landed yet. Or maybe, look, the thing is, when we see his foot land, maybe it landed a fraction before.
I mean, you can't. It's got to be conclusive. I don't think that was conclusive. Oh, fingertips. The umpire goes down. Everything's happening in that one. Well, it's a chance, a caught and bowl chance that's not taken by Amanullah. Then Miller goes down. He has to pick himself up and dust himself down and give the signal for 4. Oh, it's all happening out here in the middle.
Danger times. He flicks the bowler's finger, which is an umpire's worst nightmare. Umpire hits the deck. Then we try the flying taekwondo kick. That wasn't a good tactic. Should have used the hands. I mean, you could write on your hand, use your hands, use me. Because that was an awkward height to try and kick. I mean, I'm not pro foot fielding, but if there is a time, the ball rolling along the ground is probably a time. Once you start getting kind of knee high and above, a time to just let the feet get you there, but then don't use them to field.
Yeah, look on an outfield like this, it's Miller was kissing the ground there. Yeah, but look on this surface, it's a nice one to be diving around. You've got to be trying to use your hands, haven't you?
Yeah. So when they give up there. I still think it was a specious call to give it 4 instead of 2. Then they pretty much give away another 2 or 3 there. Anyway, game's alive. 60 for 5. Bologna, despite the 5 wickets down, there's still 60-40 here. But a wicket could change everything. Yeah,
they knew that big wicket. Yasin Khan is out there. Let's face it, he hasn't done too much with the bat himself. He's on strike here now, and I think Amanullah would just be trying to get...
Whoa, umpire clothesline time.
Well, what's happened here?
Did a ball come on from the warm-up? well, it's a bit... That's an ambitious umpire clothesline. It's all on the elbow.
Well, Miller's already been down once.
We've got to give the umpires whistles so they don't break their arms like that. Anyway, take 2.
Firmly hit. Watch the bounce. And, well, he doesn't, and he gets through. Oh, well, this over. This one could be the one that changes things drastically. First of all, there was that tight call on the fielder. 4 or 2. It was given 4. I thought it was 2. And then we saw a bit of misfield before this one where foot fielding... It was a foot fielding foul. Now that one's gone straight through.
At least he had the right idea. I mean, look, on TV doesn't do justice to how hard that was hit. And just take a slightly awkward hop. Now Yasin gets a bit more careful this time, keeps it out. So, yeah, I mean, it's easy to sit there and criticise, but at least he had the right approach there. He went down, and we saw how fast that was travelling because it was pretty close to us. And the next sound we heard was a pretty loud ball on fence.
They're giving it some welly putting that castle up, aren't they?
I might make a bid on that palace over there. It looks pretty good. How many bedrooms has it got?
Big swing and a miss this time from Yasin. So end of the over. They need to go at around about 9s here. So they won't mind that. But of course, the 5 wickets have gone down. It's going to be key. Ishtak becomes key, doesn't he? 15 of 5. He's got to stay there and try and go all the way and win the match here for Bologna.
I reckon they leaked 8 runs that over that they shouldn't have.
Yeah.
You know, you look at 56 versus 64 here. I think it all comes down to, can you keep taking these breakthroughs? Now, I think if these two were to bat the 4 overs, likely that they're getting the 38 to win. But can you get those breakthroughs, get right down to the lower order? Right now, neither team's giving an inch. By the way, that was a hat-trick ball. It won't be a hat-trick. Remember, we already saw one in the first half of this game by Ishtiaq.
Imran once again, that heavy ball that he bowls. And right, up in the air. Will anybody get here? No, it will drop short of the fielders. They'll think about 2, a bit of hesitation. I don't think it's a good job they decided against it.
I could see him looking for it though, but actually it was very good backup. Just look at how quickly he reacts here to jump on. The ball actually stops in its tracks as well. Hassan fires it back to the keeper. You see they were looking for a second.
Into the into the patch. He gets away with this one, you know. If you get out, I mean, that's hurt him. You can see he's holding his leg. But if you let this one go, if you stepped inside of it, it would have been a wide.
Yeah, see, he just looks a bit jumpy here. You know, he didn't have a good game in the first half. He kind of, in some key moments, he kind of lost the plot a bit right now. Just needs something to get him going, but he's very kind of proppy. This time it might work out for him. It does. Just gets away from Wakas, who has to chase it down. He does. Needs to get those brakes checked, I think, but he will keep it inside and it'll be 2 runs.
Yeah, well, it's that delivery that he got the wicket with before into the body, but this time he's managed to get it over Wakas Mohammed, who does well and recovers, and the batters come back for 2. When we're going to
I've just got a sixth sense for when people are nervous. It comes from our keeping.
Yeah?
And I think Yassine's a bit nervous here.
I think he is.
You know, and he's got every right to be, by the way. It's not a dig at him. Ishtiak, well, we took that hat-trick and finished things off. Geez, I bet they're pretty happy they took that 5 for 1 now.
I think there's a ball to come here, by the way.
I agree.
Yeah, the umpire's just calling that over a little bit too soon. Even the bowler knew that he's giving him back the count. The bowler said, no, I've got one more to come. Good bowlers always know how many balls they're bowled.
Saw a 5 ball over in the Valletta Cup yesterday, by the way.
Look at this. He's saying, there's one more to come.
If you're bowling, you don't want to bowl an extra ball. You know, yeah, right.
Well,
You say so, you're the boss. Well, maybe you do, because that's gone. Well, Imran knows the score, and he does get the extra ball. A bit like on pinball when they throw out the extra ball, and it's going to work perfectly. You've seen, again, it's just the kind of standing waft at this.
Yeah.
Imran, only 2 off the over. He finishes with a wicket, and it's the Devils' number. Is that a sign, Rico? 66 for 6. After 7 overs.
Yeah, well, you were right about Yassine. He didn't look comfortable. It's no surprise, really, because it has to be said that from here on in, all the batters that you're going to see from Bologna haven't had too much practice. They haven't scored too many runs. They haven't had too many success. And I'm telling you now, if they're going to win this match, it's going to be because of Mohammed Ishtiaq. If he goes, match is done. I'm telling you, it's done. This one is going to be pretty exciting, isn't it?
Rematch of last year's final as well. Top 3 from Rome Mangla Morning Sun. Very, very important for them. Also, I'd probably throw Abdul and Chaudhry in that as well. But have a look at Roma CC. I mean, they didn't have it all their own way, but let's not forget when they first got the trophy, they came from outside the top 2 to do it, and they finished in 3rd this time around. Bilal Khan, obviously, has been a big injection for them as far as their bowling goes. So you've got 3 genuine seamers down the bottom. Obviously, they've always got lots of spin options. Fernando is an extra pacer. They've got lots of options, but yeah, anything's possible when that game starts in around about half an hour's time. Yeah, you know, the sixth sense of noting people are nervous. It's the wicket keeper in me, and I did go back and play a couple of games in my week off, and it was all coming back to me. It's another wide, pretty good block by the keeper that time. So if someone was nervous, I'd probably say, don't be nervous. You'll
worst thing to say.
No, I'll say, don't be nervous. You'll probably find something you're good at some point. Cricket's just not for you. Or something like that.
Your wicket keepers are all the same.
Yeah. I was like, it's okay. Why don't you get out and give someone else a go that might be able to bat?
Oh, dear.
Jeez.
Well, Bid, who's coming on the bowl here. I mean, this is a surprise move to get him to have a bowl here. I mean, I don't think we've seen too much of him, but he's bowling. It's 3 balls, 3 wides at the moment. And also, the umpire's going to have a word with him here. He can't be bowling around the wicket and finishing where he's finishing.
Luckily, the ball was even wider. That's okay, I think. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he just needs to sort his follow-through out. Oh, this game is so close. I thought this would be a close one. Bologna, they have that winning form, don't they, from last night.
That's played out. Shouts will catch it. Look at the excitement here. And, Baracca Prato are feeling that they're in here. They're feeling that they're in. But, of course, now this is good. This is the good thing now. Now they'll attack Mazar. So now maybe you just make a few changes, few tweaks in the field. You probably don't want to give away the single easily.
Square leg up. I'm getting across. I don't think I'm going to be LBW to him, and I'm going to try and whack it around there. He doesn't get under it. Maybe 2 there if they hustle. Well, the big stop sign goes up, probably because that's a rocket arm. There's been some very good throwing arms here from Baracca Prato.
Great arm. And I think also Ishtiaq is feeling that he's probably got to... He's got to face most of these deliveries.
Yeah.
Look at the rate, by the way. It's worth pointing out that when it was at 9 for a long time, it's now gone up to about 12.5.
Cracking game to start the day here in Rome.
It's going to be another wide from the bowler. Bid, who comes back now over the wicket.
Thing
But
is
it's all, if you look at his action, he gets about the right and then he flicks the wrist. And the problem is he's already looking sort of at first slip when he does that.
It's angle of approach, probably.
Pretty high in the air, but it's not a no ball. If he catches this, it'll be out, and he doesn't catch it. Oh dear, once again, not the easiest ones, but you'd expect the fielder to take this one. Let's have a look at this again. He comes charging down. I think the ball is pretty, I don't think it's as high as you think. So it's not going to be a no, but the fielder has the chance to take the catch, doesn't take it. Mazar gets to life.
Back to live action. And this one's in the air, thick edge. This will fly away, and that'll be 4. Badly needed boundary. Ishtiaq, I think it was so important in the concluding stages of the first inning. He's got such an important role to play if he's going to keep Bologna alive in this competition.
I'm really surprised that they're going for Bid here. You still got Hamid Ali in the side, who normally has bowled after the 5th over, and he bowls pretty well. No run up, just darts the ball in. That's the sort of bowling that you want here, wicket bowling. They haven't gone to him. They're trying something new here. 12 off the over so far. This becomes a very important delivery.
That boundary put Bologna ahead for the first time in a while.
Down the ground, and it's going to go all the way. Bolle. So the decision to go to Hussein Bid certainly didn't go well. That will be 18 off the over, and now that puts Bologna in a very strong position.
Yeah, sure does. What a difference a minute can make. We saw the edge fly away for 4. This one, he kind of just holds his form, puts it out of the ground. Bologna well ahead now. It's their game to lose. Just have a look at that line creeping over the required line. At the end of the 8th over, 84 for 6. So 18 required off the last 2 overs. This is the most important over of the game. They are going to go for Hassan Ali here. What do you think of that in over number 9?
Risky. Hassan's no pace on it. It will float the ball up there. I think if I had my pick, I would be going to Hamid Ali. I have no doubt about it. But okay, this is what the plan is. So Hassan Ali will get just this one over, and he'll start down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. So,
just I mean, it's one thing to miss by a little bit and be done for a while, but there's been some big ones that have missed the mark. Want to say quick hello to Charlie Hunt, who's tuning in. Good time to tune in, Charlie. Great job in Malta over there.
Well, that's better. That's just going to be a single. But I think they're missing the trick slightly here to Mazar. I mean, he's just going to get singles, and they're not putting any pressure to stop him. So he's got the easy single now, and that means that Ishtiaq back on strike. Ishtiaq's the week you've got to try and get.
This is a contest that might decide the game. Hassan into Ishtiaq.
It's a wild swing.
He's got a weird trajectory, doesn't he? He's kind of got a real jerky kind of wrist spinner. Is Hassan Ali. Doesn't give the ball a lot of air, but he's an awkward kind of customer. It's a bit of a gamble to bowl him here, but he's been reasonably good so far.
Played on the up. Should just be a single. They won't mind singles. Oh, this one feels like it's going to go to the wide, isn't it? It's going into the last. Going into the last 15 of 9 balls.
By the way, in Malta today, we'll see the Serbian team and the Greece team joining that competition. And that'll be the 4th and 5th teams to arrive.
Goes for the shot, and it's going to be a long chase here. You've got to really try and double up, but Ishtiaq has already put the stop sign up, saying, no, don't want. I mean, he wouldn't have been running to the danger end. And I think you take that because with the ball to go,
well, you got 2 to come.
And then you stay on strike?
Yeah, we got 2 to come. So he probably feels, okay, I need to try and create a boundary this over. We haven't got one yet. It was also a bit of a risky second. Let's see if we can do anything with it.
It drags this away. It's got to be stopped here by the fielder. It will be stopped. Jeez. Nicely done.
This is a really good over. I know he missed the mark first ball with a wide. Mazar, for me, this is a free hit. I actually don't think you want a 1 here. I think I'm trying to just hit it into orbit. Last ball of the 9th.
And he's going to lose his pegs. He does try and hit it to orbit, but Hassan Ali gets it full and straight. What a great over that is. The 5 from it, he picks up the wickets, and Mazar will be the 7th wicket to go down. And after 9, Bologna are 89 for 7. So it's going to be all to do in the last. And anybody tingling? I don't know. But 13 required off the last for victory.
Oh, this ground's seen its fair share of golden balls as well. We had one here last year, which was in the ECIs. Italy, the hosts over Austria. I remember Roma CC have been involved in a couple as well. Yeah, could we have a golden ball to decide who stays and who goes here on finals day? What a great game it's been, though. Gripping. It hasn't been all batting heavy. You know, it's been a real balanced kind of game.
Hamid Ali will bowl, and he's going to bowl the very last over. Talk about being put under pressure, Hamid. Normally, I mean, it's interesting here. It looks like he's going to bowl over the wicket. Normally, he does tend to bowl round the wicket. Yeah, there we go. So he will bowl round the wicket, and he just tries to dart the ball in. Huge here, absolutely huge. 13 of 6 balls. Which team will stay? Which team will go? This over.
You called for Hamid. You thought he was the man. If we do get exactly 12 off this over, we're going to golden ball 65 to decide who will continue into the semi-finals. Let's go. Last overtime. 13 to win.
Up in the air.
Huge.
Catching opportunity. Oh, he slips and he misses it. They think about another run. They'll only get the one.
Should have gone again.
They might still do. They're running here. Is he gone? He's going to be out. Well, this is interesting. They're going to check this. It's interesting that he froze and goes at the stumps rather than to the keeper, but they get him, I think.
I think this is closer than you think. But the other thing, he's trying to say, no, you needed to keep that end safe for me. I want to get back, but you need to keep the end safe. But you could see that Afzal takes off. Now, let's have a look. Direct hit. He's made it.
Oh, he's made it.
Yeah, I thought he made it. He wasn't sure, and he was ready.
So close.
He was unpacking the pieces to the blame game, I tell you that much, because Afzal, he was saying, what are you doing? You need to allow me to get there safely. And in the end, he did. So it won't be out. It'll be 2 runs.
Well, what an opportunity. Who was the man who was trying to catch this? Because you catch that, it would have been a dot.
Yeah, and he slipped.
And the new batter on strike, he does slip, you're right.
It was Booyah under it, actually. That seems like history, even though it was only about 45 seconds ago. 11 off 5, Ishtiaq has the life. What a game. This is what ECN cricket's all about, Rico. 11 off 5.
Ishtiaq looking to see his team progress into the next semi-final. That's a good delivery, and it will be stopped as well. Dot ball.
Oh, couldn't do anything with it. That's the power of a perfect Yorker. Can't get the middle on this. He's forced to hit it with the toe of the bat. Goes nowhere.
Yeah. I think you look at, if that's the angle, plant that foot, look to sweep. You can't be LBW.
Hit it hard, hit it correctly.
And he hits it hard, and this will go all the way. Manos, arriba, arbitro. That's going to be 6 runs. What a great hit that is. He gets the width that he thought he was going to get, and he puts it away. Mohamed Ishtiaq, remember, already played a huge part in this match, taking a hat-trick, and now, with the bat, is looking to win the match for Bologna.
Oh, ice in his veins, Ishtiaq, with the game on the line. He goes with the angle. It's smart batting. Wow, this is where Hamid needs to find that Yorker again. Even a 1's a decent result here, I think, for Baracca Prato. This is anybody's game. A 6 wins it from here. 3 to come.
Oh, this is... Look where he's standing. Oh, look where he's standing. Now, the umpire... I wonder if the umpire can give this a call or not.
Because he didn't see, so he wants...
I think it's okay, but... I mean,
I actually think it's...
I think it's okay, but the umpire has to have a word
Yeah, I
with
mean,
him.
when does it cross the line? Because at what point... I'd say when he swings is roughly when it passes the line, which is about here. I got a feeling it's wide, but it's really close. Maybe they want...
Thing is here...
because he's obscured, the umpire can ask for help.
Yeah.
And that's why he's asked for help. And even with the replay, honestly think...
Oh, they're saying not. We go back to live action. And he gets another one through here. Oh, my.
All right, well, hey,
oh, my.
Bang, bang. How quick has this turned around? So now you're looking at 4 runs for a tie, 4 runs for a golden ball, 6 wins it. But all that Baracca Prato need to do is keep this on the ballpark. Ishtiaq needs a boundary to save his team. Last ball, the Eliminator coming up. And it's Hamid with the ball.
Goes for it, and he's going to nail it. They're going to win at the last. It's going to go all the way. It's going to be 6. Ishtiaq wins the game for his side. Oh, what a finish. He'll be 45 not out and definitely the player of the match. Ishtiaq, Mohamed Ishtiaq, Not only does he take a hat-trick to end the innings of Baracca Prato in sensational style, but then he smashes the ball for 6. He takes it to the wire, but he keeps it cool. 2 sixes in the over, and the last ball goes for 6, and it will be Bologna that keep their dreams alive.
Oh, well, what I say, third time lucky? I mean, that call could have gone either way. I mean, it was another McEnroe moment, wasn't it? But it was miss, hit. But that hit sends Bologna through to the semi-finals. You've got to spare a thought for Baracca Prato. I mean, they played some really good cricket during this series. 7-7 record to get 4th place through to the end of the group stage, but they'll finish in 5th overall. But really, it was just a cracking game. I think it had ebbs, it had flows, it had momentum shifts. Both teams were in charge at various stages. In the end, I think Ishtiaq leads the difference. Let's not forget that he was the reason they were only chasing 102 and not plenty more than that in the first place. So Roma are the next obstacle for Bologna. We'll see them later on in the second semi-final. But of course, the next game will start in about 15 minutes. And it's another Roma derby. Roma Bangla Morning Sun taking on Roma CC. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights. And it was funny. The more things changed, the more they stayed the same. The wickets tumbled, didn't they, for Bologna in the first half of this chase?
Yeah, well, let's just say both the captains in this contest were able to add nothing with the bat. Both went for 2 ball ducks. But then you needed to see a comeback. And we saw that both the batters then, Nazar and Haseeb Khan, both hitting 6s to start things off. But then you knew that he could be in trouble here. And there's that ball again. Gets that ball to nip back. And Faizan Nazar was done by another beauty from Shakil Hussain. He certainly bowled beautifully well, kept his team in it. And then you've got to say that Malik as well, to his credit, I mean, given he had the first 2 overs as well, he also picked up some wickets. So well done to Malik, getting the ball in the right areas as well. And at that point, we knew it was anybody's to win, but you needed somebody to stay there. You needed somebody to get a partnership. And it was, in the end, Mohammad Ishtiaq, the man to do it. But the first few balls here from Imran weren't the best. He was a little bit too short, but you knew he'd come back. That one I thought was going to go the distance, but he doesn't get it. He scuffed it, does Abdullah, after hitting 2 6s and a 4. So that, just when Bologna looked like they were going to run away with it, and he saw another wicket there. Imran getting the wicket. The dangerous Abdullah going for 17. That was absolutely plumb. So this time, Akash Deep was not going to be the man who was going to be the saviour for Bologna. But fortunately for them, they did have Ishtiaq out there. That one was a tough call. How about that call there?
Yeah.
I mean, 4 or 6. They gave that 4 in the end.
True.
What a big difference that could have made in the end.
There's a bit of swings and roundabouts. You say, okay, they gave him that, but then there was that wide, which is very close to call. I think my feeling was it probably was. They said it wasn't. So all those things probably did bounce out in the end, even though I know that both teams probably have the odd grievance. But really, it was whoever would hold themselves under the pressure. You know, I think, and Ishtiaq was very good under the pressure. Imran, I think, did a fantastic job for Baracca Prato. I mean, it's not his fault they're going home. He was able to pick up that wicket, but really, it was all up to Ishtiaq, wasn't it? Let's be honest. At that stage, he needed to kick. If he got out, it was pretty much curtains. Hassan, I thought, bowled a reasonably good over. Finished with a wicket there, but that took it down to the wire. They needed 13 off the last over. They ended up doing it, Bologna, off the very last ball.
Yeah, but the thing is, you got to go back to remember the first ball, drop catch, and they got 2. And how did they get 2? I mean, it should have been just 1. They should have been just 1. I don't really know why they were throwing the ball around like they were. It should have been easily giving it back to the bowler. You wouldn't have had Ishtiaq on strike. It would have been the less set batter on strike, and it could have been very different. They made errors in this match, and it cost them. And it's as simple as that. And if you go back to their batting, Vinny, when Baracca Prato were batting, remember Russell Bouya, when he refused to go out of his crease, and he gets the key batter at the time. Hussain Bid, run out. Bid at the time was 28. Little things like that, little bits of play which are not smart, can cost you the match. And that's what's happened there. So well done to Bologna. But Baracca Prato will know they made mistakes in that contest, and that's why they will play no further part in this series. But this match coming up, what can you say? What a match is going to be.
Interesting that Roma CC, they blew the Banglas away in the final last year, 180 batting first, but they win the toss and they bowl first this time. We also know that they fancy themselves to hold their nerve in a chase. And we have seen them do that. If you remember how they actually won their first European cricket series here, it was basically standing up even to get to the ECL, a really tough chase against Ginup. So that game is coming up in around about 10 minutes. I think we're still on time. And so we better quickly turn this around because that is coming up in only about 10 minutes, which means that we'll know in a couple of hours' time who's the first team through to this Roma final. Let's have a look then at the scorecards. And, 102 to win. They get there off the very last ball, and it's thanks in a big way to Mohamed Ushiat, 45 off 21 with 3 Maximos and 4 fours in there. Apart from that, Abdullah with 17 off 7 was handy. Hasib with 15. Azar for 11 early on. But really, it was one of those anyone's games. We don't get a golden ball, we go pretty close. You've got to feel for Baracca Prato. They're a team I've got a lot of time for, and obviously they've been travelling. There's been immense sacrifices that they've been basically undertaking to be in this tournament. Sorry to see them going that way. 3 for 14, Shahid Imran was brilliant. I thought 2 for 14, Shakil Hussain as well. Wickets also to Shazad Malik and Hassan Ali, and he's only over Hamid. He almost got in there, didn't he? But in the end, couldn't keep the last ball in the ballpark, and that's the reason that Baracca Prato will finish in 5th place. One team's lost is another game, though, and it will be the semi-finals for Bologna as they get across the line off the very last ball. And let's not forget as well, Baracca Prato, they left 2 balls on the table, didn't they, in that first innings? I bet they would have loved them back, but, life's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get, but what you are going to get is more cricket today. 3 locations on ECN. We'll be back in just a few minutes with semi-final number 1 live here from Rome in the European Cricket Series. Get ready for some ECN history right here in the beautiful city of Rome, Italy. The first ever contest between the British and Irish Roses taking on Team Europe the weekend of the 24th and 25th of August. Best of 9, get ready for the Meltle Shield.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Well, finals day in full swing here in Rome. This Roma cricket ground, it's hot, but it is baking, I will say. Summer, it's pretty brutal here in Italy sometimes, but let's get ready for the first semi-final now. Now, these two teams finished in second and third on the ladder. It's Roma Bangla Morning Sun versus Roma CC, and yes, this is a replay of the final last year. More about that in a second. Right now, let's go to the sheriff, Charles Croucher, who's with the two captains for the coin toss.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome to the toss for the first semi-final between Roma Bangla Morning Sun and Roma CC. Roma CC to call.
Head is call.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
We're gonna ball first.
They won the toss, Roma CC, and they're going to bowl.
Roma CC winning the toss and electing to field in this one. So they want to know how many they need exactly to make the final. And they're no strangers to a chase under pressure. We've seen them do it time and time again. I'm just a little bit surprised, given they're playing Roma Bangla Morning Sun, that they don't bat first, because last year when they met in the final, these two, Roma CC, they were batting first and they scored 180. That proved to be way, way too much for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Both teams very strong. Just to mention a couple of players for Roma CC, Dinadu Marage, I think is very, very important with his spin. And of course, he will open the batting. Also watch out for Prathuvi Samarage with his left arm spin, and also his hitting. Charles Fernando, of course, very powerful in there as well. Just good depth, I think, for both sides. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, Anik Ahmed, I think, super important. You got Mohsin in there as well, and Sharif Raihan, who we know can knock tons. So, look, two teams, they know each other really well. That's the funny thing about this one. And I suppose we'll see who gets the chocolates and the first spot in the final later on today. Rico Full is standing by. Roma CC, the hosts, have won the toss. They've sent in the Banglas. Let's see how we go as we get ready for the start of the first semi-final.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, looking dashing in his Peacock Friday shirt. Well, we certainly have seen a fair number of ducks, and let's see how this match goes. Now, remember, these two teams, they have played each other on two occasions before, and Roma CC have had the batter of Roma Bangla Morning Sun. In match number 3, Roma CC made 165. A number of batters were in good form there. Denim, Charles Fernando, Dindu Marage, all of them scoring scores in the 30s. So nobody went big, but everybody did contribute. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun made 112 in reply, with Rajiv Ahmed and Naeem the main contributors, losing that one by 53. And then next time round, well, it was Roma Bangla Morning Sun who batted first. So you can understand why they've been put in. They only got 85 of 9. Anik Ahmed was the only man to try and that scored any runs. And Samarage for Roma CC was the top performer. 42 he scored, but he also took 3 for 10. Charles Fernando scored a healthy 31 as well. That was a win by 7 wickets. So you can see Roma CC are the favourites, but only just 53 to 47%. So it's going to be a very exciting contest. Both teams, of course, will be well rested. Roma CC, the last time we saw them, remember, they just came back from Milan, having played a 50-over semi-final against Fresh Tropical, which they won. So their players were, well, let's just say they were a little bit tired and ragged when we saw them in their final day, and that's why they had some defeats against them. Even Roma Campanelli were able to get a win over Roma CC, but they're fresh now. They've had a break, and I'm expecting to see good standards from both of these sides. Okay, of course, Sharif Rehan is a man who has been in outstanding form, and he'll be looking to stay in good form here. Remember, though, in that last match, the two batters that you expected to go well didn't. Rehan, he's scored a century, of course, 350 runs exactly to his name. And Bilal Khan will be bowling the first ball. It'll be interesting how Bilal goes here. And, well, what happened there? How's that changed already without a ball being bowled? Well, it's probably the win predictor has seen the teams going out, thought, oh yeah, well, we like the way that they've strolled out there. All right, Bilal, well, he's going to start with a wild one, which is pretty wide. Maybe that one is just to let the batter know that he's there and he's got a bit of pace about him, Bilal. But for me, Bilal, look, I know a lot of people will probably think differently, but he's at his best when he fires in that Yorker because of his action, left armour. He gets that Yorker ball started when the ball looks like it's going outside off, and then it comes back in and takes the stump. So Bilal, he's a dangerous player. Welcome back to everybody as well on finals day. Happy Peacock Friday as well. That's a quick delivery. Really good Argate. Behind the stumps, makes the stop. He doesn't get it in his gloves though, so I think that you just saw a bit of variations in the bounce. The one before really took off. This one, you can see there that Rilla needs to take it on the, almost on the second bounce. So yeah, Ghulam Dastgir has been by far the main batter for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. 350 runs to him. And then, of course, their captain, Anik Ahmed. He's just one shy of 300 himself. Well, that's been worked away. That's going to be 6 runs. And over it goes. And just checking this, the umpires. But for me, that looks like it's 6. We'll have a look here. And let's see where this falls. It's for, oh, well, I think that's catching the rope. That's 6 for me. It's actually been signalled 4, but I think that's hitting the rope. So I don't know if the umpires will change the signal. It certainly looked like 6, but now you can see the umpire saying, well, is it 6 or 4? I think, yeah, there you go. It will now be called 6. Yeah, that's the right call. So that is 6. I think this one hits right on the rope. There you go. In fact, it might have been actually be the other side of the rope because the rope doesn't actually move. But, yeah, it looked like 6, and it is 6. So Rehan is off and running. And now eyeing up 400 runs in the series. And, of course, I mean, Mushin, 284. He's been pretty good as well, hasn't he? And asking the question here, but I think that just come off the pads. It's a very good take from Rila Garage. Just look at the movement from Rila here. He's got a long way to go, but see the way he just skips across. Good work, but yeah, I don't think that's out. Bilal asking the question. Not out, says the umpire. Of course, Roma CC have got the leading wicket taker, Samarage, so they'll do the same as always. They'll use the seamers first up. I think Bilal, Charles Fernando. That's the Yorker, but he just overcooks it. In comes the throw, and it gets well backed up. We'll get there. So you look at the swing on there. So he gets a swing, but it's a little bit over-pitched. As a result of that, it's played out quite comfortably. Rehan, he had to be quick here. I think he does make it. Being made to work hard. So yeah, I think you'll see a bit of Bilal. You'll see a bit of Charles Fernando. I think you might even see Nathan Digger before you see the spinners. And then probably the last 4 overs, maybe that of spin. Or Samarage and Dinadu. That was going to be a wide, so just gets the areas wrong here. It's a common issue that you'll see from some of the left-handers. They're not always able to get that ball to go right across them. So, yeah, Samarage, 19 wickets from him. And then Charles Fernando is the second highest wicket taker with 12. And Dinadu Marage on 10. Bilal, just the 3 wickets to his name so far. Hasn't always played though, remember he was nursing an injury. That one's played away beautifully timed, but a good bit of fielding. Yeah, if we go back to that Bilal, it's only the 8th match he's playing, whereas the likes of Samarage and Charles Fernando have played 14. So Bilal was nursing a bit of a wrist injury that he had, but seems to have recovered from that pretty well. It's got a lovely smooth run up. That's what I like about Bilal. Look, lovely run up. Everything goes into the strike, and that's that ball. That's the one that shakes. But this one does too much. If it had stayed straight, maybe. But I think also you've got to look at where the ball is pitching. But it does start to move. That's the swing that he gets. But ends the over pretty well in the end. 10 come from it. And nothing off the last. This is what we've seen already. So we've seen the Eliminator, and it is Bologna that were victorious against Baracca Prato. So Bologna, they move to the second semi-final where they take on the might of Royal Roma. The question is, which Royal Roma will we see? The last time we saw them out there, remember, we saw them pile on the runs when they scored a massive 200, remember? For a team that are in good form. 214 for 2. That was against Roma Campanelli. Well, that was a really strange match as well. Thank you very much to Leslie and Tarek here with the yogurt drink. Oh, watch out, this is coming somewhere near us, I'm sure. Well, we knew it was coming this way. Well, one of our fans has been knocked out. The fan has been hit. And, well, you'll probably see, I don't know if you can see our reactions on the comms cam here. When this ball is coming, we know it's coming our way. We were ready for it. Look at us, we're ready. It's coming in. Look at Tarek behind me. Tarek, show us this again. Tarek is here, so we've got to show this. Hang on, we'll have to show it after this ball. What a shot that is. Hang on. Let's see this one first. That's short, and that is going to go all the way as well. That is going to be probably just, no, it's 6 runs. It goes all the way. Well, back-to-back 60. Charles Fernando being taken to the cleaners. Can we have a look at that shot from the comms cam here again? We knew it was coming in our way. Well, that is the one that comes in. If we have a look at it from comms cam, I mean, look at Tarek behind us. And I don't know if Vinny got a chance to see this. Well, one of our fans gets knocked out. And, well, we might get a chance to see that again later. But we were just getting some cakes and the yogurt drink that we love. A bit of the old banana yogurt drink. And then next thing we know, in came the ball. And the fan has been knocked out. And I'm pleased to say it's not my fan. My fan is still here. I've still got a fan. In fact, I've got 2 fans here. Vinny's fan is out. Well, it's been modified. Can I just say, though, Vinny, if the fan wasn't there, you know what would have happened? Well, Vinny was leaning right over the equipment. This is the one thing. I know we love our Casa Grande. We do. As Charles Fernando. Well, this one gets has played away. This one should be stopped. It will be. We love our Casa Grande, but one thing for the future that we have to request is a transparent roof. If we can have a transparent roof, only the front of it, then we can see these balls. We know where they are. But without that transparent roof, you know, well, Vinny has got his fan back. It has a few bits missing, but it's working. Okay, this one is going to be a Baximo. It's going to be another 6. And Charles Fernando, this is an expensive over. That's the 3rd 6 of the over. 20 have come from it. He just hasn't got the line right here, Fernando. I think Charles sometimes is he knows he's got pace, and he likes to try to intimidate the batters with the short stuff. But he's always going to come across some batters that like it in that area. And Anik Ahmed certainly is one. So another one that gets blasted away. So this is the over that Roma Bangla Morning Sun were waiting for. And Vinny will join me shortly. I think after doing some of the housekeeping and getting the fans sorted, Vinny puts away the yogurt. Look at this. Let's go back to after this because I want to see, right, we can do it here. This is a single. Single gets taken. It's the end of the over. We might have a quick look first at the standings before we go back to that image from comms out. Well, that's the ball that comes in. You can't see too much. Look at this here. Look at that is, I love it. I love it. Well, what you don't see is Billy's back. Billy talking through that.
I actually think I handled it reasonably well. I saw it was going to hit the fan, so then I had to protect the equipment from the fan. But then the problem was it knocked. You know how fans have got the guard in the front. When the ball hit the thing, the front guard. So I basically caught the blades. It reminded me of a MythBusters episode where can that actually cut your hand off? Luckily, nothing was injured except for the fan guard.
Yeah.
And the wire backing. Then the blades were hitting the back of it. But it's because I just had to unbend those wires, and I think it's safe. I think.
Yeah, it's. I think it's safe unless you put the front. If you put the front on, it will go.
No,
it'll be like
the front's gone. We'll auction that off later. But I'm pretty happy. But protect the equipment. I take it seriously.
What about a bad time with that? We were just getting our little chocolate cakes and a yogurt. the ball.
Yeah.
But Tarek's face, he's just standing there like a statue behind me. And I like the way he's standing behind me. Now, don't worry about saving me, Tarek. Where's he gone, Tarek? And, well, it looks like... Oh, we go.
Well, hold on 1 second.
Well, I think now it looks like Diana is going to try and put the front on that fan. This is going to be a bit dodgy. Well, maybe Diana's thinking about the health and safety here as well. They go straight back to Bilal. And Bilal here now is coming left arm around the wicket. You've lost your fan again. The only fan you have, and you lost it.
I was going to say, well, Dinah's broken into... I thought I had the delicate balance correct. And now she's trying to reattach the safety, but that actually seems pretty dangerous.
I think it might be going if you put that back on. Well, we'll have to wait and see. In comes Bilal again. Gets the edge. And it's a great take. Rila Garage with a brilliant catch. And what a wicket this is. And Ikami, the captain, will go for 21. Have a look at it. superb. Absolutely brilliant. Well, I tell you what, I like those shirts. They look like lightning. And this bit of wicket keeping was lightning quick as well. I know, Vinny, you're going to enjoy this.
Yeah, and that's the good thing actually about keeping actual fast bowling. You actually have more time to set yourself. You get to see he was wrong-footed there, but he didn't panic. He set his feet, and he was able to push off the other way. So it's a brilliant bit of keeping from Rila Gadagi. I've forgotten his age, but you wouldn't believe it.
40-something, isn't he now?
Yeah, late 40s as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess 47,
okay,
but I will tell you in a moment. But I was really impressed with that bit of keeping. Also, credit to Bilal, and it changes the angle. Yeah, okay, he's actually 49.
Oh.
He's 49 years old. If there's a Mr. Universe for 50 plus, I think that Sajid might be in
hang on, Vinny, that's nothing. That's nothing. Alfonso,
I know what you're going to say.
Played yesterday, 77. He played.
Yeah, I know.
Almost took a great catch.
As 12 matches he's played now, doesn't have a run or a wicket.
I thought you might get a bowl or a bat. I mean, they were being hammered all over the place yesterday.
Diana, the fan doctor, might have fixed this on that. Now she's talking about my safety. She's sticking her hands into the blades right now. But anyway, as Mosen comes in, I do say it's a bit of a big three, not to take away from the middle order of Roma Bangla Morning Sun, but typically when they win a lot of games, it's because someone in their top three fires, and it went to Bilal. Mosen comes in at number 3.
Yeah, you're right. We've seen that already in the stats. These three, so Anigamid, Rehan and Moshin, have scored the bulk of the runs. And it looks like your fan is back and running. So Vinny will adjust that now so he gets it playing on him properly. Oh, that's been mullered. It's up in the air and taken. The catching is great. The catching is brilliant. So Moshin will go for a second ball duck. So we're going to see another Peacock Friday duck. So I'm in Moshin. Now remember, I was talking about their batting and the batters that they've got. And I mentioned that Rehan, of course, he's their top batter. We know that. And then if you look at the other batters there, you got Anik Ahmed, he's already gone. So he gets past 300 runs, but has departed. I'm in Moshin, started the day on 284. He's now gone. After that, there's a big difference. Shoal Chowdhury is just gone past the 100 mark. So you can see how big that wicket is. So Moshin goes, he gets a Peacock Friday duck. And now you can say that after that big expensive over from Charles Fernando, Bilal has put them right back in front here. 2 wickets in this over. We've seen Bilal do this before, Vinny. When he starts, he comes his first over, he bowls over the wicket, then he's second round the wicket.
Yeah, that's right. And it's interesting. I think a lot of the time it's because he's not getting that big in hoop, which is his real weapon when he bowls over the wicket. But obviously the double strike pretty important. Here's Shoal Chowdhury. Well, maybe it's Bappy time. He's a guy, sometimes pressure brings the best out of people.
I like him. I think he's actually a good batter, and maybe he'll show that here in this match because I just think we haven't seen the best of him.
Yeah, I agree with that, 100%. Okay, so last ball of the power play goes back over. There's Bilal. Pretty good one first up. Probably one you can afford to play back because that's the end of Bilal. It takes 2 for 10 here in the first semi. And at the end of the power play, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, 31 for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 10. I just want to, that over then that's a wicket maiden because I thought that's what the score was at the end of 2. Just confirming it, yes. A double wicket maiden from Bilal. Vinny, one thing I want somebody to check. I reckon here in Rome, we have seen the most maidens and wicket maidens than anywhere.
Yeah, it just feels like
I
it,
reckon
doesn't it?
it's here.
Yeah, we've had. No, you're right there.
Without further, I mean, somebody can check that out from. I reckon. I know we used to have a graphic which showed maidens where we've been because
Yeah,
they're
old
pretty rare.
That's gone out the window a bit since the Grizzly era.
Yeah.
They've been flying.
But I reckon here I reckon we've had probably over 10 in this series already. And
Yeah.
that is something quite amazing. 2 wicket maiden there from Bilal Khan. Sensational. I know that, if Monica was in the chat, she'll be jumping around because she's a big fan of Bilal. So Bilal, great bit of bowling. And Dave is the first to pick up on that.
Yeah, well, they've got plenty of options, pace and spin, don't they? When I look at this actual lineup, they're quite pace heavy, aren't they? They've got 4 genuine paces in there that they can use.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've got Samarage in there, but a couple of spin options aren't there for Roma CC today.
Atanaika gets given the nod before Nathan Adige. Yeah, chance for Dan, though, was just a little bit short. I know he's got the genuine pace, but he didn't get that ball in the right area. And I can see that Chenidu Ruka is happy. And it's got a smile on her face and sending some love because of those couple of wickets there from Roma. All right, let's see how Atanaika does here. I have to say, your fan is making a lot of unusual
Mine already
noise.
had a few clunks. It's like an old kind of car from the 60s. Is that Naka? He's rocked him. He's rocked his stumps, and Bappy's going to have to go for a duck. Roma CC. They have 3 earlyish wickets here in the first semi-final. That one nipped back and took out middle and off. It's 33 for 3.
Well, similar to Machine, it's a 2-ball duck. That's been the story of today. Well, a couple of 2-ball ducks in it, but look at this ball come back. Oh, it's an absolute beauty. It's a gem. It really is. It's an absolute corker. That's the only way to describe that. It's almost unplayable. You got a feel for Chowdhury there. Well, he's going to be caught up with the Peacock Friday duck. Here we go. And, well, there's Derek. And, well, Derek certainly has had plenty of time to show off his Peacock Friday shirt. And, well, that's unfortunate. And the reason he's gone, because of this. Look, this is an absolute gem. They don't come any better than this. Look at this ball. Oh, what a beauty. What a beauty.
Yeah. Moving the ball.
Yeah.
We said it earlier. It's a pretty true pitch bounce-wise, but we have seen these Grizzlies. I don't know what it is, because it's not the kind of conditions you'd normally say, oh, these are real swing-friendly.
Yeah.
I reckon it's probably just a wives' tale, the whole cloud cover thing. Sometimes it goes, sometimes it doesn't. They put a man on the mood. They can't tell you why the ball swings and why it doesn't.
Yeah.
In certain conditions.
Yeah, and when you think about it here, if you look at it here at the moment, it's almost clear blue skies, just a couple of clouds around. Technically, you would think it's not ideal swing conditions, but the ball moving big today, we saw earlier. Shakil Hussain was getting it to move around. That one's literally cut him in half. That's a quick delivery. And it's Kadir Abdul, who has at times been the saviour for the Roma Bangla Morning Sun. He's played some good innings, but you've got to say he's more of a quick fire batter. He doesn't tend to stick around much. He goes for the big shots. And coming in here at number 5 to see if he can make something happen for his team. Oh, gets done. Well, they're liking this. He's gone. Yeah, look at this ball. I mean, talk about the ball moving around. It's going to be another 2-ball duck. This time for Abdul Vinny. Look at this one. Oh, look at that.
I mean, it's the thing. Not a lot of foot movement there. They've put it in dangerous corridors, haven't they? And it's interesting. Roma CC, we know they often like to go quite pace heavy, but they're getting the most out of this track at the moment. And at Nika, well, he's got reason to celebrate. That will be another wicket down. Roma Bangla Morning Sun lose Abdul as well. And things are not going to plan at the moment for the Banglas. Now, guess who's back? It's Peacock Derek, and he's growing. And to be honest, Roma CC, their confidence is growing. Wow, he's almost full human size now, isn't he? But
you're not the only one that likes the food out here, Vinny, because Derek is loving it. Yeah, I think Derek's definitely been on the old carbonaras as well. Atanaika, he's been bowling beautifully. Oh, well, look at this one. The batter just doesn't fancy this at all. just literally allows the ball to hit him. This is Mohamed Amin that has come out now.
Tell you what, if you're Roma CC, you'd be telling yourself, look, we get Raihan here and we enter the bottom half, we could really keep this down to something incredibly low. But interesting also, Roma Bangla Morning Sun's still given 20% chance of fight back. Well, next time Amin says, well, don't you worry about me, I can hold the bat myself, and he gets off the mark with a Maximo.
Well, the end of the over is a big 6 to finish it. Apart from that, the only run that had come off that over was from the very first ball. That was a wide. And 2 wickets in that one as well, though. And though that 6 comes in very handy, they are still in a lot of trouble here. 39 for 4 at the end of 4.
Yeah, it's been that kind of day, hasn't it? Game's heading one way, then there's a turning point, then another team can work back into the game, so I wouldn't write them off just yet. But put it this way, when you do win the toss and you send in a team that you know actually can score some big runs, when you have them 39 for 4 after 4, you're pretty happy with your decision.
Yeah, now, quite rightly, I think you want to stick with pace here. Pace has worked pretty well, and it's not a bad option to go for. And Nathan Adige, also a very good quick fast bowler. He's bowls very similarly to Charles Fernando. He needs to be just a little bit full. It looks like the medics come out here, so somebody needs a little bit of a treatment. I think it could be, yeah, one of the batters there. So the old magic spray is coming out for the fingers, and it looks like the batter who's just come out there. So Mohamed Amin, and I don't think it's the one that he got the very first ball when he just backed away, so caught him quite high up on the shoulder, and yeah, it looks like maybe the seam of the ball might have just cut him there, because I can see that it's not just a spray that's been applied.
Right.
Looks like he had maybe a bit of treatment there, so you can't quite see what's happening there. Well, there's the spray, and I can see the spray, so it looks like they may have put, maybe the seams just cut him a little bit as well, because it looks like they put a bit of a bandage on there first.
It's interesting they're going to Nathan Digo. They're obviously saying, well, look, the pace is working. You know, we're going to stick with what's working until there's reason to go otherwise. But think of the options they've got. They've got Morago with the ball. They've got Samarago with the ball. So you've got 2 left-arm spinners there. I mean, Fernando, obviously, you could unleash him at any moment, although his first over was a little bit expensive. But yeah, they're using their 4 paces first up. I think Samarago is an obvious for me as a 5th bowler, but you also got Morago in there as well. Put it this way: if we get down to denim bowling, well then they're desperate. But yeah, they got plenty of options. You got Rahat as well with his finger spin, potentially.
Yeah, I think because the seamers definitely have worked at the moment, they want to stick to that. Just that one expensive over, and well, wild swing, not a good shot this from Rehan. He's got a feel for him a bit. He's probably thinking, all right, there's no point me just sticking around here and hoping that we end up with some runs. I've got to play some shots here, and he probably hasn't got that much faith in the batting that he's got around him and batting to come. So he knows he's got to play big innings here and try and stay there towards the end as well. Well, that one's in the air and will go in the gap. So nice shot. I think one thing about Rehan is he's very clever in picking his gaps. He knows where the field is, so you can see that's why he's going for that shot there. He knows that they haven't got a mid-wicket in that slot. Well, now that changes. Mid-wicket does go there, so they haven't brought the 3rd up, so no sweeper out on the offside. They've got 3 men now on that leg side. Pretty orthodox field. Square leg, mid-wicket, long on, long off, and 3rd back. So no sweeper on the off. So I wonder if Rehan will now target the offside. No. Still opts to go across the line here. He'll just take a single. Hands the strike over now to Mohamed Amin.
Yeah, well, that's 3 innings really today where we've seen a bunch of early wickets fall. Isn't that interesting? Maybe it's just coincidence. Just bowling sides getting on a bit of a roll early. I mean, though, really trying to cover those stumps. Backs away and has a wild woolly woof at this one. Can't connect.
Yeah, I mean, he does like to hit in and over that leg side field, and they know that as well. And I think that's why you can see Nathan Adige say, well, all right, unless you try and play on the offside, unless you look to to cut or uppercut me. Well, I'm not going to give you that option. They've got a good field set for this as well. The third is pretty wide on the boundary. And that swing again. So, yeah, has a big swing and then practices a defensive shot. I think Rehan is saying to him, look, you don't have to swing at every ball. Just get bat and ball, take a few singles. Of course, Rehan, the last time we saw him, of course, he brought up that brilliant century in match number 50 as well, which I thought was very nice. 115 of 39. That's his highest score now on the network. He has had a century before, and that was 113. Another swing and a miss here from Amin, and I think you can see now, after trying to talk to him from the other end, Rehan will have a little talk to him as they cross over. That's the end of the over. 5 overs now completed, so it's a good time to invite you into our commentary position. 44 for 4, and Vinny, Roma CC, they're well rested, starting to show us some of their class.
That's true, but this is finals cricket, and it's rarely just a straight line, isn't it? And Roma Bangla Morning Sun, when I think about some of their most remarkable performances, and I'm thinking about, when they chased that 175 last year, which was a record chase at the time, it was often kind of the middle order digging them out of trouble. We tend to concentrate a lot on, the openers even, Mosen's done a good job at 3.
Yeah.
But when they've come up with the big results, often it's someone like an Amin, for example, that might just dig him out of trouble. Right now, Raihan, let's not forget, he's still there, and he's a big threat. He's coming off century as well. Again, this one gets a bit big at him. Probably just gloves it down the leg side away from Rilagadagi, and it escapes to the boundary.
Yeah, what a leap that is from Rila. 49, remember, we established he is, but he's still moving around like a spring chicken. Couldn't get to that one, though, so Rehan moves to 18, 4 more to him. And they do go with Ethan Ladige. And then Ethanaika comes straight back after him. That's the better delivery. I wonder if there's anything on this. I guess we'll never know because they don't run. I think he might have just caught a little bit off a feather inside edge on that because the ball does go downwards. You can see that the bowler getting a little bit excited. Yeah, that last over from Ethan Ladige already going for 5 runs. Keeping the pressure on. But of course, one good little partnership here can make the difference. That's well bowled again, and as you can see, Rehan not very happy with the shot that
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back. We're back and apologies for that. We had some issues at the ground where all the power just went off, and one of those eerie moments when just everything goes absolutely quiet. So everything is sorted now, so we are back. And hello to everybody in the chat. John Eacham saying, feeling degenerate? No, the generator was fine. So we don't know what happened. I mean, obviously, I think the boys at Spring Media have traced all the wires and found an issue somewhere. But we are back. That's the good news. So remember, when we left you, we saw that Roma Bangla Morning Sun was struggling a little bit. 48 for 4. They've just gone past the halfway mark. And Athanaika has started his second over. He's halfway through it. 2 for 12 he's got at the moment. And Roma CC at the moment just keeping the seamers on. So it looks like we are ready to start here. So Athanaika will continue. So in comes Athanaika, and he's going to start with a wide. I suppose we'll often wonder whether a break like this, who does it suit more. I personally think it's more the fielding side, the batter, especially if you're someone like Sharif Rehan, who had just, started to get going, was getting himself in now, has had a bit of a delay, needs to start over again. Plays this one just into the ground. Will just take a single. The strike now goes back to Mohammed Amin, who's well, it has hit one big ball for 6, but that's the only shot he's played so far. So 5 balls, one has gone for 6, the other 4 being dots. He's swinging, and he's swinging wild, and hasn't made too much contact. Athanaika keeps him swinging again. It's a good heavy delivery, and he does need to think about playing different shots here. He's just going for the same shot all the time. You see, he always practices the shots after he misses the ball. So he swings and misses, and then he plays the right shot and sort of goes batting. Rehan doesn't look too impressed at the other end, does he? Just leaning on his bat at the moment. Like 50 up now. But we are coming to the end of the 6th over. Now that's pitched up high in the air, catching opportunity. They don't normally put them down, and they're not going to put this one down either. And that is Tushara Samarakun, who comes in and takes a catch. Their catching normally is so good. They don't give you too many chances. In the air it goes. It's up, it's in the air. In comes Tushara. He takes a catch. You can see Athanaika, he's already celebrating because he's not expecting Samarakun to put that one down. So, I mean, he will depart. He was missing more than he was hitting. Just the one shot for 6. Other than that, that's his lot. So he's another one that will go back into the team dugout. And at the end of the 6th over, you can see that the struggles are on for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They are now 50. And for 5 wickets down, it's Saiful Islam who comes in at number 7 to try and keep company to Sharif Rehan, who now really must be thinking he's got to try and maintain most of the strike if they are to get to a decent score that they can feel they can defend against this very powerful and talented Roma CC side. So we're going to go back to Nathan Adige, and that's being worked away. That's going to go all the way, It's a lovely shot. He plays this beautifully. Look at that one. It's going. That's disappearing. It's gone over the fence, and it will go all the way to the other part of the ground. So look at it goes through the garden, and look at it go. Adios, Balota. We say goodbye to the ball, but we say hello to Mr. Maximo with his hand.
Yeah, I've just finished plugging everything back in. I don't know if it's related to the fact that the fan got knocked out earlier. I don't know if it's a coincidence or whatever.
I was thinking maybe it was your fan that sorted everything out.
Dinah fixing it, I think. That's better. Better length. Lost the battle with the short ball, didn't he? It was a proper backsimo, wasn't it, from Raihan? Top edge flew over the fence. Yeah, no, it's moments like that, occasionally I get this kind of reality check of how ambitious and how crazy the European Cricket Series is. We've basically taken suburban grounds and we have rigged them to the eyeballs so that we can create an international television broadcast. So, yeah, occasionally when when everything blows up, I mean, maybe that's a good sign for Golden Ball fans out there. I remember the first one of the year in Gibraltar, actually.
Yeah.
First one of this year. Diego comes in, and he's going to... dropped it. He actually had it in his left hand, and I think that when his hand hit the ground, that's when the ball pops out.
Yeah, we'll take a good look at this here. I mean, it's a great reflex catch. Look, he has it just here. Look, he's keeping it up in the hand, and then as soon as the arm hits, you're right, Vinny, the ball just pops out. He was never able to get the fingers around it.
And the thing is, if the ball had popped the other way, he had his right hand ready to kind of like try and get the rebound, but the ball went the other side of his arm, and he just couldn't get it. It's a bit of a life there for Saiful Islam. All right, now goes after this. End of the bat job, though. Samrakun's lurking. Oh, wonderful fielding. Basically rejects it. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar style there. Saves a 6. And that's some of the athleticism we've come to expect from Samarakun, who, by the way, has at least one broken finger right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, it takes off. And look, Bilal was lurking, and Bilal, I could see him saying there, if he popped it upwards, I would have had it. Can you imagine if that was taken? That would have been quite amazing.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to go kind of hard-handed. Didn't want to risk being a bit too fancy in case it went through his fingers and went for 6. So I suppose I can understand that. Bilal was lurking for the crumbs, though, wasn't he? Couple to come then in the 7th over. Now it goes after this one. It's a standing sweep, and he's going to get it over the fence. Maximo Raihan. He's still there, and he's still, I think, the key to Roma Bangla Morning Sun, putting a good score on the board here.
Yeah, he definitely is. He sort of fetches this one from outside the off and puts it way over that square leg boundary. Very good hit.
Yeah, so when I think about what we're actually doing here, it is quite crazy. So if the grid blows up occasionally, that's just kind of the price of doing business. Last ball for Natandige, and he gets carved away over backward point. That's a really good shot as well. So Raihan starts to muscle up into 7, 70 for 5.
Yeah, that's a good response from Raihan, isn't it? He needed something big, needed a big over there, and he gets a big over. That one does go magical. So 20 come off that one, especially with those 2 60s at the end of it. So 20 runs off Natandige. And now I think this is here where they probably must be thinking about going to that spin attack.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe it's time. Yeah, I was going to say in Gibraltar, we actually had the power out in the whole country, which is not something you see very often. We had, the lights go off. Remember, it was a night game.
Yeah.
So we had the lights go off, and then by the time they came back on, because of how late it got, it had to be a 7-over game, and it turned out to be a golden ball. We almost had a golden ball today. Earlier, didn't we? Went down to the last ball in the Eliminator. This is what's happening right now with Greece playing Malta. Last score I had was Greece 36 for 2 in the 6th. And Isle of Man have been reasonably impressive so far. They're taking on Serbia. And Serbia, I think it's the first time that we've seen their national women's team on the network. But I can tell you about 3/4 of those players, they were playing for Lavender Lionesses in the ECSW just a couple of weeks ago. And speaking of golden balls, that's the last golden ball we had. They won it. That was a crazy game.
Samarage does get balled into the attack, so the spin. And, well, he goes back, place it away. It will just be a single. And that's the difference now with Samarage, I suppose, when he's in there, that they're taking the pace off. So whereas you saw that Raihan, he was taking and timing the quick bowlers away quite nicely without too much effort. Now the effort has to come into the shots.
Well, bowled. Again, doesn't know whether to come forward or back here, really. And I think that Saiful Islam is probably pretty conscious he doesn't want to get out as well. You know, he probably feels if he gets out, that heaps more pressure on Raihan, but he still has to, at minimum get out the way. Wasn't able to get the single that time. And then, second ball. He basically gets greedy and says, all right, maybe I'm going to risk a boundary, but it works out to be another dot. Bit of an appeal here, but got a feeling he's safely behind the line.
Yeah, it's worth having a look at it again. I mean, sometimes from side on, we're a little bit surprised. He does, look, he rocks back. Now, does he keep the foot down? Yeah, he does.
He's all right.
Yeah, he's okay. Never really lifts that foot up.
Because Samaragi is reading his mind. He knows, okay, he's a couple of dots. He's probably itching to get a boundary away. So Samaragi is kind of luring him into it, isn't he? But not really giving him a healthy length to hit. This has been a really good over. Good time for Roma CC to go to spin. Now, they're not going to take a run here either. So this over is basically a write-off. And Raihan won't want a single here. He's just going to sit in his bat. And if you're Islam here, I mean, you'd say, is it a free hit? But then also, do you want to lose a wicket? Probably not. I think he's dispensable. Last ball, the over. Goes for it, gets nothing. Brilliant over from Prathuvi, just 2 coming off it. And Roma CC bite back as they go to spin. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun, 72 for 5 after 8.
Yeah, they've got the all-round attack. I mean, they've got those seamers. And even when one of them, like Charles Fernando, didn't quite work, went for 21, didn't he? So, I mean, they just went straight back to Bilal. Great over from him. Remember that over. A double wicket maiden from Bilal over number 3. Then Athalanka's bowled very well. And Nathan Adiga. And just as soon as one of those seamers went big again, they thought, right, time for spin. Samarage comes in, keeps it nice and tidy. And, right, he's going to be followed by, of course, his spin partner is going to be Dinadu Marage.
Yeah, I was wondering what they'd do with Raihan back on strike, whether they'd stick with spin. But, yeah, he's surely going to bowl Samarage in the 10th. So it's okay, left arm spin's working. Let's stick with it. And to be honest, Raihan did heat up against pace. So even though it means you're going to go spin, 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 I think it kind of makes sense. You've got to play the situation.
Yeah, I thought Rehan would try and sort of keep most of the strike because at the moment, every time he gets a single, the runs dry up. But he's still having faith in Islam to try and get something going.
That's the difference between early and the over. Raihan is desperate for that single to get back on strike.
Yeah.
Look, this is where the rubber hits the road. I mean, Raihan is batted, stoically in a way to at least get deep into the 9th over now, but he's got to have a dip at Marage. Classic cat and mouse happening here. Raihan 40 off 20, keeping his team in the contest. He does. Great footwork, great shot, 6 runs, maximal. And that's the class of Sharif Raihan. This is a classic shot. You'll find it in the textbook. And just goes cover drive, gets closer to the pitch to make it more drivable. Exquisite batting from Sharif Raihan.
Yeah, it's a delightful shot. Takes him to 46. Just a boundary away from what would be a fine half century, considering that the rest of the batting just hasn't really gone at all. It's been a bit of a collapse from all the others, but he's still there.
If I'm Raihan, I'm thinking this is quicker, and I'm setting on the back foot. No, it's tossed up again. Credit to Marage there for having the courage to toss it up again. Probably 6 and 1's not the worst result at this stage, considering Islam's had a real tough time of it against the spin. He's 3 off 8. He's going to try and smoke this. Well, tries in the air and gone. Well, they catch so well, and that guy is one of the best exponents, I think, in that long on position that we've seen throughout the Shara Samarakun, who takes that low to the ground, and so the grind from Saif comes to an end. He'll go for 3. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun, 81 for 6.
When you watch this, I mean, he didn't pick this early. He picks it late. And then he has to dart forward. So he recovers and takes a great catch. So it turns out to be a little bit harder than what it probably would have been, but he doesn't pick it straight away. And then you see when he's trying to get forward and get in position, he does slip a little as well, but he keeps his upper body so straight when he dives that he holds on to another catch. And now another one coming his way, and he ain't going to drop this one either. 2 in 2, and Dinadu is going to get 2 wickets right at the end of his spell. But unfortunately for him, he won't get another chance. He will, but he's got a hat-trick, but he won't be able to complete it this time. Another one bites the dust. And, well, Samarakun, his catching is just sensational.
It's probably the play from Cameron. I mean, he's got 1 ball to face in the over. He probably doesn't want a 1, so he might as well try and be a hero and try and hit a boundary. They shouldn't run out of wickets here now, 81 for 7. But, yeah, well, giant golden duck, 24 carat. I like a little pat in the back there as well. These players got a lot of respect for each other. Bilal gives him a little pat, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. So Raihan's going to face up, and if I'm completely honest here, I actually think I'm not running a 1. I think I've got 6 balls just to try and hit boundaries. Yeah. I just think now you're batting with the number 9, Talina Ratnaika. Has come out there. 10th overtime. Gets one a little bit short. Does he get enough on it? Going, and gone. Maximal. Slightly dragged down by Samarage, who I think's conscious of getting danced at and driven. Raihan, he does the job, doesn't he? Gets 6 runs over the leg side.
Yeah, and brings up his 50. Well batted indeed. I mean, it's been a difficult innings for the opener with all the other batters falling around him, but he gets the boundary, gets 50 to his name, and he's looking to attack all the way through. Rila looking to take the bails off here? He does, but I think once again, the foot just stays down on the ground.
Can you go kind of fighting 100 here? In Roma CC, we know, sometimes things can unravel for them. Maybe you back them very strongly from this situation, though. Especially in finals, they've got such a good record in finals over the last 2 or 3 years. Raihan 53 and counting. He does walk at this one. Almost carries down to Samarakun. Interesting, they will take the single, so Ratnaka will face up.
Yeah, I'm surprised with that. But he's never turned down a run here, Rehan. All the way through this innings, whoever he's been with, he's never turned it down. So he's basically saying, well, look, you've got a bat in your hand, and I expect you to be able to use it. Ratnaka plays a lovely shot. Good stop.
Ratnaka, 20th match, and that is his 4th run on ECS. That's why I thought that maybe he wouldn't be.
It's not a bad shot, actually.
No, it's fine.
Cuts it well. It's a good bit of fielding to stop it. And
you're not taking one this time, though. You're going to go boundary, or die trying.
Denim's area, isn't it? That one gets played away. Is he going to take the one?
Can't.
He then this time he says, no, we're not going this time.
All right. Jeez, it's been hard work, hasn't it, for Roma Bangla Morning Sun here. Raihan has basically stuck it out here. Last ball coming up. Push through, feels for it, and actually gets the gap, gets 4. So that'll drag them into the 90s. Raihan carrying the innings for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They have 93 for 7 after their 10 overs. It's not too far off, actually, what we saw in the first game of the day. That pushed a pretty exciting contest, but you would say the reigning champions, Roma CC, will be by far the happier of the two teams halfway through this first semi-final.
Yeah, they certainly will. Remember that in the group stages, as we just see an umpire fail there, trying to be a bit fancy with his footwork. But yeah, all the way through, they've had the upper hand against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They've beaten them twice, and the last time they beat them, once again, it was a fairly low-scoring one when Roma Bangla Morning Sun made 85 for 9. And Roma CC, they knocked them off quite convincingly, winning by 7 wickets. And you'd be expecting them to probably do the same again here. But look, don't forget, you still got some good bowlers there.
Was that in this game? That feels like it was about 3 hours ago that we lost the fan. Yeah, I love this catch, though, from Rilla. Nothing better than standing about half a mile back and watching a big, juicy edge flying through. And, well, the 49-year-old that defies Father Time had no problem with that. That was the end of Anik Ahmed. And actually, then Ahmed Mohsin would also go soon after. He'd go for a second baller. Got to say, Roma CC, they're known for their catching, and I think for the most part it holds up during this 10 overs.
Yeah, I mean, in the field they are sensational. Most of the time they hardly make an error. Their catching is superb. And when you got the likes of some of the catchers in that side, the Charles Fernandos, and of course, somebody like Zinadu, and also, of course, how can you not mention him, Samarakun, you know that if you put the ball up in the air, if you don't clear the boundary, the chances are they're going to get you. That was a great bit of bowling as well. That was a sensational over from Atanaika, and the same way that Bilal Khan took 2 wickets in over number 3. 2 for no runs, by the way. Atanaika takes 2 wickets in over number 4 as well. And with those wickets going down and with them being 39 for 4, it was always going to be a struggle to try and get to that 100 mark.
Yeah, I mean, well, Samarakun, he's a bit of a wizard, to be honest. He's got a set of fingers at the moment that look a bit like a witch's broomstick. But anyway, it seems to be working for him. This one would have been a specky as well. Nutton Deegate just had a ball that bobbled out of his hand. That was a fantastic rejection as well from Samarakun down the ground. But Raihan, I mean, credit to him. Someone needed to stand up and give them a fighting chance. And his 58 sets up a score of 93. And some of his shots, they're pure cricket shots, aren't they?
Yeah.
Especially, I love that one. He danced, went over cover. Just had a bit of trouble with getting the right support. I mean, I know that he had people stay with him for a little while, but they weren't able to do too much of their own bat. I mean, 6 off 7. You had Saiful Islam 3 off 9. Just struggled with the switch to spin a bit as well towards the end. So Roma CC, they seem to kind of pull all the right strings, don't they? They go heavy on pace, kind of an all-out pace assault to start the innings, and then the 2 left-arm tweakers finish things off pretty well for Roma CC. But Raihan, like I said, he's the reason I think that Banglas have a chance, especially if they can kind of penetrate that top order in the first few overs of the chase.
Yeah, so that's the way it ends. So once again, it's not a high-scoring start to Finals Day, but you expect it to be tense. You expect the players to, of course, be a little bit nervous. And I think whatever runs that you can get on the board well, I think that's going to be value, and that's the thing. And with them getting to the 90s here, all right, I mean 93 for 7 doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a huge match. It's a semi-final. Roma CC know that. They will go out there with a few nerves behind them. There's no doubt about that. And if someone like Anik Ahmed can find his form with the ball and he can take a few quick wickets early on, anything can happen still in this match. 58 not out from Rehan. What a great knock from him. Remember last time we saw him, he scored a century, so he's been in great form. That was not out here today as well. Anik Ahmed does get 21, but other than that, well, you saw the number of ducks there. There was 4 ducks. 3 of them were 2-ball ducks, and then you had a golden duck in there as well for Kamran. There's the bowling figures. 3 wickets there for Atanaika. He bowled beautifully. 2 there for Dinadu Marage. But look at that opening spell there from Bilal Khan as well. Remember, his second over was a double wicket maiden. So that's the way it looks at the end of the first innings. Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They got 93 on the board, thanks mainly to Rehan's 58 not out. Roma CC needing to get a 94 to progress and make their way forward. Remember, looking to do it on 2 wins on the spin here in Rome. They were the winners last year. They are the reigning champions, and they're looking to book their place in the final. Join me, Rico Fool, along with Vinny Sandu, when we come back in about 10 minutes' time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the beautiful Roma cricket ground. Doesn't it look absolutely stunning? And well, that's our little Casa Grande there on the left. And of course, since then the builders have been in. Well, our Casa Grande is being dwarfed by the castle that has been built to the left of us. But of course, that's all in preparation for the Meltel Shield. That will be starting here tomorrow. And I can't wait. It's going to be an absolute humdinger. It really is. The best women players in Europe coming together to compete for the Meltel Shield. So I can't wait for that. Of course, you don't have to wait too long for it as well. It's going to be very thrilling. Of course, if you like some women's action, there's plenty of cricket happening in Malta at the moment. We know that Greece are in action at the moment. They are batting where they are taking on Malta at the moment. So we'll keep you updated with the scores in that match. But the scores here in this semi-final, Roma Bologna Morning Sun have put 93 on the board. So 94 is the target for Roma CC. And they'll be hoping that they don't have any issues getting there. First one is up in the air. He's just going to get that over the infield. He'll just take probably the single here. So Dinadu up and running. Of course, hasn't had the best of Sirius so far with the bat. I know that the last time that I saw him was the first time that I saw him get into the 30s. So he's looking to go well. This guy, though, Tashara Samarakun, he has been good. Of course, don't forget the 3 catches that he took were quite amazing. 1 or 2 of them quite sensational diving forward. And very powerful left-hander. They rely a lot on him, really. He seems to, if he goes well, then Roma CC go well as well. So let's see if he can get off to a good start. And Mungu Kamaran is the man who's going to be coming in, firing in towards him. Of course, they've got a good opening attack. Kamaran here, then Anik Ahmed as well. That's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide straight away. Coming around the wicket, so it doesn't want to stay over. I often see bowlers that make a change straight away. I'd like to see him stick with coming over a few times first before he makes a change, but it just goes a little bit too straighter. And I think also the likes of Raccoon will probably prefer him coming left arm around because it just may be a better angle for him. I think it makes it harder with the LBW. Cameron and squares him up a little. It's got a good bit of pace. They'll take the single, so both batters are off the mark. Cameron back to his mark. Temperatures starting to creep up now, probably in the about 26 degrees, and at some point we'll be touching on the 30 once again. But there is a breeze around the ground today, to the relief of most. And now to the right-hander once again. He goes down the leg side. It's always going to be a bit of a worry. And of course, it's celebrations in Ukraine today. It's a day of the national flag in Ukraine. And I know that's a big holiday for them. And of course, back on this day in 1926, the great lover, as he was known, motion picture actor Rudolph Valentino, died suddenly at the age of 31, prompting a widespread public grief from his fans. Yeah, Rudolph Valentino passing away at the early age of 31 on this day back in 1926. Taking on the sharp single, and they will get their very quick running between the wickets from these two, from Dinadu and Samraku. Need early wickets here. You think that even if Roma CC get a slow start here with the rate that they need to go at, it's currently just above the 9. They know they can pick that up at any time. I think they'll probably be keen to weather maybe the first 4 overs that come their way from the pace of Cameron here. And also you'd expect Anik Ahmed to bowl the second. If they can just go tiki-taka, maybe pick up just the 1 boundary an over. That's what they're probably looking to do here. 1 boundary per over and then run those singles pretty hard. 5 on the board already, courtesy of a couple of wides, 2 wides and 3 singles in the over. And 1 boundary will then just mean that they will get the 9 that they're looking for. Cameron. And that's the shot he was looking for. Will get past 1, but they'll, again, just a single. So still no boundary in the innings. And look, Cameron will be hoping that the wides that he bowled don't catch up with him. If they get a boundary here, that'll be courtesy of those 2 wide deliveries. The extra balls always hurt you, as the coaches will tell you. Left arm. Over the wicket. And that's a sharp delivery, really does. Bounce up viciously towards didn't do. It's the end of the over. And just 6 coming from the first. So 6 without loss. And a good start there from Mongu Kamaran. 96 matches since a golden ball. And, well, that number is closing on. Well, if you don't get one here, well, we'll be starting tomorrow in the hundreds. As Vinny Sandy joins me back in the Casa Grande.
Yeah, nice to be back in the Casa Grande. And, yeah, if we don't get a golden ball today, we'll actually be 99 heading into the first ever Meltle Shield. Wow. I mean, Meltle Shield's going to be wonderful, and it's going to be a real long day, actually, because I know we'll have the presentation of the kits to the teams when they arrive tonight. But remember, they're coming from, I don't even want to know how many countries. It'll be over a dozen countries when I think about the kind of logistics of putting like something like this on. So, I mean, a lot of people grow up hoping to play for their country. I mean, to think you could play for your continent, or kind of in the British and Irish side, you know, it's a group of nations, the Commonwealth nations there that all band together. I'm really, really excited for it, and yeah, make sure you join us for that. But you've got plenty of cricket to watch over this weekend. 3 locations in full swing. Ratnaka, former Roma CC player, by the way, he's going to get over number 2. Samarakun. Lovely. They've stuck with him at the top of the order. Remember, his ton that he made was just breathtaking. You know, it's just before I actually left to go on my little vacation in the middle of the tournament. But I just remember thinking that was such a well put together innings. And he was also really important, I think, a couple of years ago in a situation where we had a slightly different role, kind of middle lower order, to come out and kind of hold his nerve. He plays down the wrong line this time. Interesting also, you've got Chandra Bhowmick, who's up to the stumps as well. Even though he doesn't take that, but he's certainly creating a lot of pressure, takes some of those options away or makes them super risky, like running down the track or over-committing onto the front foot.
Yeah, Ratnaka, so bowling the second over, so they don't go to the captain and Nick Ahmed straight away. So if he can get a good one in here, that's down the ground. Fielder looks at, well, for a moment he thought he had a chance maybe to get to this, but then, well, once he gets to the boundary rope, you can see that this is clearing him by a long way. What a lovely shot. Love the way that Tushara Samarakun holds the pose as this one goes over for 6.
Well, this is why I said, it's not that he can't run down the wicket. Sometimes people say, okay, you can't run down the wicket with the keeper up. Well, you can. You just better not miss it. And it was risky, but it was a beautiful, beautiful shot, really, from Samarakun. Now he's going to pin his ears back on this, and he almost gets caught by Raihan. Watch this. This was absolutely belted. Raihan, I don't even know how he saw it, but he gets a hand on it, bounces up, and he just couldn't get it on the second attempt.
Oh, that would have been quite outstanding. What a catch that could have been. So close for Sharif Raihan. Of course, has scored a half century. If he takes that catch, that could have made a big difference, but a life there for Samarakun being dropped on 8.
Saves 3 runs, though, really. I mean, that was a very good effort from Raihan. That was hit so hard. He wasn't too far from the bat. Marage, well, kind of known for getting him off to good starts and sometimes doesn't really go on with it, but really a good start is probably all you need in this situation. If he could kind of get them to kind of something in the 40s or something in the power play, you'd feel they could probably cruise. But Roma Bangla Morning Sun throwing everything at the hosts here. Pretty well bowled, but he chops it over the fielder. You wouldn't read about it. Marage, he knows every inch of this Roma cricket ground, and he belts it into Into the pitch, yeah. This pitch is so hard that it goes over the infield and somehow ends up at the boundary.
Well, no chance here for the fielder. Just watch this again. He hits it right onto the edge of the pitch, gets good bounce, gets over the fielder. Here we go again, look. No chance. That's going to be 4 runs. Here's a question for you.
Yeah, go
Any relation, Thelina Ratanaika to, of course, Ratanaika that will be playing in the Miltel?
It's actually don't know. Maybe we'll have to check that. Yeah, we've got Methnara behind the stumps, potentially for Team Europe. That time more of a traditional cut shot. That finds the gap as well. And Moraga goes back-to-back boundaries to finish the second over. And Roma CC kind of negotiating the start in the end, 21 without loss. I do think slightly different spelling, although that's not always a guide because the Masuds from Estonia, they have different spellings of their surname. It's just the way they wrote it down on the form. They're actually brothers.
Is that
I'm
really?
going to say one's Masud with a double O and one's Masud with a U, but they are brothers. But look, yeah, that's going to be a really exciting 9 games coming your way over the weekend. It's another ECN first. Looking at these two teams, well, neck and neck, weren't they? Just 2 points separated them on the table. Roma CC, I mean, they made that early run. Remember, they had that run of games that in the end, I think, was it 21? 21 consecutive games, and then it got snapped just short of that Prague CC streak of 24. And yeah, I know that they had their struggles a little bit, maybe in the middle part of the tournament, but they'll know this is business day, and they'll say, look, just like 2 other teams here that share their spots in the top 3, they're 2 wins away from the trophy. You play well, you win. Here's Cameron. He's going to finish his over. Amin comes on now. Top edge, up in the air, and he's dropped it.
Oh, my word.
Well, I mean, that was a fairly regulation catch, wasn't it, for Bomic? Let's have a look at it here. He's got the shades on. Okay, yeah, they're not that comfortable. I think Samarakun just assumed he was a goner here. But slight misjudgment, comes off the end of the fingers and down it goes.
Oh, that's a huge opportunity. I know the one that Samarakun gave earlier was a really spicy chance that Rehan couldn't hold on to. But that's a big moment there. Hello to a few people in the chat. Terry Richmond joining us. And
Terry.
Olo. And hello to Kumadu Pedrick as well, who's saying hello. How are you?
Kumadu.
Yeah.
Hopefully we see you on the weekend.
I'd love to see
I'm sure we will. I mean, short again. Well, that's really reared up. That might have got him on the grill, you know.
I think it does. The umpires will come together now and check. Well, that's a spicy delivery. He goes back into his crease. And that is straight. Have a look at this. Straight onto the groove. I think it might have caught a bit of the glove on the way through. But, yeah, that's a nasty one.
Helmets. Helmets. You know, that saved Moraga a serious injury or worse. And he's a good player. That's the thing. He can deal with the short ball. This one just gets up a bit too much from Amin. First to check if he's okay. And Dinatu. This will be an interesting test. He's a bit of a joker. He's just having a laugh, saying, yeah, I think I'm fine. Now, I've got the medics going out there. You love to see it. The magic spray in the eye will be an interesting one. He just starts shaking the can. Right. Pinch your nose. Here you go.
Yeah, the magic spray is probably not going to be required
like a cockroach.
Well, the medic gets out there, then walks straight back. I think they've already done. I think the umpires have done a little bit of the old collision test
Good
there.
bouncer, though, because it's not too short and actually seams back. That's, I think, the reason that it surprises Moraga. Obviously, that's slow motion as well. It's, yeah, it's all happening here in the third. We had Samarakun get dropped. Moraga takes a standing 8 count. Gets another short one. And it's going to go out of the ground. Well, Maximo, once bitten, twice not so shy from Moraga. This probably isn't over the shoulder, but he has to be careful with the height of this.
It's pretty high. That's pretty high delivery, you
know. It's probably shoulder high. Maybe if he's standing, maybe benefit of the doubt to the bowler.
I mean, he's definitely going upwards. If you think where Dinadu has hit this, I mean, he's sort of. I suppose the one thing about it, he does go back a bit. So if he's staying upright in his crease, it probably just okay.
I think it's okay, but only just. It's a risky one because that would have been 7 with another ball to come. By the way, Moraga just shows he's not afraid of the short ball. He just got kind of beaten by the ball before.
He's played a lot of good cricket, hasn't he, Dinadu Moraga?
Little cult figure is Dinadu. Now stands, drives, hits the sweeper out at deep point for a single.
You see how quickly Dinadu Moraga I mean, batters do different things, don't they? Some always sort of come down the wicket a little bit. Others go across or jump across. Some give themselves a little bit room going down the leg side. Dinadu goes right back in his crease. Just keep an eye on Dinadu when he faces up again. Here's Samrakun. Well, he's given a couple of chances, but he's got lucky.
Hasn't really hurt them on the scoreboard yet. And Samarakun, he gets one that's short of it. He punches it in front of point, and that'll run away for 4. So this opening partnership beginning to blossom. I'm in. Maybe getting a bit too carried away with the bodyline tactics here. You know, the batters all just kind of waiting on the back foot here, kind of knowing it's going to be banged in. It's a well-executed pull stroke.
Yeah, it's a classic pull shot, isn't it? I like the way that he gets a swivel on that, and he hits the ball from high to low, keeping it down all along the deck. And, of course, on this outfield, which is now quick and speedy Gonzalez at the moment, that's always going to be 4, so good shot.
Got to pitch one up, wouldn't you, here? Just see if you maybe get a nick off or kind of catch him on the crease. Yeah, a bit like that. And he goes searching for it. Samarakun survives the over, not without a couple of hairy moments. Roma CC, 33 without loss at the end of the power play.
Yeah, big over. Of course, the big talking moment there was when Samarakun gets dropped by a routine catch by Bomic. That is something that could hurt them. But 61 required of 42 deliveries. They need to go just under the 9s. You can see that the power play is very similar, but of course that the double wicket maiden there from Bilal Khan certainly made a huge difference in the power play when Roma Bangla Morning Sun were batting.
Yeah, it was also interesting because I think they probably would have had plans to kind of go pace up front, spin in the middle, pace at the end. But I think sometimes you need to be flexible, and that's where kind of feel comes in of saying, okay, well, the pace is working even better than we thought, so we're going to basically keep going with it. Save the spinners to the end. Ratnaka ready to bowl over 4. So he's going to bowl out, keep her up to the stumps. Marage on strike, pitched up, and it's adios pelota. Dinadu bangs that one out of the ground. Well, he's been knocked into action. Roma CC flying away. 45 now in the 4th over.
Yeah, this is classic Dinadu Marage. I know that he looked a bit all sorts at the beginning of this series. Wasn't able to score a run. There were plenty of concerns about him. But I remember speaking to Prabha. Prabha said, look, the boy will come good. What we're not going to do is start changing the batting order. We're going to keep him at the top of the order because we know he will come good. And you can see he is starting to. Last time I saw him, he scored runs, and he's in the runs again here.
Often comes good in big games as well, does Dinadu. Ratnaka, an outswinger that time. Did I get a bit of the line? Maybe.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the umpire here. I think the umpire is saying he doesn't really see this. Now, if he doesn't see it, he is able. You see the umpire is trying to lean to have a look. He is able to go to the 3rd umpire if he needs to, but I think that's okay.
I think it's partly over the line, even if it's a tiny sliver of the ball. Anyway, this one's slightly further in. It's going to get banged over. Cover point, Maximo for Marage. Roma CC certainly flying the flag here. Couple of 6s in this 4th over. They decide to go back to Ratnayaka. A little bit surprised because he did go for 3 boundaries in his 1st over. He's gone for 2 Maximos so far in his 2nd.
I'm very surprised. And he commented why the captain is not going to himself. He can change the course of a match, and he commented the captain. But normally he would always open and he bowls tidily. He's holding himself back, but for what? That's the question.
Good lines there from Ratnaka. Good comeback. Monica, of course, thrilled about Bilal Khan and how well he played so far in this game. Yeah, he's a bit of a, say, an ECN pin-up boy, isn't he? But highly sought after. You know, it's always interesting to see which club can nab him at any given moment. All right, checks the shot here. Goes to Raihan. Can't gather it. Marake wanting to get on the front foot. They're not quite turning into a drivable ball.
Yeah, he seems to. I'm not sure whether he ends up stopping the shot in the end and didn't do there, but well, it goes into that vacant spot. I mean, sometimes, of course, that side of the field is heavily loaded with players, but they have, of course, spread the field quite out here. It's very defensive, so nobody really, not too many attacking players inside. Just have a look at the field that is set here to Samrakun on the leg side. Nobody there wanting to stop the single, and well, they don't have to because they're going to bowl him. He goes right across the line. That's Tashura Samrakun hasn't really been at his best here today. He's given a couple of chances, haven't been taken. And then this one is, well, just starts to nip back into him. That's a really good delivery. Semifinal still going for the big shot on the leg side, and he will give his wicket away. It's the first one to fall with the score on 46.
Yeah, I think it just shows the difference in that length, trying to draw the batters forward into an error. I think Samirakun was very comfortable playing for the crease, banging it in. He just kind of all day and Sunday, he'd sit there and swipe the ball leg side. Probably same with Marage, but you could see that one. It just kind of tempted him to lose balance a little bit coming forward, not really in control of the shot. Tried to clip across it and loses the off peg. So Roma CC lose their first wicket. Is 46 for 1. But, and I was going to say this a couple of minutes ago, the thing is, even if you do get a wicket here at this stage, look who's going to march out to the crease. Charles Fernando, and a big man at number 3.
Yeah, Charles Fernando doesn't like to hang around, Charles Fernando. He likes to dictate the bowling, and you'll probably find that when he gets an opportunity, that's what he's looking to do. That was the end of the over. So 4 overs completed, 46 for 1.
I mean, look how big Charles is. He goes there and just looks like an absolute giant. Reminds me of, you know, like a big kid playing with little kids. You know, like the biggest kid on the block.
Yeah.
He just
Also, I have to mention Charles, lovely guy, because not only has he been playing cricket and doing a good job, he's been driving us around as well.
That's true.
So big shout out to Charles. So taking the crew backwards and forwards in the morning and after the day's play as well. Charles Fernando as well as Denham.
Should be a good battle. Kamran being brought back, so they're obviously trying to double down. He bowled the first over, bowled it pretty well. Marage on strike, just pushes, he'll get 1. So a little bit of giant versus giant here, isn't it? As Kamran's going to steam into Fernando to start his innings.
Yeah, Kamran first over went for 6, so they've held him back. He's going to bowl this the 5th, and then after this, I suppose, after a short break, I think the players will take on some fluid, some drinks. I think Anik Ahmed will probably fancy himself to start attacking in the 6th over.
That's the thing, Anik. He's probably pound for pound the quickest bowler for RBMS. So he's got a bit of competition here from Kamran, but still got 2 overs up his sleeve. Fernando happy just to clip this one. Takes a slightly dodgy single, but I think he was always going to make it. Now, what are we thinking here, folks? Is there another twist in this game? I think Charles realises he has to leg it out, and he does. Marage, 30 off just 13 balls. The thing is with this Roma CC batting lineup, because it is so long and strong. Although I will say today they have got a bit more bowler heavy, so I think maybe got some of the guys in the lower order batting a spot or 2 higher than they might do in a different looking lineup. A little bit short, and he turns on this, going and gone. Maximo! Once again, just dropping a little bit short. And Marage, pretty organised here, picked up the length quickly, puts it over the rope, 6 runs.
Yeah, well, you can see that Jindu Marage, he's not bothered about earlier being hit on the lid. He will still drop back inside his crease and take on the short bowling. You can see that's what he's trying to do. So if you're bowling short to him, well, you're sort of bowling to his plan at the moment. 50 comes up with that boundary, 54 now for 1.
Kamran with the comeback. Well, pretty good one. Might have even got a little bit of a bottom edge on that, not sure. But they won't get a run. I mean, Dinadu, he's probably lucky for a Sri Lankan guy. You know, he doesn't have a very long name, and you know when the medic comes out and says, "What's your name?" If you have to reply Murugaya Kanageshwaran, then you know you might be getting the tap on the shoulder. You reel off the 7 or 8 long Sri Lankan names. Kanageshwaran's one guy that's not in the 11 today. It will provide another spin option if required, but they seem to have a fair bit of flexibility in the team they have put on the park today. 99% from here. They should make it. Only really an epic collapse could derail things for the hosts. It's going to be called a wide. It's quite an interesting one as well. I think if you look at it, you've got to try and guess where does it go past the crease. Yeah. What I will say as well is if you're not sure, you're called a wide. So yeah. Sometimes with the angles, it creates that doubt, doesn't it?
Movement from the keeper there and where the keeper takes it, I think probably gives you a good idea as well. It was quick, that though. That was a quick delivery, but yeah, it just goes a little bit too wide.
Baracca, 37 and counting. As long as he's there, Roma CC seem in control. He's going to play a nice looking drive here. Tattoos it out to the sweeper. Well handled by Amin, just a single.
Yeah, it's a single, so a ball to go in the over. Charles Fernando back on strike, and I think he'll be expecting this one. Again, the bowler will be trying to tuck him up. Fernando got one in the rib cage area before, which he was able to play out on the onside to. Well, I thought he did get off the mark, but he's not listed of getting off the mark.
He
there.
did get off the mark.
Yeah.
There's his run.
What? I don't see it on here.
It'll come back in a minute. It's on the screen. Anyway, goes for this. Doesn't really get it, but that's the power of Fernando. Do you hear the drums? Because it's a boom, boom. That'll get him going maximal to finish the over. 62 for 1, and Roma CC in complete control of this first semi-final.
Yeah, they are. Well, that's a cracking shot. The boom. Shakalugya, and that will take them up into the 60s now. And they're going in cruise control here. Roma CC, of course, playing at their home ground. They've got plenty of home support here as well.
Yeah.
And they'd love to make it 2-2, wouldn't they?
Yeah, well, I'll be hoping maybe there's a bit of malice in the palace, because we've got the big tent, which is up next to us now. I suppose that's the thing. Collapses can happen every time. They're unforeseen by definition. So, I mean, we saw 5 for 1 get lost earlier today. But it's just very hard to see a path for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. It's going to be maybe an exit because of Roma CC 2 years in a row. Remember that they lost the final pretty comprehensively last time. And I just think they'll be disappointed that they haven't been able to be a bit more competitive. Only really Raihan has given them anything to bowl at right now. It's not looking like enough. But plenty of things can still happen. Don't forget, big afternoon of cricket. We've got Valletta Cup happening in Malta right now as well. And also don't forget, Netherlands versus Canada later on today as we get ready for over number 6. And Abbas Ali is going to get a bowl. The first one worked away for a single.
Yeah, I'm just still no captain to come in to bowl here. So I'm just wondering if Anik Ahmed maybe there's an issue with fitness or something here.
Might be. I mean, remember, for these teams, it's their 15th game here. 15th game at the tournament. Abbas is a recognised bowler right now. He's going to get worked away right at the end of the bat, actually, I think. And it'll be a single. Yeah, so, I mean, Anik is fielding it at long off at the moment. There he is. I mean, he looks in good fitness, but, you know, bowling's a funny thing. It's a lot of moving parts if something's not feeling good. Maybe to use him as a kind of if in danger, break glass kind of option in the next over or so. Lift it up, that's 6. Maximo for Marage. And really, Roma CC galloping away with this first semi-final at the moment. This is just kind of slot ball. Dinadu stays pretty still. It's that kind of clear and free swing of the bat, kind of bends that knee slightly as he sends it away over the fence for 6.
Yeah, it's a very good shot. Every time the ball's been pitched up and it's not quite the Yorker length, Dinadu Marage is onto it. He's showing his class, really. And watch Dinadu here. So this time, and remember I said that a lot of the time as he blasts this one for 4 on the offside. Remember I said that he does like to jump back in his crease. But watch him here. He sort of changes. This time he doesn't jump back. He gets a wide delivery. He slashes out at it. He gets it past that the fielder up point. And as soon as that goes past him, that's going to be 4 runs. That is nothing, of course, that Mohamed Amin can do about that. Another great shot. And Dinadu Marage just 1 away now from what would be a fantastic half century from him. 74 for 1. They're cruising now on their way to victory.
Pitched up again, checks the shot and he's gone. Well, it's a bit of a soft finish from Moraga, who's going to go for 49. Probably just kind of luring into too careful territory. Yeah. Just didn't go for it. Checked his shot. Yeah, blocked it too well. Raihan does the rest. So is that a little glimmer of hope for Roma Bangla Morning Sun? Moraga makes a pretty important 49, but he'll be the second wicket to fall. 74 for 2.
Yeah, well, Abbas Ali gets his wicket. We did see Moraga play a shot like this earlier. And I remember saying at that point, with everybody on the boundary, there was nobody really attacking. There was no fielders in the 30-yard circle or in that vicinity to take the catch, so he got away with it. But this time, well, maybe because I think here that Roma Bangla Morning Sun are feeling that the only way they're going to win this match is to take wickets. And to take wickets, you've got to have those bodies in catching positions. Rehan There he is. He takes the catch. The man who scored the half century for his team earlier.
Thing is, they need 20 off 25. I feel if you can get it back to more runs than balls, you've got a fighting chance. But 20 off 25, it's hard to see this going south for Roma CC. Samarage also, it's a pretty good guy to come in this situation, especially towards the end of a game. If you can get runs back above balls, then all you need is, a wicket here, a couple of dots, and suddenly the equation can tighten up considerably.
Yeah, Samarage, how many times have we seen him come in and play a very important role for his side? And he usually makes good partnerships with the likes of Samrakun, who's gone early though.
Wow, goes straight through him here. How does he not have his pegs removed?
That is so close. That's very similar to the ball that got Samrakun. Look, it starts to come back into him, goes in between the bat and the pad. Watch this, but somehow doesn't take the leg stick. It doesn't get any closer than that. Wicketkeeper's done brilliantly well there to take that, because he's probably thinking that that's going to go on and hit the stump. So well done to Chandra Bhumik for making the stop.
Well, that's the end of the over. And it's 75 for 2 after 6. Jeez, left themselves a big task, haven't they, at Roma Bangla Morning Sun? I think you treat this like, okay, 19 off 24. I'd be saying, in my head, 19 off 12. You should win from there. Give yourself a bit of breathing room. And look, here comes Anik. So time to pull the ripcord. Let's see if he can blast a few out. He's got Big Charlie at the other end. Here we go, over 7. And he hits this on the up, gets it over the field. Nobody back at deep point, and that's 4 runs. Takes Roma CC closer. Nice shot.
Yeah, it is a nice shot. It boggles that heavy ball, but Charlie, well, Fernando hitting that over the top, and he gets 4. And of course, every time you get a boundary, that's the runs you need in the overs. And now they can afford to be careful and just go tiki-taka if they want to.
I don't think that's what they're thinking, though. If it's there to hit, they're going to go for it. Maybe help themselves to an early lunch. 15 off 23 now. Hope's fading away for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. That's a shot. It's a really good shot. Just a fraction short. And Charles Fernando is bang. And he puts it miles over the fence at mid-wicket. Maximo! Says Carreras. It might be time to start the car.
Lovely job, Lee. Well, that is a Bizaway Super 6 as he sends that away. Ah, beautiful shot. Majestic. That's the best way to describe that. And 4 and 6, and he is looking pretty slick here now, Charles Fernando. Just 9 required.
That's probably a wide against one of those ones that comes from such a big angle, but the umpire says doesn't get any of the line. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, it'll be another kind of frustrating year for them. What I will say to them, they're consistently right up the top.
Yeah.
They're consistently there and thereabouts. And so, I think they need to be applauded for that. I know it's just hasn't happened for them as far as winning a trophy yet, but I love the way they play their cricket. Low full toss, tempted Yorker. It should just be a single down to Bappy.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think if you look at their performances all the way through this series, they've been, dictating, winning most matches, winning them quite comfortably. But it's one of those, just on the day here in this match, the batting, apart from Rehan, it never clicked. And they needed those extra 30 or 40 runs from somewhere. They weren't able to get it. You need that to be competitive against a side like Roma CC. Just punches this away off the back foot. It'll be just another single. I know that we did have some delays when the electrics went up, but I think that we'll probably get back on schedule with the.
Yeah, I think
this match should finish relatively early.
I think we should start on time. I imagine about 20 minutes. All right, Fernando can finish this game with one swipe of the bat now. 6 to win for Roma CC. And he will hit this, but he'll hit it high. Now, no one really wants a piece of this, but it's a good catch. Excellent catch there. So, Charlie will go. Maybe get back in the sheds and get a bit of extra rest. But Anik, they waited a long time to bring him on. He does get the big wicket, but it does seem like a bit of a consolation at the moment. As Fernando falls for 19. And Roma CC are 88 for 3.
Yeah, nice catch there taken. That goes a long way up in the air. Was never going to be easy. But the fielder keeps his eye on it, and that's Mushin.
Yeah,
to get the catch. Good catch.
Pretty good catch. Held his nerve under the high ball there. Really, it's a tough situation to be. That you kind of you have hope bred into you as a cricketer that it can change. But I think this stage there isn't a realistic path back. Rahat will get a hit. Maybe he'll only need the one. Last ball, the 7th. Oh, the leading edge, but that's going to go for 4. Rahat gets a bit of a lucky break there. Instead of going to hand, it goes over the fielder and gets them almost over the line. Just 2 to win now. Roma CC 92 for 3 after 7.
Yeah, right. Ahmed, the number of times that we've seen him come and his first ball normally gets dispatched for 6. He's such a great hitter of the ball. Gets that one for 4, gets it over that man at point. So just 2 required of this over. So 7 overs are completed. This is the way it's looking at the moment, but you can see that Roma CC are looking to book their place in the final. And well, we'll have to say goodbye to the team they beat in last year's final. Roma Bangla Morning Sun look like they're going to lose out in the first semi-final here. And I think they're going to have a little bit of spin. This looks like it's Kadir that's going to have a bit of a bowl here.
Next game, by the way, I think we should start on time in around about 15 minutes' time. So don't get too far. The action continues on ECN. And Abdul, if he gets through his hole over, I'll be a monkey's uncle here. And let's see how far he can push this game. Samarage keen to get out of the sunlight, I'm sure, at the moment.
A lot of people are praying for a maiden right now.
Yeah, those people just got disappointed. In fact, this could be it. If they want to come for 2, they're happy just to take the 1. Right. We'll get a chance to finish the game with the scores tied at 93.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that he'll be looking to do it in style. I mentioned already before, this guy is a super hitter of the ball. And he's got a lot of power. As Rohan Ahmed, well, he's up against Abdul here. Everybody, of course, sort of being brought in pretty close now because scores are tied. Anyone will do it.
And not yet. Well, that's a pretty good shot from Rahat. We had a bit of luck first ball where he's able to kind of eke a 4. That one was a much better shot. Gets him nothing.
Yeah, that was hit pretty solid. But nice top there. Well done by Mohammed Amin.
Oh, the car's pulled around. I think Abdul's done a pretty good job. But be amazed if we go any further. Okay. We will.
Monkey's uncle, did you say?
Car's idling here. Someone hates us having lunch slightly early, I think, is what it comes down to. But anyway. Oh, no, you got to feel for Roma Bangla. They're a great bunch of guys. And these 2 teams actually they have a real good relationship. That will be it. So, Roma CC, they do get there. And they win this game with 14 balls to spare. And really set up with a very fiery kind of 4-pronged pace attack for Roma CC. Just kind of shows you how many ways they can slice and dice you. Roma CC, the hosts and defending champions of 22 and 23. They're the first team through to the decider here in 2024.
Yeah, and congratulations to them. I think they won it really in the field, didn't they? Their bowling was sensational and the catching was good. Nice to see that, of course, from both sets of players. You see them there shaking hands and sharing a joke and a smile with each other. They know each other very well, all of these players too. And that's the one thing that has really impressed me about the whole of this series. Just the unity of the players has been absolutely fantastic. And, of course, we've seen a lot of that off the field as well. So well done to Roma CC. They get the victory that they were searching for. We saw some brilliant bowling performances from them, of course. Athanaika 3 for 14. Bilal Khan 2 for 10. Don't forget Dinadu Marage also took 2 in the 1 over.
Yeah.
And they just never scored enough runs. But like I said, if they did get to a 121-30 score, it could have been a different story. Certainly would have been a lot closer. But Roma CC, they seem to time to perfection. And good knock there from Dinadu Marage. Good to see that he's back to his best. And all the other batters just chipping in.
Yeah, just the way it went in the end. I mean, Nish is in the chat. Hey, Nish, hope you're enjoying your day in Rome. But he's saying that's why Roma CC are champs. They haven't had the best campaign, but when it matters, they find a way to win. And they're now 1 win away from a 3-peat. Yeah, exactly right. Well said. Also, I want to say a quick hello to Paul Kempen, who's in there as well. Hey, let's go back and have a look at this. And they kind of needed early wickets. They kind of had the odd chance as well, didn't they? That was a real spicy one, I've got to say, off the bat of Samarakund. But there was that sky ball as well that Samarakund survived. But I suppose, the difference here, I just thought maybe they were a little bit too short to 2 players that eat it up on the back foot. And, yeah, I mean, this is the one really. It should have been caught. Bowman could be the first to admit that. but just kind of came off the end of his gloves, misjudged at the last minute. And then Dinadu, even though he took one that would have hit him in the snout, if not for the cricket helmet that protected him, he then kind of launched into action. His 49 was pretty important in setting up this win.
Yeah, it really was. And Sam Raccoon, though, I mean, he did put that one away, but he would then would fall to a really good delivery. But the thing is, though, all right, he was put down by Chandra Bhowmik when he was on 9, but he only adds another 5 runs, I think, to his tally before he would finally fall. So them losing the match doesn't go down to that one, really. And there's that ball. What a beauty this was that comes in. We saw some great deliveries in this match, it has to be said. I mean, Bilal bowled beautifully, and Athanaika got some great balls in there as well. Certainly, the Grizzly is moving around here today, and that's something that the batters need to be aware of. But didn't he do well, is what you say to him, because batting really well. There was that false shot, though, from him when he was on 49, and catch gets taken by Rehan. So, disappointment for Dindu Marage. I mean, you could say that he stuck around long enough to at least ensure that his team was going to get a win, but he would have liked to have sealed it off with a half century to his name. Then Charles Fernando more or less finished it off with a couple of really big shots. He would fall, though, wouldn't he, to a very good catch taken here by Morshin. That went a long way up. Morshin holds on to the catch, but by then the match was already done and dusted. So Roma CC, they will once again book their place in the final. But of course, they've got a bit of time where they can just rest up now for a moment and see the next match that we're going to see unfold in front of us. And I think it's going to be an absolute cracker.
Yeah, agree with you there. Can we have a little peek at the teams? I think they have come in now for the Royal Roma versus Bologna clash. I mean, Bologna kind of flying high, aren't they, at the moment? They've got a bit momentum going up. Don't be fooled by their record or the fact they qualified in 5th. But Royal Roma, I mean, they remind me of, like Stonehenge. You just got a whole bunch of just huge towers. You look at their batting lineup, it's powerful. Particularly the top 5 you see listed there. I think all very important. Bologna winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Interesting. So saying, all right, over to you, Royal Roma. Let's see if you can deal. But they'll be throwing everything they can at them. That game will start in about 10 minutes, and I can tell you that we are 5 minutes behind schedule. So it won't start at 1 o'clock exactly. It'll start at 1:05, which means the first ball is in 15 minutes' time. Come back for that. But Bologna, Ankush Kumar, I bet they'd love a bit more out of him. It was Ishtiaq that was the hero earlier today for them. Looking back at this chase, I mean, it looked fairly elementary in the end. I think they won the game in the first half. Roma CC, just with their paces blasting out some of the important Roma Bangla Morning Sun batters. With the stick, Marage with 49 leads the way. He'll be a bit disappointed he didn't make the 50, but he'll be thrilled that they're through to another ECS final. Samarakun, again, wasn't quite himself, but did enough. 14 for him. Fernando with 19 before he fell late in the piece, really. They would have had to have fallen over not to make 100. They made it in the end. Wickets for Ratnaka as well as Abbas Ali and Anik Ahmed, who was brought on very late in the piece. Abdul did quite a decent job to keep the game alive. Deep into the 8th, but it wasn't to be. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun, once again, they get so close, but don't quite get their hands on an ECS trophy. Still, we want to wish them all the best, obviously. They're a great bunch of guys. Love the way they play their cricket. I'm sure we'll see them again on ECN. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in just about 10 minutes to take you into the second semi. Will it be the table toppers, Royal Roma, that are headed for the final, or can Bologna keep the dream alive? Vinny Sandy, who Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll take a quick break. Back shortly here at the Roma Cricket Ground with more European Cricket Series. Ready for some ECN history right here in the beautiful city of Rome, Italy. The first ever contest between the British and Irish Roses taking on Team Europe the weekend of the 24th and 25th of August. Best of 9, get ready for the Meltle Shield.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Well, we're halfway through finals day here in Rome, Italy. The European Cricket Series once again coming to an exciting conclusion, and now it's time for the second semi-final. This will see the table topper Royal Roma taking on Bologna, who we saw qualify in a thrilling last ball finish. They were able to get over the line against Baracca Prato earlier in the day. In the Eliminator, the Sheriff in the middle with the two captains and his lucky hat. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome to the toss for semi-final number 2 with Royal Roma versus Bologna. Be Bologna to call.
Head.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
We're going to bowl first.
Bologna won the toss, and they'll bowl.
Bologna win the toss and bowl then. Interesting because, still come back to last night, they got here by putting a big score on the board first. But I suppose against Royal Roma, they are kind of a bunch of tall towers that can whack the ball so far. You might just want to know exactly how many you need and how to pace your innings in the second half of this second semi-final. Royal Roma, though, you just look at how many players could play a big knock. And it's even crazy watching them score over 200 with no one really getting more than about 50 just at the end of the group stage. So obviously they have to go in as big favourites. They were 10-3 with a no result in the group stage, top the table. Royal Roma, they are previous winners. Let's not forget they won it in 2021. They would love to add this to the trophy cabinet. But Bologna, hey, the little team that could, they've come a long way to be here. They got across the line off the very last ball with a 6 in the Eliminator. So they'll be feeling it's time to dream. Can they knock the top seed out of the competition? Rico full standing by as we get ready for the first ball. Bologna winning the toss and sending in Royal Roma. Let's see if they live to regret that. Let's get over to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandy, doing a great job out there in the middle. I think it's a coin toss that both teams will be happy with. Royal Roma, of course, if they're winning the toss, they are having a bat. There's no doubt about it. They want to see if they can get some of their big hitters going early on. Of course, they don't get any bigger than Kawani Lakawal. If he finds his form again here today, well, Bologna, they're going to be chasing a lot of runs. And he's been well supported out there with the likes of Sukhbir Singh. And, of course, you've then got the likes of Chanjit Singh who can come in, and also Gangadeep. They're normally... they can change it around a little bit of who comes in number 3. And then still, the likes of Hashmat Dinsa come out there and play a good part. And even Mohammed Moshin can crunch it around. So they are a hard-hitting bunch. But we do know, especially in the 3 matches that they have lost in this series, that sometimes they do come up unstuck as well. So it can go either way. Bologna, they've already shown what they can do. They are fighters. Hasib Khan is finding his form at the right time. He's been bowling beautifully well. You've got the likes of Abdullah, who's also bowling a very good ball at the moment. So they've got good players out there. And Yasin Khan, well, maybe he could be the go-to man against some of these hard hitters. So I really do think that this is going to be a tough contest here for Bologna. And you can see that's reflected on the win predictor there. 77% to 23 in favour of Royal Roma, but get a couple of early wickets in here and Bologna will be winning. Hasib Khan looking to go and do the damage straight away. Sukhbir Singh is going to be the opener with Kawani Lakawal as the non-striker. So we are ready to go. Hasib looking to be on the money straight away. A bit of a swing to start off with. That swing and a miss. Of course, plenty of matches being played by Bologna the last couple of days. This is now their 8th match in this, the 3rd day that we've seen them in. They've had 2 lots of 3 match days, and now this one. So, I mean, you've got to be feeling it no matter what. It's going to be another dot, so that heavy ball lifting outside the off and doing the job so far. But gets played out into the offside. No run. They don't take this on. Now, one thing I do know is that Kawani Lakawal has got his left thigh heavily strapped up. I know I saw that bandaging being administered a couple of days ago, and he told me that it's a slight accident that he's had at work. So you probably see that they're not going to be taking any quick singles. And that's up in the air, and that will go all the way. 6 runs as that flies over the score box. 6 from Sukhbir. A heavy ball once again being bowled, but he gets plenty of it this time round. And that ball flies off the bat. That's going to be 6. First runs on the board. Well, there you go. Nothing on there as yet, but you'll find the 6 will be going on there pretty shortly. Ball comes back here. Goes down the ground, doesn't get this catching opportunity. Fielder comes in and takes it. No mistakes. There's the first wicket. They get the big Sukhbir Singh. They get him early. Sukhbir not happy, doesn't get it right, but what a good catch that is. And that's Abdullah. Made sure that he wasn't going to be putting that one down. So one of the big guns back already. Sukhbir Singh has been in good form, hasn't he? Couple of half centuries lately we've seen him, but nicely taken by Abdullah. And Hasib picks up the wicket, gets the breakthrough. 6 for 1. Charanjit Singh coming in at number 3. Charanjit is very good playing off his legs, and I think they'll know that. They won't be wanting to give him anything that he can get down on one knee and play out onto the leg side. Just pushes this away, and he will make Lakanwal run, and they're going to go at his end. I don't think Lakanwal was quite expecting this, and look, he turns around and has a look at Charanjit and says, "Oi, we're not taking these, remember. It will be the end of the over," and that means that Charanjit is going to have to take a walk down the other end again. A good start from Hasib once again, picks up a wicket in the first. 7 for 1. Then Royal Roma, this is the way the day has panned out so far, finals day. First time, of course, we're seeing Royal Roma. They were the team that finished top of the standings. You can see the number 1 in brackets there. That's why they didn't have to play either the Eliminator or that first semi-final. They have to play this one, and they've got to win it as well if they're to book their place in the final. Bologna, well, they're going to have to do it the hard way. They had to fight hard just to get here. That's being played away, and that's going to be 4 runs, just guided in that gap where there's no third of the back. So 4 carreras. So 4 runs, beautiful shot, just using the pace there offered by Abdullah, guiding the ball away. It's not always, as we say, it's not always about crunching the ball hard. Sometimes it's just about timing. Charanjit now plays this one a little bit square, and that's well stopped. So no run this time. Of course, Bologna will know that if one of these Royal Roma batters get going, then they are capable of scoring big scores. But I mean, I've been pretty critical with the bowling of Royal Roma. I think they're a team that have to score big runs because their bowlers quite often don't bowl good length. That's whipped away, trying to get it in the gap, and he will. That's a nice shot from Charanjit. And that bottom hand comes into play here. Let's have a look at this. So, comes down the wicket and picks his gap. Yeah, good shot. Once again, he does prefer to go on that onside. So 2 boundaries in the over. Abdullah needs to come back ball and, well, catches him a little bit on the pad here. I wonder if he gets a little bit of bat here as well. Nothing from, yeah, it's runs. I think that's the bat pad. But once again, Lakanwal being made to run. I don't think he'll like this. He's not the quickest. If he gets there, bear in mind that he's a man who's nursing an injury. So he will now get ready to face his first ball. The big Kawani Lakanwal. Not a bad delivery, that one from Abdullah. He's challenged it, just gets a bit of a bat onto it. Has a look around. It's in the air, fielder. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. I think that's Mohammed Ishtaq, of all people, the hero of the win against Baracca Prato. Looks like he's thinking about the catch. So he starts to come in and looks like he's getting himself in position to take it. But then he ends up in a position where he can't take the catch or stop it. Slower delivery, well bowled. And it's well bowled, but not well dealt with by the keeper, Mazar. And they'll take a bye. And that will take us to the end of the over. So it's 21. With one wicket down. Of course, Sukhbir Singh, he did go early. And we can have a look at our upcoming events, of course, here. Tomorrow will be the start of the very first Melton Shield. And that will run over Saturday and Sunday. Valletta Cup is happening as we speak as well. And the Netherlands series will be starting later on this afternoon. So plenty of cricket all happening at the same time. On Monday we will start Austria. I know that Nish will be making his way there tomorrow and getting ready to start day one. I'll join him there on Tuesday. Then of course Croatia leads us to the Euros of cricket. That has been thumped. Oh, that is a big hit. Oh, what a hit that is from Lakanwal. The power of this man sometimes is quite extraordinary. He hits the ball so hard and just leans back and smashes it for 6. Lakanwal. Seeb knows that he's going to be under attack here from Lakanwal. Lakanwal is going to go for him. Short. Miscue. Big moment. Has to take this. Oh, he's put it down. Oh, and you can hear around the ground. Everybody around the ground has just gone, oh, because they know how big this is. And, oh, no. Gets it completely wrong, does Mazar. Lakanwal gets dropped on 10. How big could that be? The ground, just the noise from the ground from everybody. It was a big, oh, because they know how big a wicket that could be. Charanjit just pushes out. Lakanwal. Made to run. Have a look at this from Shiraz Ali. Watch this. Now you see it. No, you don't. No, that's not fake fielding. Before you start saying it, everybody. Let's see. Back to the man he knows he probably should have had already. And then he gets clobbered for a big 6 over mid-wicket. Well, that's gone. And looks like our very own, I think it's that Andy O that's going after this. Andy O in the house as well. And well, who has gone after that? Is that Andy or was that Charles? Yeah, it's Charles. It's a sheriff. He sort of goes one way, and then I think he has to get up and come back and go the other way. Good hit. Lakanwal dropped on 10, though. That is what you have to remember for now. Deep in his crease. This one gets worked away, but there is a fielder there. Charanjit is quite keen to go. A bit of a misfield, but Lakanwal knows that he's not the quickest between the wickets. Gets a little bit tucked up there, does Lakanwal. I don't think he's the most strongest on his pads. Whereas Charanjit does like it in that area. Charanjit would be sweeping that ball. Slow ball, well ball, but once again, Mazar just hasn't been able to pick it. Look at Haseeb Khan. He is not impressed. He just stands there staring at Mazar, and yeah, you can see the disappointment. There's 2 slower deliveries that he's bowled in the over, and both of them Mazar just hasn't been able to take cleanly, and also wasn't able to take cleanly the catch, which would have removed Lakanwal. So 3 overs completed, and Royal Roma are on 36 for 1. The wicket that's passed is that of Sukhbir Singh, who, well, by his account, went pretty cheaply. 6 of the 5 balls that he faced. Abdullah will continue. Bowled Heath over out. That one from Haseeb. Going for 15. It's a good delivery. I like the length of that ball, and Lakanwal ends up playing all round this one. That's one where he needs to just come slightly out of his crease, but he's not a fan of doing that, is he? Gets one through him, does Abdullah. Of course, we are out of the power play now. I'll just give you a list on where. Oh, that is so high and so big as well. Well, this one is still up. It's only just come down now, and everybody's gone scarping all over the place as that one is right on top of the team tents. Look at how he picks this one up. This one goes so high. I mean, he's one of those guys. I mean, normally if a guy hits the ball high, it ends up going high. It doesn't have the distance to go with the boundary. Not Lakanwal. And now, well, that's a shot that he's made his own. This is Kawani Lakanwal at his best as he hits that into the field to the side of this one. That's gone over the fences and gone a long way. Oh, what a shot. Just look at the wrist work on this from Kawani Lakanwal. What a shot. Oh, that went blazing over the offside, and you can see where that ends up. A delightful stroke. Well, I think we might have to use another ball here. That one is not coming up in a hurry. Well, Lakanwal is ready to face, but they're waiting for that one to come back. We have sent somebody out into the field, and well, while he's getting the ball, it looks like Charles Crowther has allowed the 12th man to come on. Looks like a glove change here for Lakanwal already. Change of gloves. Lakanwal sorts himself out. And there we are, ready to go again. 48 for 1. In comes Abdullah. And, well, he tests him with that short ball again, but this time Lakanwal gets beaten. He's not going to shy away from it. I mean, you just get the feeling if he does get anything on it, he swings so hard. Their third isn't on the boundary. They've just got a point. So nobody back on third. So if he gets anything on it, it's going to fly away, isn't it? Because he's always looking to hit upwards. Not sure what's happened here. The umpire seems to be running towards the stumps. Lakanwal doesn't know what's happened. And it looks like the stumps have... hey, we saw a picture. I don't think anybody was able to find it again. We saw one when we were seeing the side view, and the off stump with nobody near it just rocked back, and the bell came off. That was pretty spooky. And there's another time where the stumps just move. The square leg umpire comes up and sorts those out. Oh, well, certainly is testing him upstairs. I mean, he's a big old unit. Here's Lakanwal, and I suppose where to most batters, and deliveries like this could be over the shoulder. Not to him. And now that's up in the air. Where's this one going to land? And, well, I think it goes probably over the rope. Looking at the fielder there, I think if the fielder's running along the rope, I think this one clears him. Let's have a look at this. Where's this ball coming down? And, yeah, that's going to be 6 more. There we go. So, 6 carreras más. Put them up in the air like you just don't care. Well, there's umpire Miller. He was out there. Miller was out there with umpire Nuwan. End of another over. And that 6 brings the 50 up to 54 for 1 after 4 overs. And 18 coming off that one. So the last 2 overs, the acceleration started 15 of that one from Hasib, 18 from Abdullah. And who are they going to go with here now? Well, let's have a look. Looks like, yeah, it's the hat-trick man himself, Mohamed Ishtak, who's going to come on to bowl. Ishtak, I mean, not just a hat-trick man, don't forget the 45 not out that he scored, hitting the 6 that he had to do in that last match to give them the win over Baracca. Prato comes on and he starts well, just outside, little teaser outside the off there to Charanjit Singh. As Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo joins me back in the Casa Grande.
Good to be back. And look, Roma have set a cracking pace here, haven't they? Bologna, one of their own worst enemy. This is where I think, even though it's it's the second game on a day, and teams are pretty used to playing multiple games. Still, the heat's kind of sapped you a little bit by now. Lifted up, leg side, going, and out of here. Maximo for Charanjit. That one's still going, actually. Nice shot picked up from Ishtiak. But this is where I think finishing first is quite a big advantage, even over second or third. Playing a team that weren't in the top 3 and playing a team that's already had to play in the heat today. Raw Roma have started with a clean pair of heels.
Yeah, they have. Remember last time we saw a Royal Roma? How could you forget? They certainly did pile on the runs, didn't they? 214. And that's the 49th time we've got 200 runs.
So I'll tell you a funny story with the old 200s.
Okay. Can't be bowling there to Charanjit. Charanjit Singh will play any ball that's short or down the leg. So, well, that's one way to do it. You've got no hands, says Bilal. I've got no hands, but I'll do it with whatever I've got. Let's have a look at this from Bilal. Bilal is chasing this ball.
I've heard of giving it both barrels, but that's actually pretty good skills. He looks like a low budget cheerleader. Couldn't afford pom poms. Okay, we'll come back to this in a second. Here's Charanjit. He's on a bit of a heater.
This is gone as well. Well, we're doing it Calypso style now. No hay dos sin tres. 6. 3 in a row for Charanjit Singh.
Oh, Safran Ahmed, the 12th man. Well, he can catch. Might have to get him out there sooner rather than later. He took that one easy as you like.
It's a very good catch.
Yeah, it is. Anyway, back to live action here.
Oh, that's a very good controlled shot, and that's going to be 4. I mean, this one wasn't quite in the same slot, but look at the way Charanjit uses his feet to this, and he knows he doesn't have to hit it too hard. Look, he just gets there. He knows all I've got to do is hit it nice, clean and straight, and I get another boundary. So after 3 sixes, he goes for 4, and Charanjit Singh is certainly hungry for more.
He's just so powerful, isn't he? So powerful, Charanjit. Been such a great pickup for all Roma.
Aye. ਅੱਜ ਤਾਂ ਨਾ ਚੰਗੇ ਛਿੱਤਰ ਪੈ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਬੋਲਣ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਛੱਕਾ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਛੱਕਾ time. The fireworks have started, and at the halfway point the score is 82 for 1. Oh, this one is still travelling, Vinny.
Wow.
It is still travelling.
ECN finals day, it'll be the best and the worst day of your cricket life in one. And Ishtiak, to be honest, if it was a bowling machine, you'd be cranking up the speed a little bit there. It was just too easy for Charanjit. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Finish out of here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Got Rico Full with me. Big thanks to Nish as well, by the way. I know that he's got a little bit of a long weekend.
Yeah.
And he'll be kicking off Austria, the next location of the European Cricket Series, on Monday. Of course, we've got the Melter Shield weekend before then. Yeah, with the 200 scores, the first ever 200 we saw was in the ECL final in 2019. VRC Rotterdam made 222. And we really, I mean, number one, Nabi scored 100 in that tournament, and we said, you can score 100 in 10 overs.
Yeah.
And then there was the 222, Scott Edwards with an amazing 137 not out. But then since then, now they're not even in the list anymore, okay, with a 222. Wait for this next one. It's a bit of a miss here, but it should just be a single. That'll get Charanjit back on strike, who's running very, very hot. Nazar getting this over. Yeah, so even though we have our highest scores leaderboard, top 10, but we used to say, okay, we'll try and put all the 200 scores on there. So we stretched it to 12, 13. Eventually we said, look, we're just going to have to call it the top 10 because there's 200 club graphic. Because the highest scores used to be called the 200 club.
Yeah.
It's okay, well done, you've joined the 200 club. Then we started even just putting the names of the teams. Then it got out of hand. That's why we still have the counter there. 49 200 plus scores.
Well,
now.
this is, I mean, when I was with Nish, of course, Nish was saying, 214, that's going to be right up there as one of the highest scores we've had. And I just looked at Nish and said, nah.
I think 223 is in 10th place now because VOC just got knocked off.
Yeah, I said, nah, it's not going to be. Oh, look at this. Charanjit, he's hitting sixes for fun at the moment. And I like the little bit of the swag in these shots as well. Just look at the wrist here. Look at this. Oh, yeah, that is a great pickup.
They're just a good team in form, aren't they? Royal Roma, okay. They've had their off moments as well. I mean, it's been one of those series where anyone could beat anyone at any given time, but they just seem to be super confident. 90, running into the 6th over.
Right, first miscue. Can they get into the boundary? Here to take the catch? No. It's going to drop just into inside that 30-yard circle. So Charanjit will get lucky.
Kind of pulls the shoot there, doesn't he? This is one I think I'd be trying to catch it. or at least die trying. Was never going to go for 4, but just kind of realised he wasn't going to get there. Yeah, 2-2-3. Limassol Zalmi is in the 10th position at the moment. I couldn't believe we almost saw the 2-5-7 go as well, by the way. Pretty well bowled.
Yeah, very close to it.
Yeah, so the Cobras made 2-5-7, and to be honest, they look like they might beat that. So I actually think that's the record that'll go at some point. One thing I will say is I think the trend now will be, even they're talking about next year in places where we've got a lot of teams, is maybe you do a Challenger and Premier Division within a location. So this is something that we're talking about. I'll give you an example, right? We'll probably try it in a few places. This is thick under edge. That's going to fly. It's going to go for 4. So that'll actually be 50 for Challenger. It probably wasn't his most convincing shot to bring it up, but still, his 15-ball half-ton has put Royal Roma in a fantastic position in this second semi-final.
Yeah, and he's, well, back-to-back 50s for him. Remember, he scored 53 of 16 in that 214. Well, here he is. This time his 50 comes up in 15 balls.
I'll touch on that just after this ball, 'cause we're going to finish the 6th over here. Nassar's gone for 14. Can he keep this one in the park?
Up in the air. Is this a catching opportunity? He's right on the rope, and a really good catch. Of course it is from Hasib Khan. He's a quality player. And Charanjit Singh brings his 50 up, and then he gets caught on the boundary of ball number 16. And Royal Roma, 96 for 2 at the end of 6.
I think he plays his role to perfection there. I know he would have loved to kind of go on and probably get another 20, 30, 40 more, but batting still to come. He attacks it. Just didn't quite get that one in the middle of the bat. So Charanjit goes for a very stylish 50 off just 16 rocks. 6 overs down. Nazar with the breakthroughs, 96 for 2. So I'll give you, there's a couple of places we're looking at maybe to trial this next year.
Okay.
One of them's actually Portugal.
Yeah.
Got to say, when you have like 5 or 6 teams, so like I think we had 12 clubs in Portugal last year, but if you could split them, let's say, into the top 6 and the next 6, I think you just have a lot more competitive cricket. And I think then, again, it's kind of mirroring what we're seeing in the ECC this year. That's what you want, you know, because let's be honest, the bottom 6 teams in Portugal, they know they're not going to win anything. You know, they'll be happy to take a couple of games. They might get a moment where they can knock off a big team. But I just think the lure of their own trophy and finals day and that experience would be great. The other place is actually Czechia, where we're looking at if the dates work and all like that to split it. Because, I mean, Czechia, you've got 3 or 4 or 5 big clubs that kind of dominate the landscape. And then you've got some of these kind of emerging clubs. All right, in the air. That is going, and it's going to go a long way. Maximo, I know they've parked the ambulance behind the sight screen now, which probably makes sense. It didn't look that safe then, as Lacomol bangs it, 6 runs.
Well, a young 16-year-old comes on to bowl, and Kawani Lacomel says, well, yeah, respect to you, young man, but I've got a job to do here. And smashes the first one for 6. Well, what a test this is for Jawad. Goes big again, and this is going to be 6 more, and that one smashes in to the scaffolding. Well, I don't know who's up in the tower, but I bet you that's been felt all the way up there.
Oh, yeah, that one has gone a long way. Brace for impact. That's the thing. Maybe he actually nailed that Yorker yesterday. That's his only out here. If he bounces it, you can kiss it goodbye. It'll be new balls, please.
You think it's interesting they go with a bit more seam rather than go for spin?
Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. Thought maybe, the thing is, Yassine had a bit of a shocker earlier. Maybe they don't want to go back to him. Okay, that'll do. Yeah, it's a good test for the young guy as well.
I like that.
Yeah.
Look, he knows he's a young player, gets a ball in there, it's a dot ball, and Kawani Lacomel looks at him and just gives him the thumbs up there and says, yeah, well bowled, son, well bowled.
Yeah, it's easy to do that when you just banged a couple of 6s and you feel like, basically it's like you got your little brother bowling at you and you give him the odd wink to keep him feeling his spirits up. Lacomel on 49.
And he'll play that away. It should be stopped, but he will get the singles of 50 to Kawani Lacomel as well. Remember, he has started as the highest run scorer in this tournament. He certainly has been batting beautifully all the way through. I mean, he's a hard hitter of the ball. I don't think quite anybody who hits the ball as hard as him. He started the day on 500, and of course now he has moved to the 550 mark.
A lot of runs. Just kind of playing against the team of Giants, isn't it? Anyway, here's Gagandeep.
Goes for it, and oh no! The young man should have had another wicket, but this, not only does he drop the catch, Abdullah, but he then sees the ball drop over the wrong side of the rope. That will be 6 runs.
They haven't helped themselves in the field this time around, have they? And that's Abdullah out there, deep mid-wicket, was slightly on the move, burst through the hands. Cricket's a game of fine margins. I think about, I played a lot of baseball when you got the big glove. That's just, you catch it with your eyes closed. But in cricket, you don't have that margin for error. Gaggandeep could have had a golden duck. Instead, he 6 off 1. Last ball of the over coming up.
That's hit powerfully down the ground, but Haseeb Khan will make the stop. Gaggandeep will take the single. And at the end of 7, 116 for 2. But look, I have said this before, Vinny. Royal Roma, they are a team that I think need to be bringing up scores in the 140s to 160s because they haven't been bowling well.
Yeah, true.
They've been giving away a lot of runs. I think the best bowling performance I've seen from them was when they put that 200 on the board. But don't forget, against Roma Campanelli themselves, thanks to Anthony Mosca, after 5 overs, they were in. They were on 99 after 5, and then Mosca got out. Things fell apart.
Yeah,
so
that was an epic collapse
yeah,
as well.
I mean, that was a collapse.
Let's have a look at what's coming up later on today, because we'll have our first game in the Netherlands Tri-Series. We'll have Corey Ruckers and Andrew Leonard over there to take you through all the action. Netherlands taking on Canada in match 1. Of course, the USA are also in that series. First time we've had a Canadian team on the network. So that's another continent we can tick off.
Yeah.
I know we had Thailand earlier in this. Oh, it was actually last year. We had Thailand playing in the Netherlands.
How did the one-dayers finish?
Yeah,
there?
so actually the Netherlands, they won every single game in that one-day series.
That's great, isn't it?
They beat, obviously they beat USA and Canada in both times they played them. USA beat Canada every time and lost to USA every.
To Canada?
Yes, yeah. So USA lost to Netherlands and beat Canada, and Canada didn't win a game. Having said that, USA had 2 times that I think they completely bottled a chase against the Netherlands when they had them on toast, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that'll be pretty interesting. Catching that. Maybe we'll have to watch a little bit of a replay of the first innings. All right, this one kind of surprises him. Maybe a bit of an edge onto the shoulder. Wait and see if there's any signal. Yeah, it was a bit of an edge there. Watch it fly up. It's pretty decent to beat a guy for pace. That's flying like Lackenwile is right now. Yeah, so that series, it's basically double round robin, no finals, so 6 T20s, 1 per day. The first 4 are at Kampong, which is where, if you remember when Netherlands played Italy in the T20s earlier this year in the women's. Big swing and a miss. And then the games 5 and 6 are at VCC Voorburg, which is where I was there earlier in the year, where Netherlands, Ireland, Scotland played, and we had the finals day for the Dutch competition, which unfortunately was rain affected. But that club, Voorburg Cricket Club, they are going to be in the ECL, by the way. And a lot of people saying if they can get their best team on the park, they could make a real deep.
I did love that ground.
It's a beautiful ground.
I love the ground. I love the way the spectators could be there and watch from different areas.
Well, we had 1,500 fans there, which was quite a great sight. But the funniest thing is, it's Vivian Kingma, his house is there.
Yeah,
his house on the ground.
I actually saw.
When he said I live over there, I was like, oh, how far is it? 5 minutes by car. He's like, no, that's my house.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
So does he play? Does he play for them? Is that his club?
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
we'll see him.
Might depend on a bit of international commitments and things
I
like that.
so,
but
yeah.
all things willing, Voorburg could have an amazing side. Oh, what a little flick this is, and it's going to go over the fence. Maximal helicopter time. It goes over the archaeological site. And Gaggandeep, remember he had that reprieve first ball. He just dismisses this one for 6.
Yeah, well, there's the helicopter. We've seen a few of them flying around here as well. But there's the one right in the middle of the Roma cricket ground. And needed that shot, actually, because it's been a pretty decent over up until now. Nazar, his spell has been really good. That's the first boundary to come in the over, and it took a really good shot to do it.
Let's go down leg side, but it will be leg. Well, it won't be anything, actually. They turn down the run. And Luckerman says, well, I got 51, you got 14, so I win. I get the strike. 124 for 2 after 8. Yeah, telling you, this VCC squad, the Voorburg Cricket Club squad, some of their players they might have. Kingma is one I mentioned. Baz de Leyder, the Prince of Voorburg, and obviously he's going great guns for Netherlands at the moment. Ryan Klein
Wow. Yeah.
plays for them. I know that we've got like Philip Bossava, the leg spinner as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, Mays Van Vliet, if you remember him from Netherlands 11, big, tall seamer. We saw him playing a bit for Netherlands 11. He might be in the squad again this year. I think it's Noah Kroos is another one actually plays for them. So, and I'll tell you what I've got planned already, because I am going to the Netherlands for the second half of that series. I go on Monday. I'll do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I've got a date. Do you want me to tell you about it?
Ooh.
Do you know who my date is on
You have a
Tuesday
date?
night?
Come
I've got
on.
a date.
Tell us.
Don't have much time for that kind of thing. Rob Kemming. Sorry, Sir Rob Kemming.
Sir Rob Kemming.
Yeah, because he lives very, very close to that ground in The Hague, the Volvo Cricket Club.
Yeah.
So he's going to take me out. And I know that his wife, Marianne, hasn't been too well.
That's
but
correct.
Apparently she's well enough that she'll join us for dinner.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, you'll have to send me some pictures when you're together.
I
Looking
will.
forward to that. And well, have a glass of red on me as
And
well.
the good thing about Rob, after a lifetime in the game, is he normally pays. So he'll insist. I'll try my best.
Well, maybe I'll just send a little message to Rob.
Netherlands isn't cheap, especially where Rob wants to take me. Anyway, here we go with over number 9. No, that should be fun, actually. Because the last time I was there, I think he was just out of the country. So this time, hopefully we can catch up. Of course, Rob, he's kind of almost the godfather, wasn't he? And he retired at the end of last year. And he had a big influence on the ECN project. I know he still follows along. We still keep in touch. And I'm pretty happy to be able to catch up with him.
Jawad, the youngster, bowling his second. He's unlucky not to have picked up a wicket here. Checks his field. That's nice. That's smart. The bowling to Gagandeep, who thrashes at this outside the off. He gets a little bit of width. Well, the castle is under attack.
Wow.
And, well, they've only just built it, and it was almost knocked over here with this biggie, this bomb from Gagandeep.
First test of the mansion. How did it go? Well, I mean, they've spent so long putting it up. You'd hate to have a hole in the roof from the old Grizzly.
I like the little flags on the top. I like the little flags. It's a shame we couldn't have
Gives
little
us-
ECN
It's
flags
the
up
old
there.
circus vibes, isn't it?
Yeah,
With the flags on the top. Just need a few red stripes.
Thing is, though, I mean, unless they open up those sides, I bet it's pretty hot in there.
Do you want the good news or the bad news?
Well, the bad news from the bowler's point of view is this is another 6. So let's see what news you got for me. Give me the good.
Well, Andrew Leonard and Corey Ruckers will be taking you through the first 3 matches, but I've just got the live pictures from Andrew Leonard, and it is currently raining in his cup of coffee. And if I've learned anything about these clubs, if there's 2 or 3 drops of rain, there's one they were pretty keen. I think they called for the private jet. They were out of there. That's before the World Cup. Well, that's gone through. Actually gone through everyone. Did he get a little scratch on this? He
Yeah,
did. Just bounced it into the ground.
It was a perfect Yorker from Jawad Ahmed. He is so unlucky here. And Jawad, just look, he goes back. Ankush Kumar just having a chat with him. Probably should be saying to him, look, that's the ball, son. That's the one.
Do you want to?
What a great delivery.
Well,
This was
check that one
Yorker.
again.
Here we go. What? Oh, that's the one. Not that one.
Yeah. Adios, Palota.
Show us the Yorker.
There we go. You get the gist of it. There we go. We'll actually show it to you.
Oh,
Bang.
he's so unlucky.
It's a real tough one. Keeper throws himself at it.
Got him. Oh, yeah, wonderful. Yeah, you celebrate, son. You celebrate. As Gagandeep goes for 30 and Jawad Ahmed picks up another wicket. He was so unlucky not to get one in the ball before when the batter just got a sneaky little edge. And well done, well bowled. And keep an eye on this lad, everybody. Jawad Ahmed picks up another wicket. And there you go. Right where he needs to be, on top of the stumps. And that's another wicket that goes down. Gagandeep will go 141 for free.
He's got a little something about him, doesn't he? He's got that fighting streak. I know he's ended up in the dirty 30s here, Javed, but hits the top of the stumps. It's not a bad length to bowl. Gagandeep swings across it. He'll be the 3rd to go. And they've kind of pulled it back to an extent here, haven't they?
Yeah.
Only to an extent. And Nazar only went for 8 in that last over. And also they trust Jawad Ahmed to bowl a second, even though he did go for 20. Probably felt we had a 6 that got dropped. So yeah, probably didn't tell the whole story. Here's Mohsen getting a hit at number 5. They might have gone for Dinser at this stage, but he's just kicking back on ice.
I think Mohsen is probably, once again, a bit more of a hard hitter. He's likely to get a few away if he can get hold of them. And that's why where Hashmat Dinsat sometimes takes a little bit of time, but I still think that he's sometimes underrated. I mean, yesterday I think we saw him score 30-odd runs with just about 8 deliveries. So it's not like Hashmat Dinsat can't go big.
Okay. So end of the 9th over, 142 for 3. Here's a bad weather warning I just saw for around where the game's being played in the Netherlands today. It says, wind gusts up to 85 kilometres an hour. Be aware of debris being blown around. Localised outdoor activity disruption is possible due to debris. That sounds pretty ominous.
That doesn't sound good. I don't think there's a very promising forecast for the cricket then later today from the Netherlands.
Well, especially since I was going to go there originally. Anyway, this is up in the air. 10th overtime. Should start with a wicket. It doesn't. Really, the catching has left a lot to be desired. It's the captain who's the culprit this time, Ankush Kumar.
I think he gets more of this on his chest than his hands. Let's have a look. Oh, that could have been so nasty. Could have been so nasty. So instead of a wicket going down there, this time it's going to be Ishtak who gets unlucky. Don't forget, Ishtak went for a magical 28. And this is up in the air. Can this one be caught hold of? Well, they think about 2, but they won't. I think that makes sense. You're better off having a Lakawal on strike. Ishtak, how things have changed for him. Remember the last match, he was a hat-trick hero. And in this one, his first over went for 28. At least that one doesn't go to the boundary. But he should have had at least one here. He captain is the man that lets him down.
What can they get to here? Big finish. That could go 160 plus. Larkinwale bossing it. Oh, that's so high. Who wants his bowlers going for it? My prayers are with you. Oh, he takes it. What a good catch. I mean, Ishtiaq, he hasn't had too much go his way this time. But this one almost brought the rain from another planet, didn't it? Larkinwale middled it upwards. You know, credit where credit's due. That's a brilliant catch. Larkinwale goes for 52. Roll Roma. 145 for 3.
Yeah, I like the way that he puts his name on this, Ishtiaq. You know, he could have quite easily said, oh, no, I'm not going for that. I'll let one of the fielders. He takes a really good catch. That's a wonderful catch. And that is the end of Kawani Lakawal. So he will depart. And he sort of got to his 50 and then just slowed up, didn't he? Probably Gagandeep kept most of the strike. So Hashmat Dinsat does come out. He's got 3 balls to try and get boundaries here. He'd be swinging from the word go.
I still think Dinsat would have been my choice. Gets his moment now. 3 to come. Yeah. Count it. He'll get maybe. Oh, he's booted it. It's actually a good pass to himself.
He tries to beat. This is cricketers trying to play their version of beat the offside trap. Have a look at this. And
VAR for that one.
There he goes.
Get your foot to the pitch of the ball. And then he thought it was a pass. He had to get it himself. Afsal. How long have we got? We've got 2 balls. I've got to tell you something after this ball.
All right.
Whereas here's Dinsat getting the strike back. Take it back. Anyway, you know, to be honest, this is chaseable. They're going to have to bat very, very well. Royal Roma conceding 121 on average in the series.
Run out. Run out. There's a run out here. Let's have a look at this. So,
well, Mosen wanted to strike, and then one thing he didn't want is to have to turn around and run back. So he said, all right, well, I guess that's my lot. If you're going to face, I'm just going to...
He could have quite easily got... I suppose he just decided there's just one ball to come. I don't care.
I would hesitate. I think he's the 11th fastest in the team. So if you need a non-striker last ball, probably it's a good result. I don't know if I would have run him out. Honestly, I would have said, "Oh, come on, come back,
get back." Yeah, you're not costing him a run.
I was going to say, Lenny is now stuck in the little tent because he's not allowed in the clubhouse due to an anti-corruption session, which is going. You know, they're very serious at these events. So he's just gave me an SOS. Last ball coming up, cut for 6. So there you go, 153. Is what they're going to finish with. Bologna being a wing and a prayer, 154 for an unlikely run from outside the top 5 last night into the final. But Royal Roma, well, to be honest, they have almost too big to fail, aren't they? And they're batting order, and they do put a good score on the board here, 30 above par.
Yeah, but once again, it's like I say, they need these scores. Their bowling sometimes has been a little bit suspect. They sometimes bowl a little bit too short. And though they have started to get better as the tournament's going on. So it's going to be interesting to see how they bowl, particularly to some of the good batters that we know that Bologna have. But Bologna, well, Ankush Kumar, he can't afford to fail again this time, and he's going to need a good knock there from somebody like Hasib Khan if they're going to get these runs. And I think someone like Faizan Nazar, he's going to be pretty key as well. But 150 on the board, which means the chase is going to be 154.
Yeah, someone like an Akash Deep as well. Basically needs someone to step up. I don't feel it's probably one of the kind of totals you can do with bits and pieces. I think you need someone to come out and boss it. Maybe it is Ankush. I mean, that was a good catch, but it was kind of the exception rather than the rule, wasn't it? Early on, we saw some less than ideal fielding from Bologna. He just already seemed to be maybe fatiguing a little bit in his hot Mediterranean sun. That's another one we've seen go down from a keeper today that really should have been caught. But Royal Roma, I mean, part of what they do, it's the approach. I mean, they're looking to hit every ball out of the ground if they can, and they do hit quite a few, don't they? In fact, we had 18 sixes in this 10 overs.
Yeah, I mean, that one that you saw going down from Mazar, how crucial was that? That was Lakanwal being dropped on 10, and then you know that he did go on and complete his half century, as did Charanjit. But Charanjit Singh, I think he's batting, he's 50 of 16 balls, was just electrifying. It really was. He played some glorious shots.
Yeah, he sure did. And Royal Roma, they've kind of been injected with all these Asian Latina players from previous years as well, you know, like Sukbir, like Charanjit as well. And it just, you know, they've just got so many weapons, don't they? And good T10 teams, they've got that depth in the batting. You never felt they were going to run out of batting in this 10 overs. Bologna, like I said, they didn't really help themselves sometimes during this 10 overs. But I will say that, you know, we've seen 175 chased on this ground before. At one stage, you know, it was 82 at halfway. You're looking at 160s plus. They keep it to 154. So, I mean, they're going to have to bat very, very well, but they do have a chance. Let's not forget they scored 180 in the last game last night.
Exactly. That was just what I was going to talk about. When they need to turn it on, they find a way to do it. Yeah, that 179 against Kent Lanka Napoli, which, of course, made sure they got here today. And that was when Ankush Kumar turned on the start. 53 from him. Asib Khan also 46. And Akash Deep, 31 of 10. We know what he's capable of. But once again, you see just another catch going down, this time from the captain.
Yeah, well, Bologna, they kind of made their own bed. They had to lie in it. This one came from the skies, didn't it? Almost burned up on atmosphere re-entry. It was a brilliant catch, actually, by Ishtiaq. He was able to pouch that one. And look, then we had this one at the end, Mohsen. Well, it's not easy to turn that ship around. He basically gave the dagger saying, why aren't we running? He probably said, probably because you wouldn't have made it in the end. Like I said, I don't know if I would have even taken that. Just keep Mohsen out there a bit longer before he has to put his keeping stuff on. Had a good finish, though. That 6 off the last ball took Royal Roma up and over the 150 mark. And will have to be one of the biggest chasers of the tournament if they're to pull this one off. Actually, look up that biggest chase, because it's funny this year. I don't know if we had too many of these big ones pulled off. Obviously, we had that 175 last year. Take us through the scorecard here as Royal Roma are being sent in. Put 153 on the board. Yeah, well, it started well with Bologna taking the wicket of Sukhbir Singh. We know that he can be dangerous, and the partnership between him and Lakawan normally is pretty profitable. Getting him early, but then they found Charanjit Singh a little bit too hot to handle. They only got him once he got to his 50. Lakawan stuck around as well, 52. But Gangadeep Singh, what about his innings? But don't forget, he could have gone very early as well. But made the most of his chance, got to 30 before he was beautifully bowled by the young Jawad Ahmed. But runs came pretty quickly. And then right there towards the end, Hashmat Dinta, you could see that he was keen to hit the last ball for 6 and showing Moshin exactly why he didn't want to run. Quick look at the bowling figures there, Vinny. Yeah, so you had wickets to Hasib as well as Ishtiaq, Nazar and Ahmed. Look, they all kind of went the journey a little bit. But yeah, in the end, I think that they've made their bed. They have to lie in it now. I said I'd look up the biggest chase in the series so far, and I'm going to take you back to match 28 last Saturday. I knew something kind of ticked in my head. Yeah. It was 143 that Bologna chased down against Royal Roma. So they actually do have the highest chase in the series in this exact matchup, and they did it with 10 balls to spare. So if they can bat anything like that, then maybe we'll have the 5th seed going through to the finals. Vinny Souter here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll take a quick break. We'll see you the other side of it with the big chase. It'll be 154 required for Bologna to make the final. Otherwise, Royal Roma, if they can defend this 153, they'll be through against Roma CC. Join us for more cricket after the break. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, everybody, and yes, a big shout out, of course, to our partners, to Paramatch, HCL Software, Bizaway Travel, and of course the likes of Locker Lifestyles. Of course, those trophies and medals will be out a bit later, and also to Grizzly Bear Sports, of course, not only sponsoring the balls but the umpires as well, looking dashing in their blue Grizzly outfits. And this match is, well, let's just say we're going to have to see a good run chase again from Bologna. They were able to get a good run chase against Royal Roma once before to get a win against them on Saturday. Can they do it again when it matters, or will it be an all-Roma affair in the final? Of course, Roma CC are there. Will Royal Roma join them, or will it be Bologna who are having to do it the hard way? And start off with the ball, it will be Hashmat Dinza. He'll be hoping to keep it nice and tight to get some of the early wickets. He'll be bowling to the captain, and Kuma got a 2-ball duck in the last match, and out there with him is Faizan and Nazar. And that's been played away beautifully. Gets a swivel on this. It's down the leg side. I think that probably one bounce 4. I think the umpire's just checking. And a 4 has been signalled. So 4 runs to start off with. Yeah, just bouncing before the rope. So not the best of starts from Hashmat. And that's been the issue, as I said a few times before, with the bowling of Royal Roma. They can be just a little bit short and hittable. That's going to be unfortunate. It's an edge which is going to fly away to the vacant third area. And this one, in fact, goes all the way. 6 runs, manos arriba, arbitro. And Ankush Kumar, he wants to lead from the front this time. And 4 and 6. What a start that is from him. Hashmat Dinsa doing the double teapot there, you can see. Just got to go fuller, got to go straighter here. It's always a risk when you don't have that third man, though, back up on the boundary. And that's a better delivery. It's nicely played, but it could beat Gangadeep here. It won't. Gangadeep does well. He has a lot of ground to make up. Comes across and keeps it just to a single, but that's beautifully timed. Gangadeep had to be quick and nimble on his feet to get to that. Nazar, big hitter. So once again, no Safraz in the side. They do miss him at the top of the order. Up in the air, and that is just going to be wide of the fielder. That's Sukhbir. The big scream of catch it, but nobody there because they have got Charanjit and also Gangadeep on the boundary. So if Charanjit was inside the 30-yard circle, it would have been a possibility. Oh, that's a good delivery, good seed, and a good one to get through. Ankush Kumar fires this one in with a little bit more in it. He has got the knack, has Dinsa, for getting a really good Yorker in. Should feel this himself, and he will. It's a good finish to the over. 12 come from it. Of course, they're looking to be going, of course, around the 15 mark, or just over the 15. So that'll be okay. It looks like Charanjit Singh is going to bowl the second. I have to say, of all the bowlers, if the one who's been hittable all the way through has been Charanjit, the likes of Gagandeep has come good and picked up wickets. We know that Hashmat Dinsa has, even Sukhbir Singh, Rajwinder Singh yesterday, and Gigi, he was good as well. But Charanjit hasn't quite found his mark. I mean, he does bowl with a bit of pace, but he needs to be going a little bit fuller, I find, sometimes. And let's see if he's able to turn it on finals day. Bowling here to Nazar. Nazar will smash him away for 6. 6 runs, and that one ends up in the castle. And well, that's inside. Crash, bang, boom, go the silverware. As this one is hit powerfully. And Faizan Nazar is going after Charanjit Singh straight away. And Nishay in the chat saying that Bologna have the talent to pull this off. And you're absolutely right, he does. High up in the air. Where's this one going to land? And it lands kindly for the captain. Jinder gets hold of it, doesn't go to the boundary. Yeah, they have the talent, we know they have. And we've seen two sides of Bologna's batting. Can they make it count here? And game enthusiast is saying that 150, 15 plus and over looks unlikely, but we know that it can be done. Right, with this one, he has no idea where this one is going. This is just a good bit of fortune. It ends up on the right there on the fence. Just have a look at his shape here when he hits this ball. He's no idea. Look, he's trying to hit that straight down the ground, and Charanjit will get beaten again. That third man, not that third, was going to be able to stop that. But Charanjit, that's the danger with the pace on. He just bowling that. He's not going for the stumps. That's the thing. He doesn't pitch the ball up short of a length, which allows the batters to go after him. 14 off the over. And they're almost at the rate that they required already. Well, that's that better ball. That's what I'm talking about. The fuller delivery. Jams in the Yorker. That's the 15. And of course, still a couple of balls to come in this one. They fell short in the first over by some 3 runs. Only went for the 12. So this is an opportunity for them to make up for it. Charanjit just moving Dinsa a little bit straighter. It's nicely played, 4 runs. It's a lovely shot off the back foot from Ankush Kumar. Guides it into the gap. It's going to be Quattro Mas. So just as I was saying, Charanjit normally is and has been the bowler that has gone for plenty. 15 now becomes 19 off the over, so they are right where they need to be. Another boundary here would put them on top. And, plays it away, take it on the fielder. In comes the throw. Throws it probably at the wrong end. The umpire still wants to have a look at this. And I think a throw here to the keeper probably would have been the better bet. Here's the shot. It's a very good pickup. Throws it a little bit high. Charanjit does ever so well. Watch, he gets back to his mark. And let's have a look at this. Just think the throw was too high. And look by the way, where the non-striker is. If he had thrown to the keeper's head, probably would have been better. But then having said that, Mohamed Moshin had to make his way to the stumps, and he didn't really look like he was moving there at all. So good over. It's the one that he wanted. It's a ghost magical. 20 comes from it. And it's 32 without loss after 2. So then where they need to be going at 15s, and they're going a little bit over that. And this one is going to bounce wide off. That's going to be 4 more. We just saw a graphic just come up there. And Vinny Sandy joins me back in the Casa Grande. 4 more runs here. Bologna, they're off and running. Let's have a look at this, of course.
Yeah. Well, these are the 2 teams you're going to get to know pretty well over the next couple of days. That's the Melville Shield starting tomorrow. Best of Europe against the bests of the British Isles, British and Irish Roses, to do battle. Let's see who can win that best of 9 series. That one just jumps up a bit, heading over the top. That gets past most, and somehow that's going to dribble, and it's going to dribble all the way to the boundary. It's 4 runs. Well, if it wasn't already 4, he's definitely picked it up over the line. I actually think this has already gone to the line, and someone eventually is going to notice that this is 4 runs.
Yeah, this is 4. You can see there.
I actually think it already bounced into the rope.
Yeah.
That's why he's not really trying to stop it, because he couldn't. Anyway, 36 is a good start from Bologna. Kind of been the kryptonite to Royal Roma a little bit on these chases. Yeah. Oh dear. Nutmegged him, but luckily. Well, luck and well, probably feeling the effects of his powerful half century. Not that excited about fielding at the moment.
Nah.
But you know, Bologna, they chose to bowl here, right? They chose to bowl. They said, oh, we chased it down last time. We'll chase it down again. And right now, I do say that Bologna orders a bit, I say, top heavier than maybe some of the other teams here today. But even look at someone like Akashdeep, or someone that could come in and whack a few 6s. He's listed at 7. I think he'll probably bat a slot or 2 higher than that. That's pretty well bowled by Dinsa.
Yeah, Dinsa doesn't get a good full delivery in. I think they might even, I don't know if they go back to Charanjit, they might try Gagdeep Singh, or maybe even the captain. Rajinder Singh might have a bowl. He bowled very well yesterday. Don't forget, took a 4-4. Well, that's that Nice straight delivery, lovely straight bat, and, well, they leave it to each other. Oh, this is just not good. Well, Royal Roma, Charanjit Singh and Gangadeep Singh both leaving this to each other. The ball then, they stop, and the ball goes to the boundary. One of the two here had to make a play on this.
Yeah, well, too many cook situation there. I suppose the reason you find it difficult to commit to these is because if you both really commit, or you're heading for a head-on collision, right? So you never know how far the other guy is. So you don't. It's not like one of those ones you can call that confidently. Anyway, Kumar will end up with the boundary. Last ball of the power play coming up.
Gets played away. They'll take another single, but it's a great start of this 154 chase from Bologna. They've moved to 47, and that over goes for 15. They're ahead of where they need to be.
You know what I like? Is this question from the chat. Is there any chance the second batting might win? I would say 28%. You know why? Because that's what the computer is telling me. And I'm not going to go against the supercomputer. 28 was a big over in the middle, but they actually did pretty well to keep the second half to something reasonable-ish, 71. So, I mean, it could have been worse. If the second half went worse than the first, then you might be chasing 170, 180, and then we're really getting into ugly territory. But let's just remember that when these teams met earlier in the tournament, match number 36, match number 28, I should say, it was Bologna that chased 143, and they did that with 10 balls to spare. 10.
The surprise change here. Islam Al-Haq is going to bowl over number 4. So let's see how he fares. You just get the feeling 2 quiet overs here could change things. So that's not a good start. It's down the leg side from Al-Haq. So a wide ball to start.
And I was going to say, you know, the 2 batters that did the damage, actually, it was after the top 3 failed in that big chase. It was Nazar with 60 not out, Safkan Abdullah with 45. That basically put on a big partnership for the 4th wicket. And they put on 69 in 3.4 overs.
It could be caught. It will be caught. What a good catch this is from Hashmat Dinta. Well, when this is struck by Ankush Kumar, you could hear the bench saying, shot, because they're expecting this to be a boundary. What a good catch this is, Vinny.
Catches win matches. That was absolutely moosed. And that's it's 3 metres either side, a 6. But Dinta, it was kind of catch or be knocked down. They were the 2 options. But he had, you know, talk about soft hands a lot in cricket, but I think sometimes you need to have quite hard hands to absorb that impact. Otherwise, it's just going to burst through. And let's not forget Bologna, some of their catching left a little bit to be desired in the first half of this game. Dinza catches a bullet to get Kumar for 26. And Bologna lose their captain. It's 48 for 1.
Oh, that was a great catch. Well, see that. Let's see, Al-Haq picks up a wicket, but thanks to a great catch. That was a brilliant. You can see when that ball hits him, it almost knocks him off his feet. It was hit with so much power.
That hadn't hit his hands. Now, I think the ambulance would have been making an early departure because that was heading for the upstairs region of Dinza. But yeah, you know, he didn't shy away from the challenge. The other thing with those, you got to commit to them. You can't kind of half, maybe. You need to get the middle of your hands on them and give yourself every opportunity, because if it goes anywhere near the end of the fingers, you probably end up looking like a packet of twisties. Take it from experience. Anyway, Hasib comes in at 3. Oh, in, but should have gone other end.
Yeah, he does make it in the middle stumper. I love the keeper here, Moshin. He doesn't move unless he has to. You're not going to see him in the picture, I can tell you that. Now let's have a look at this. He does get the throw in.
I said in.
And
rest my case. It would have been a tough one, but if he could have turned and thrown at the bowlers, then I think he definitely had an opportunity to have half chance at least of a run out. But Islam, hey, credit to him. Come on, he's got the wicket. I know Dinza hadn't done his bit. He probably would have gone for 6 off that one, but life's got a funny way of working out. Islam finds himself in the hot seat. Bologna bring up their 50 and just 20 rocks to start this response. That run rate required still in the 15s where it started.
Islam just sorting his field out here now to the right-hander. He wants to, he's pretty keen to have the backward point and the deep extra cover on the boundary. Well, nobody can stop this one. It's straight down the ground. And that one is another one that smashes into the side screen. 6 more.
Oh, that was a good shot, wasn't it? It was just that, not quite a Yorker. Batter didn't really have to move his feet, just trust his eyes there, Nazar. We talked about him being really important in that big chase last Saturday. Well, there's a good shot of the Grizzly. As Corey says sometimes, on the surface of Venus is the hardest surface known to man, and Grizzly go there with their spaceship and put it in the middle of their cricket balls. Nazar 23 off 7. What a start to his innings. Not too much to the strike. Watch this one go for a wide.
Yeah, too wide. Just trying to sneak one in there, I think, Islam. Interesting. I mean, that wicket was key, but of course, as long as they keep the scoreboard ticking, Bologna, they won't mind where they are here. The rate staying at just about the 15 here. But of course, we're only halfway through this over. High in the air, fielder drops it. Totally misses this. Oh dear, well there's Harkirat Singh, and he made sure he was in that position, the bowler.
Do you know what? This is a good example of the opposite of what I was just saying with Tinza. He kind of gingerly goes at this one, still kind of on the move, wasn't able to, wasn't kind of confident to get that middle of the hands. I think it flicks the fingernail, and that's painful in more ways than one. Harkirat lets one slip through his fingers. Nazar gets dropped, and yeah, he has made a pretty good start to his innings.
Yeah, Nazar, you don't want to be dropping him. He's the man who punished you last time with that score of 60, as you reminded us of. All right, Hasib yet to get going. And you will get a run here. Just a single to start off with. So over so far, that's 11 from it. So you get to, this could be the crunch delivery. Let's see if this is one that gets won by Roy Roma this over, or will it be Bologna that managed to get a boundary off it?
Interesting game. Still hanging in that 15. So, literally, we're about to see the red line right now, and we're pretty much going to see that Bologna are right on that red line, literally at the run rate at the moment.
And watch the bounce, and well dealt with by Gangadeep Singh. They will only get the single, so you could say that that over is probably just a teeny-weeny win for Roy Roma.
Yeah, so 60 for 1 after 4. They're going 15 and over. It's more or less the asking rate. We'll see it here on the run rate comparison. The worm will tell the story that Bologna 9 wickets in hand. And here you go. They are pretty much right there, thereabouts. And, well, Roma, I suppose there's a certain security that goes with runs on the board, but all it takes is for one batter to kind of get that run of boundaries on you, and suddenly you're getting the nervous, and that can kind of come through in many, many ways. Nazar talked about how important he was in that chase last weekend. Now he's got the task ahead of him. Here's Sukbir bowling over number 5.
Well, it doesn't quite get the middle of the bat. It's a little bit of a short delivery. Sukbir, just a single from it to start off with from Nazar. So now he's got to get this right to the left-hander, Hasib.
It's a good miss hit, really. Hits it better. Might end up going straight down the throat of the fielder. All right, Hasib. What kind of Hasib innings will it be here? I like the left-hand, right-hand combination as well. Just keeps mixing things up.
Oh, it's just dragged down onto the leg side. It's just a single. So Hasib Khan at the moment not quite timing the ball as well as we've seen him in the last few innings that he's played.
Don't you feel it's the kind of game that one big over either way could really put one team in control? So like a magical kind of 20-25er, or a couple of wickets in an over that goes 6 or less really puts Royal Roma in charge. Interesting.
Up in the air, second chance maybe, and this time it has been held. And he did put one down earlier, did Harkirat Singh, but this time he holds on to Nazar. He put him down once on 23, but gets given another opportunity, but this time holds on to it. Nazar will go for 26.
Good catch, and he actually commits that one a bit more, gets lower towards the ball. I think Nazar, he'll be kicking himself as a slow ball, and he picks it. And I suppose because he has to play quite far away from his body, it makes it a little bit more difficult. Reaches, gets basically a thick outside edge, flies away. Harkirat swallows it. I feel like that could be a big one. Who's going to step up here? Could it be? I'd have Abdullah in as my next man. As that score now 62 for 2. And yes, it is Abdullah, who was pretty critical in that match 28. Biggest chase of the series so far. He comes in at number 4, faces up. Slow ball first up here, I would, just because I don't think you'd be expecting it. Sukbir, successful bowler. Abdullah's going to be aggressive.
Yeah, definitely is.
He puts the pace on.
So what, Abdullah, I don't know, has he got an injury here, Abdullah? Because he swings at that and you can see he's shaking the right
I don't know what
hand.
kind of wrist warm-ups he was doing in the in the tent, but I can tell you that was a full swing first ball. Sukbir almost blasted his off stump out of the ground.
Sukbir is not appealing at all, by the way. So you can look at Sukbir. He turns around and look at Sukbir's reaction. Tells you this. And though there's an appeal there from the keeper and a few people behind the stumps, but look at Sukbir. He just say, "Come on, give me the ball back." It's not out.
Had a weird feeling the umpire was open to that one. It was a big an appeal. He had a good hard look at it. I think the right decision's made in the end. Strike 2 for Abdullah. Here's a slow ball.
High in the air. Gagandeep. He's a good catcher of the ball, you know, and he ain't going to put that down. It's the slower ball again from Sukbir, and Abdullah will go for a 3-ball duck. What a good catch this is from Gagandeep. I like the way he's watching this all the way. A lot of players would have run in, then try to go back. Gagandeep does it the opposite way. He goes back a little bit, sees the ball, then he gets underneath, and he takes a really good catch. Huge catch, huge moment.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a duck, and it's the old 3-card trick. I would have thought about bowling that slow ball first up, but he held it back. And really, with Abdullah swinging like a rusty gate, he couldn't resist it. There's Peacock Derek growing and jumping off the field. But have a look at how he executes his slow ball.
Yeah.
See how that comes out the back of his hand, and that just creates overspin. The hardest thing with that is getting it accurate.
Yes.
Because it's an unusual way for the ball to come out of your hand, but Sukbir executes it perfectly. End of the over as well, and that's 5 overs down, 62 for 3. This is what's coming up on Monday. Cricketers versus Vienna CC in the first game. Snazzy, Stephen Nataraja team as well. Good to have them back, as we'll see a new over. And, well, Hasib hasn't given up. He has to take the central role here. Look who's with him. Ishtiaq, who was a hero this morning. Maximal to start the 6th over. Just quickly, on Austria, 11 teams. They'll play over 12 days. I know, Rico, you'll be there, I think, for day 2 because you can't do day 1 because you're doing the Melton Shield. But Nish will take you through Monday in Austria.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Once again at that Seabarn Cricket Ground. Hasib does get one away, but this one just gets dragged down. You said that one over could change everything.
Read
that
my
last
mind.
over.
Read my mind.
That last over. Two from it.
2 for 2.
And 2 wickets.
2 for 2. Very good. And look who we got out as well. You got Abdullah, who hurt them so much when Bologna beat them in the group stage. Yeah.
They've gone back to Islam here, which I don't mind. I mean, he didn't bowl the worst of overs, but I think this was an opportunity to bowl one of you other bowlers. That one goes through. He nutmegs him really. If he stood still, his stack, that probably would have been a one. I think this is the over where I probably would have tried either the Rajwinder Singh or might have even gone for Onkar Singh just to change something up.
Yeah.
You've just won a big over. Try something different. If it doesn't work, you can always bring it back with your key bowlers afterwards.
I suppose Islam, did a pretty good job in the first over. Maybe they don't want to go to spin at the moment, maybe only because Sukbir bowling pace and with a variation in there was so good. Right now, Ishtiaq, is he going to get off the mark? He will, but it was a hairy one. Would have been run out with a direct hit, but he'll get the single.
Yeah, now Islam has to make sure he doesn't make the same mistake they did a couple of times in his first over. He always took him a ball or two to adjust to left, to right. So left-hander back on strike. Hasib, he has got one clean out of the middle, but he has scuffed at a few as well. Not quite timing the ball at the moment. That one's hit down the ground, and this is going to be 4 runs. Nobody's going to stop this. Gagandeep has been moved a little bit wider, and they're all sort of pointing a finger at him and saying he didn't move in the right position. And Gagan is saying, well, this is where they wanted me. They've got to sort that out. I think maybe Gagandeep, perhaps he doesn't move as the field was supposed to the left-hander. That means there's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, pretty good shot. Pick the gap. All about the placement there. Someone has to have an absolute barnstormer if they're going to get home from here. To give you some context, this is last ball of 6. They're not even halfway there yet.
Miscue, will he go to home
Fielding.
from Rajwinder Singh? It's going to be just a single, end of the over, so not the worst. There were a couple of boundaries hidden that, but only goes for 13. The rate has now got, well, it got to the 17 mark the over before. Now pretty quickly it's gone to 19, and well, we used to say that 18 was the point of no return.
They're the old days. It's inflation. No, I'd say now it's kind of 21, 22 with the way some of these guys are hitting the ball. No one's really gone on for that big knock yet. We said someone probably needed to. Time's running out. Now's the time. Look, you get a big over here and you go, let's say, 25 off it. Then you're looking at 18 and over for the last 3. But your time's running out. And look who's coming back. Sukbir, who just had the ball on a string. We've seen it a million times though, Rico, haven't we? That a bowler might have a really good first over. It can unravel in the second.
Yep.
So Mahasi basically, he'll handle that back of the hand slow ball probably better being a lefty. But here we go. Over number 7. It's a big one.
Well, he plays that very well. That's a very smart shot. Very smart shot. He's charging down, so you can see that Sukbir is trying to fire it in wider, but he gets into a good position, carves that over everybody, and that's going to go nicely to the boundary.
Yeah.
So boundary to start here of the first ball
Good
from
start.
Sukbir.
The thing is with the over spinning slow ball, it's actually reasonably easy to pick, but it's still hard to play if it's a good spot because it'll bounce a bit. But I think with the left-hander, he's in a better position to kind of to go with it and smash it. Doesn't get one yet though. He's got 2 pace on in a row. Okay,
just a single though. They won't mind that. I think they're thinking here, all Roma. If it's a single, that's a win. And also it means if you're bowling now here to Ishtak, who hasn't quite found his rhythm yet, the hero of the win against, of course, Baracca Prato, they'd rather bowl at him until he gets going. So Sukbir Singh making some great shot. The uppercut played to perfection. And after getting 4 byes, he'll get 6 here. Beautifully played.
Yeah, we just had to get some bat on that, and it was always going to fly. Third was up in the circle. Goes miles over the rope. Says Carreras, and this has gone off the rails a little bit. I mean, I know Sukbir is not responsible for the 4 byes, but they happened, and this over's gone for 15.
Well, hello to Jay Wild, who's in the chat. Jay, how are you? I'm fine. Vinny's fine. How are you?
We might see.
Oh,
Wow.
well, what happens here now?
Is this the batter pulling out?
What
late?
happens? Sukbir is, well, I don't think the batter pulls out.
I think he actually, or someone might have told him to hold up, or he just lost his run.
He just
Maybe they were still talking.
Gets
so
very frustrated now.
Oh, he's going to get.
Yeah.
He's going to get. Like,
Come on.
give him the warning when he's calmed down. Yeah, there were still people chatting, and then he's saying, "Hey guys, I'm running in. Feels about 50 degrees."
Yeah.
Floodgates open a little bit. This one's gotten out of control. Magical 21, and you might as well add 6 to that because that's going and gone. Maximo, game's alive now. 102 after 7. They need 53. That's under 3 a ball from here. Bologna giving themselves a fighting chance as Sukbir. Well, he'll probably need 3 or 4 doctors to calm him down after that. It's the end of 7 overs, 102 for 3.
Yeah, and how many times did we say it? His first over only went for 2, and he picked up 2 wickets. His second goes, yeah, have a look at that, for 27. 102 for 3. And the rate now almost back to where it started.
Jeez, okay, so in an hour and 45 minutes, we'll start the final. Roma CC already there. We can't tell you who they're playing yet. Royal Roma still got to be favourites from here, but Bologna with that big over, 27 coming off it, have put themselves in with that kind of outside chance they could pull this off. The final starts 2:15 GMT, which is 4:15 in Central Europe, and 7:45 in India.
Well, Rajwinder Singh, the captain, is going to bowl this over. I still think that he should have probably bowled that over number 6. I think that was important. Sukbir came straight back on, didn't mind that. I think the idea of Sukbir coming back on is they would have taken the rate to over the 20. That backfires, and now they need another good over in here. Another big over brings Bologna right in contention here. Here we go, big over. And not a bad delivery, straight to the fielder. They will take the single. And, wow, what's he throwing this way? They're going to take another one here. It's risky, and it could be out. Oh, well. This is really risky. What's happened here? Let's have a look at this.
Have a look at the whole thing.
I mean, there should never have been 2 here. Never 2. I mean, it's a terrible throw back to Rajwinder.
That's ambitious.
Then they take it on here, and
Yeah, I think he's made it.
he's made it comfortably here. And let's have a look.
Yeah, no, he's in.
Yeah, that's not good cricket there from Roy Roma. So they'll get 2 runs.
Geez, you have to be good at judging a run here, don't you? I mean, I never would have thought. That might have gone 4 metres from the bowler. And Rajwinder, captain, puts the ball in his own hand.
Firmly hit in the gap, 4 runs.
I think it hit the rope.
It hit the rope. 6. It goes all the way. Well, the umpires are checking this.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. And that is on the rope. That's Sace.
Jeez.
Sace good hitter. That's 6.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. This is taking a turn. I kind of like they've gone to spin, but it is a risk. Oh, boy, oh, boy. This has ECN Classic written all over it. So that'll be 6. 44 off 16 now.
Well, it's another one in the same area. Well, he's just bowling in the same slot. Rajwinder has to make a change in the field. He looks like he is. They're just pushing. What's he doing here? Is he pushing another one back there in that part of the ground? Surely he's not. I mean, well, he is. That's a crazy. So where's he? He's got too many out here now. All right, he's bought.
1, 2. No, they got 4. They
just bought one back in now.
There's absolutely no one at fine leg. That whole quarter probably feels it's not going to go. Then he's
And
right.
look where he's gone now here to just where they moved the fielder from. So it's going to be another boundary.
Oh, momentum's an intangible, but they've got all of it. Bologna, it just feels like, you like jump out of a plane and you hit like maximum speed. They've got it at the moment. And if ever Royal Roma needed a wicket, it's right now. As it is Hasib that has just gotten real hot. Bologna, who almost didn't make the 5. Well, they're 36 runs away from the final right now. And the computer telling 45%.
Yeah, I mean, they, at the moment, with the batters that are in, especially the way it gets played away. Oh, well, that is brilliantly recovered by Onkar. And it's just going to stay as a single. This ball, I mean, look at the way he has to recover there. That's wonderfully well done.
Yeah, Onkar. He's still a little bit surprised we didn't see him. I just think he's a very good spin bowler. Is it too late to use him now? Maybe. I don't know. 120 for 3 after 8. So that was pretty much exactly what they needed off that over. They needed 18 and over after 7. They get 18 exactly off that. In fact, now from here, they need 17 and over.
I can't believe they're going to challenge it here. And Gaggandeep hasn't had a bowl yet. So they haven't used Gaggandeep and they're going straight to challenge it, who went magical in his first over. This is risky.
I know Nish is really enjoying this as well. Hello to Nish, he's in the chat. Bet it's nice and cool where you are. Biggest over of the game, 9th over.
In the air, and he's dropped it. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. It's been dropped. It's another drop. And it's the captain, Rajwinder Singh, that puts down Ishtak on 20.
Oh, maybe he still had some of the mustache wax on the hands there. I know it's a sweaty old day, isn't it? It just bursts through the fingertips. And it gets the man with the hotter hand, Hasib, back on strike. Charanjit will be spitting chips after that. 33 off 11.
And that's going to be 4. So it's all going Bologna's way at the moment. I just think it's little things like that. The drop catch means that Hasib goes back on strike and he hits the next ball for 4.
Otherwise, he had a new batter coming out. And look, probably I'm sending out Akash Deep in this situation. It's made for him, but he wasn't required yet. Oh, wow. 29 off 10. What a game this is.
Well, we've had some thrillers already here on finals day. Charanjit, slower ball, and he's got to try and field it himself. He will. It's a dot ball. How important could that be? The slower ball gets missed out now. Hasib sort of goes at his haunches a bit here. I wonder if he's hurt himself here. Says he's okay, gets himself back up. Oh, Charanjit, that was a brave delivery.
That was, but he executed it well. Hasib on 40.
Oh, gets this one through as well. Look at Charanjit. He's aware of the time as well. And let's have a look at that. Should be fine. He's got 2 balls to get in here.
He could have completely credited to Charanjit. He's just gotten on with it. And he's bowled a pretty good follow-up. Few deliveries. 2 to come in the 9th.
Go short again. This is another top ball. And now with a ball to come here. And Charanjit. Wow, this is a huge delivery. Huge delivery. Look, you've got to get something on this.
No third back. That's ball to cut. He had a shot in his mind. I think Charanjit's bowled a very good back end of this over. 3 dot balls in a row. Last ball of the 9th.
It gets played out. Can they stop this going to the boundary? No. They can't. All right, that means that there is hope going into the last. There's hope going into the last. It's going to be 25, though, required of the last over. And, well, I know that's a tall ask, but it can be done. We have seen big scores in the last overs, and it's all about who's going to keep their nerve, and they're going to go now, would you believe it, for the last over to Gagandeep Singh.
Well, the most runs we've seen to win a game in the last is 32. It was Charles Packard, remember the name, from Calpe Giants. Still hasn't had to buy a drink in Gibraltar since, has Charles. We also saw 32 to force a golden ball in Brescia earlier this year. So, I mean, it's not quite that. Long story short, you need 4 boundaries minimum.
Can Ishtiaq be their hero again?
Don't really have a ball to burn for a single either, but Ishtiaq, well, he had ice in his veins this morning.
I can't believe.
It's a steep gradient from here, but 25 for Bologna to pull this out of the fire.
That's hit firmly to the fielder. Just a single. So that makes a big difference. Gagandeep just concentrates on getting the ball full and straight. I was about to say, I can't believe he hasn't got a third back because Gagandeep gets the ball to carry through a lot. Right, Hasib, he knows what he's got to do. It's got to be boundary or bust.
If you watched the last over in your Gagandeep, you're just getting it a metre outside off stump. He's going to try and hoik you. That's what Hasib's going to go to. That's his happy place. 4 maximos required.
In the air. Won't be going to the boundary. It's going to the fielder. Holds on to it. Hasib Khan will go for 44. It's been a valiant effort from Hasib, but he falls. Gagandeep gets the wicket. It is Onkar Singh who holds on to the catch. Don't forget the bit of fielding he did a little bit early on when he had to dive from right to left to stop the ball going for 4. So Gagandeep gets the big wicket, and really now you think that Royal Roma might be able to just breathe a sigh of relief. Now, if they're going to do it here, they need every ball to go for 6.
Hey, credit to Gagandeep because he must have read the room. He put it exactly where I said. It's one of those ones when you need a 6, you probably have a shot in your mind that you're saying, all right, I'm kind of looking for this. And he wanted to go to mid-wicket. He put it a metre outside us, don't let it go straight up in the air, well caught. And it's last chance saloon now. You've got a new batter coming out. But if there's one batter that I had, who's going to come out needing 4 sixes? Akash. Anything but a 6 won't do for Bologna.
And it won't be a 6. And Akash knows it as well. So many times this guy has gone out there and delivered when they needed it. Needed this to go for 6. But again, it's a good delivery from Gagandeep. One thing that Gagandeep has done throughout this series, he's learnt that charging in and banging the ball into the deck maybe isn't the best thing to do. It's just bowling it full and straight, not trying to bowl too fast.
Yeah, poor Ishtiaq. Doesn't matter what he does from here. He's been brilliant today. And look, Bologna, they're going to exit the tournament here, but they've been absolutely magnificent. Again, they've had a long commute. I mean, some of these guys didn't sleep last night. Some of these guys, left their homes at 3 o'clock this morning to be here, and they've done a magnificent job. They can be really proud of themselves. Unfortunately, they're going to have to exit the race at the semi-final stage. That's not a bad shot from Ishtiaq. He'll get 4. We'll get them 4 closer. But yeah, Royal Roma, just the array of hitters they've got, they just did enough, didn't they, to that 150 plus on the board. And Bologna, they'll end up probably with something similar. I think they scored 135 the first time they played Royal Roma. Then they pulled off that 140 chase second time. So they've made plenty of runs. Just won't be enough. Here's the last ball of the semi-finals.
And it will finish with a beautiful 6 straight down the ground. It means that they'll get to 141. But it will be Royal Roma that will book their place in the final. It will be an all-Roma affair. Roma CC taking on Royal Roma. But once again, Vinny, you see what I was talking about with these guys. They've got to bat first. They've got to put 150 plus on the board. Otherwise, they can get beaten. Bologna, they fall 12 runs short. 141 for 4. It's been a brilliant effort from Bologna. These guys have been absolutely amazing. I want to turn our attention on just what they've had to do in the last 3 days. They've had to play 3 matches on both of those days. They had to play 3 yesterday, and they had to get that big win against Kent Laka Napoli to get themselves here. And then here this morning, they had to play the Eliminator. They got through that, and then they pushed Royal Roma all the way in this semi-final. They play some great cricket. They've got some great plays in there, but they've got a lot of spirit. They've got a lot of guts, and they've got a lot of fire. And I wish them the best for the rest of their season.
Here, Rico, couldn't agree more. But what I can tell you is that we've got a rematch of the 2021 and 2022 Rome final now, with Roma CC taking on Royal Roma. Funny thing is, back in 2021, I think even in 2022, Royal Roma were the higher ranked team, but Roma CC found a way to beat them in the final. So that's coming up. The toss will happen pretty shortly, and the game will start in about an hour and a half. Don't miss it. Let's roll the highlights then. Would have had to have been the biggest chase of this tournament. 154 required. Bologna give it a shake, but not quite able to get over the line despite their best efforts.
Yeah, I mean, they started well. They stayed up with the rate. That was the key thing in the first 3 overs, 12 of the first 20 of that over from Charity. Can I just say what a great comeback it was from Charity. I couldn't believe that they were going back to him, but he bowled brilliantly. Only went for 9 in the second. But his first over didn't go to plan. Then Dinsa came on to bowl. He went for 15. And then Islam, his over went for 13. But he did pick up a wicket. There was 60 for 1 at the halfway point. Then we saw that fantastic over from Sukhbir Singh. Only 2 coming off it. And he picked up the 2 wickets. How important was that at that time? Well, this was a good moment here when Islam was trying to get a wicket. Well, he did hit the stance, but yeah, as we said, if he could have swiveled around and thrown the other way, it probably would have been more of an opportunity. Some of the shots here were great. I mean, we know about Faizan Nazir. He does love to go down the ground and play some big shots, but that was a chance that got put down, and that was a good thing. But the thing is, sometimes, and not that often, you get a double chance in life. He did get a second chance, and he did take the catch to remove Nazir. That was pretty important, because Nazir, as we know, was the man who scored the big runs against the last time. This was hoiked up in the air. It was a slower ball. What a good catch this from Guggendeep Singh. Of course, that was the over that we thought was going to change everything, because there was 2 wickets in there, only 2 runs. But let's just say, when he came back to bowl his second over, it didn't go to plan. It was his second over that then opened up everything. It went for 21, and just like that, you probably just thought that Bologna had taken themselves to maybe cause a bit of an upset.
You know, we said that one big over might change either way, but there was kind of one big one that did go either way, didn't it? And it just kind of kept it really close. Yeah, but ultimately, you know, Bologna, despite their best efforts, they're going to have to exit stage left. I mean, still can't believe that one went down. Just kept fighting, didn't they, Bologna? That weight of runs in the end just proved to be a little bit too much. Royal Roma holding their nerve, and then they went to Guggen late in the piece. Think he got this exactly right. Tried to take that leg side away. Yeah, that's exactly how it worked out. As Hasib fell for 44. He was the top scorer in the innings though, and then Akash needed to come out, basically hit 4 sixes. And you know, when that one didn't go, you knew that all they had to do, Royal Roma, was keep it straight. And they end up making yet another final. It's their 4th final. But having said that, they've only won the tournament once in 2021. They made the final in 2020, 2021, 2022, and now in 2024. And I can tell you, this is going to be an absolute banger of a final. Starting about 1.5 hours time. Let's check out the scorecard there. And no one could kind of get that 50 plus in the end. Hasib top scores with 44 off 20, pair of 26s for the openers. Got them off to a decent start. Ishtiaq again, I think that he flew the flag. But Abdullah, I know he was disappointed to go for a 3-ball duck. Akash, yeah, it was a lot to do by the time he came out. And really, you don't see too many 150 plus chases. I think you see why. In the end, Royal Roma just a little bit too good. Yeah, and you can highlight a couple of big overs there. I think the over number 5 from Sukhbir was sensational, but that over from Charanjit Singh bowling the 9th. We often say it all happens in the 9th, but he kept it nice and tidy. And even though Ishtiaq was dropped there on 20, it didn't bother him. He still completed a good over. And then Guggendeep, he had 25 to defend in the last, and he managed to do it quite comfortably. There's those bowling figures there for you once again. So well done to Sukhbir. 2 for 25, even though one of those overs was pretty big. But on the batting front, of course, Ankush Kumar gave them a good start with 26 of 13. Nazar also 26, but Hasib Khan kept him in the match. And also, once again, it was Mohammad Ishtiaq, who's had a good day here today, hasn't he? He made 32 of 12, but it wasn't enough as we have a look at the match summary there. Yeah, 153 to 141. Royal Roma get up. Somebody told me something, which, by the way, I didn't realise because it's come around so quickly. But apparently, I'm about to do game 4,000 in the final.
Is that
again.
right?
Yeah, so I don't want to detract from the final, but what a coincidence that I'll hit the old $4,000 on a day like this. I don't think I would have done it today if I was in the Netherlands either. But look, we'll come back for that. I can't wait for this. You know, I know that my 3,000 was the Barcelona final, Jaguars and Paco Care, an absolute thriller. I'm sure this will be just as good. We'll be back in about an hour and 25 minutes. Take you into the decider. Royal Roma versus Roma CC. A rematch of 21 and 22. They're one apiece, by the way, in finals. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, back with Rico Full shortly, and we'll see you for the final of this European Cricket Series. Get ready for some ECN history right here in the beautiful city of Rome, Italy. The first ever contest between the British and Irish Roses taking on Team Europe the weekend of the 24th and 25th of August. Best of 9, get ready for the Meltle Shield. Day 12, and this is the last dance in this ECS, and Roma CC hoping to go back to back to back. They won in 22 and 23. Take on Royal Roma. They actually pipped them in the 2021 final. Well, these two teams have got a lot of history. This ground is looking great. It's hot, and this trophy looks pretty nice as well. One of these teams is going to win it. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECS Italy-Rome final, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Yes, it is finals time, and we'll be giving away this European Cricket Series trophy to one of these two teams. Roma CC versus Royal Roma. Actually the third time that these two clubs have met in the final of an ECS here in Rome. In 2021, Royal Roma got the chocolates. In 2022, it was Roma CC that won, and that would actually propel them essentially, after they won the Super Series as well, all the way to the ECL, the Champions League in Khartoum. Last year, Roma CC got over Roma Bangla Morning Sun, so Roma CC hoping to go back to back to back. But I think this Royal Roma side, they're looking very strong. They're stacked. They top the table, actually, whereas Roma CC having to come from the 3 seed to get here. But let's get ready for the toss. At the other end, we've got Charles Crouch of the Sheriff with the coin and the two captains. Big coin toss coming up for the final.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome to the toss for the final with Roma CC versus Royal Roma. Be Royal Roma to call. Heads is the call, and it's a tail. Roma CC have won the toss, and they'll bowl.
So Jithri Lugadagi has won the toss and elected to bowl first. Probably felt it worked well for them earlier, and so they do like a chase, especially in a big game. I think it's an interesting one because for Royal Roma, I actually don't think it's a bad toss to lose. They're going to have to come in. They're going to have to take on a 4-pronged pace attack from Roma CC, which is a slightly different dynamic than we're used to seeing for them, especially in big games. But it worked for them earlier, didn't it? They swept aside Roma Bangla Morning Sun, did Roma CC in the semi-final. And look, Royal Roma, they had to work pretty hard to get past a plucky Bologna side in the second semi as well. So really, I think it's a team game, but I think in a sense, maybe one or two brilliant individual performances could be the difference here. Two teams that have a lot of rivalry. I think that it's a friendly rivalry, but I think when you get on the field, it's pretty hot and spicy, it's fierce, and I know that both of them would love to grab another European Cricket Series trophy. Let's go to Rico Full, who's in the commentary box. Well, I'm going to enjoy this call with you, and also, I mentioned this quietly, apparently it's my 4,000th game as well, so here's to many more, but here's to another trophy on the line. I can tell you that Roma CC have sent in the Royals. Well, that could go one of a couple of ways. Let's get over to the commentary box now with Rico Full.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandy, who did a great job there, of course, for the intro to this, the final. Roma CC taking on Royal Roma. Well, a royal moment for Vinny Sandu as well, as he just said there. It's his 4,000th match as well, so I hope it's going to be an absolute cracker. Well, sometimes, you know, when Vinny has these landmark moments, well, the golden ball tends to follow him around as well. Can you imagine a golden ball in the final? Well, he has had it happen once before, of course, in Portugal. And I wonder if it will repeat itself here. So, Royal Roma take it on, of course, Roma CC. Roma CC winning the toss and electing to field. So, Royal Roma will go out there and have a bat first again. Again, I don't think they mind that. Royal Roma, for most of the matches that they played, and they won the toss, I think their captain, Rajinder Singh, never hesitated to say, yeah, we'll have a bat first. It's a risky move, isn't it, against a side like Royal Roma. If they get away, then we've seen that already today. They can score big runs. They feel also the need to score big runs, because I don't think if they get big runs on the board, they don't have the bowling attack to really contain sides. So, yeah, I mean, if one of those batters go big, of course, We're talking about the likes of Kawani, Lakawala, and also Sukhbir Singh. And Charanjit Singh at the moment is in very good form. So if one of them goes big, once again, Roma CC could be chasing over 150 runs. And that's not ideal in the final. That creates a lot of pressure. So we're ready to go on another warm but beautiful afternoon in Rome. Local time is just about 4:15, so it's watermelon time as well. I'm sure Leslie will be here with the watermelon pretty soon. But let's get ready to start here. It's going to be an absolute cracker, this. Bilal Khan has got the ball in his hand. Didn't he bowl well in the earlier match? Remember, a 2-wicket maiden he bowled, and these 2 overs only went for 10. Welcome back to everybody. I hope you've had a nice little break, and I hope you're ready for what promises to be an electrifying final. Here's the first ball. And it's going to be a wide. So not the first time that Bilal has started with a wide, but once again, showing that he's got big pace. Bilal goes back to his mark. Come on, Billy. Come on, Billy. Umpires for the final, you can see that Nuwan is there with Amila, who's the second umpire, and the third umpire is Dilak. Bilal Khan once again. Short one. Oh, that's spicy. Oh, that's a spicy delivery. Beats him for pace here. And, well, Bilal right up in the face of Kawani Lakawal. Let's have a look at this. And, well, he just gives him a little look and says, yeah, what do you think of that, buddy? I like that from a fast bowler, Bilal Khan. Lakawal, though, will be looking to get his reply as well. That was up in the air, but oh, it gets through the gap. Could have gone anywhere. Could have gone anywhere. It sort of skids off the bat. And look at the celebration there. I'd like to see that again. Just have a look at the 2 batters here. I wonder if you can see that when the boundaries got played away. Just here, just have a look. So they come together, and it's a number of times. Look, uno, dos. Yeah, there you go. Fist pump, bat pump, fist pump, bat pump. 52% to 48. That ain't right, by the way. That was the last match. And I think those Bologna wish they were out there, but they're not. Right, down the ground, catching opportunity. It should be simple. It will be simple. First wicket will go, and the big wicket of Lakawal. So again, Lakawal isn't going to make a big score when it matters. Kawani Lakawal will go for 4. And Bilal gets the wicket. It's one of the easiest catches that, of course, that man will take. Tushara Samarakun. So Lakawal gets one away. And even that was a little bit lucky. But he's going to be gone. What I notice here is that Lakawal did take the first ball. Normally it's always Sukhbir. So they made a change in the final. I reckon that change was purely to deal with Bilal. I think Lakawal must have felt that it would be Bilal Khan bowling the first. He probably thought that he could deal with him better. Well, not to be. Bilal bowled very well to him. Tucked him up with those shorter deliveries. So it's going to be just 4 of 2. Samrakun takes the catch. Gets played away, and just to be a single here. Pick up and throw towards the... Oh, they're going back now. He's going to have to rush here. He will make it. Oh, dear. The little early error from Roma CC allowing the batters to come back for 2. Here's the pick up, and you can see the throw. Fires it in. There's some raccoon, but as soon as he throws it, he knows it's wild. It's nowhere, really. And fortunately, at least they have got the third back. So they're going to get 2 here. Charanjit Singh, the number 3 batter. Speed in pretty good form at the moment, the last few times we've seen him. And that's played nicely. But there's a fielder out there that'll take... Well, what happens? Oh, I can't believe they don't take a single here. That's just crazy. Let's see this again. I wonder if we can see the 2 batters here. They just don't go. So have a look at this. Charanjit plays a really nice shot. And just have a look at Sukhbir. He's ball watching and then just stands still and doesn't... Oh, you can't be leaving those out there. That's frustrating for Charanjit. Roma, well, Roma that is. We know that they do have issues with running, but these two, they shouldn't be a problem. And normally is when Lakamwal's out there. So Bilal gets another chance at Charanjit. Charanjit will be very frustrated. He's not at the other end. Plays that one away. Well, he won't be that frustrated because he gets a ball that he works away quite handsomely. And probably Sukhbir Singh is probably saying, well, I don't think he really knew what was going to happen there, Sukhbir, but I suppose Charanjit is able to play that one away. It will be the end of the first over. It is the final, everybody. 13 comes off the first. 13 for 1. The dangerous Lakamwal Singh is back already and just made 4 of 2 deliveries. And this is the way the day has panned out so far. Of course, Bologna would win the first match against Baracca Prato, and then Roma CC would win the semi-final against Roma Bangla Morning Sun, and then of course in that second high-scoring semi-final it was Roma that went all the way through. Okay, so now we get to over number 2, and well, this is a bit of a change. And that's too short. That's going to be 4 runs. That gets played away. Not the best of deliveries here. And down the leg side, this is Tharidu, who comes in and the ball's down the leg side. And Sukhbir Singh gets that one away. Well, if there's ever a time for Sukhbir to shine, now would be it. Sukhbir went early in of course that semi-final, and that was when Lakamwal made his run. So maybe they're going to swap places this time. Mind you, I think there's a lot of people that were hoping to see Kawani Lakamwal go big again. Well, we're not going to see it again, not in this series. Tucks him up, as well bowled, but once again, the calling from these two, it's not good. I mean, Charanjit there probably should have been calling Sukhbir through for a run here. Look, at this point, Charanjit starts to go. Sukhbir then, I think he reacts a little bit too late to Charanjit, and then Charan just says, nah, don't worry, stay there. You're a little bit too late coming. Tharidu, once again. Oh, that's been absolutely crunched. That is big. Oh, that's gone a long way. It gives him a little bit of width, and Sukhbir, he's not one to see if it's going to be a wide or not. If he gets the width, he just leans into it. How about that for a shot? All the weight going into it, and the balance on 1 foot as that gets crunched for a big hit down the ground. Abu Hami back to the drawing board for him. Oh, could have gone anywhere. Could have gone anywhere. Once again, look, there's that uncertainty between these two. They've got to sort this out, haven't they? That didn't sound good, by the way. It's hit the inside edge of the bat and didn't sound good at all. Well, it might be wise for Sukhbir just to check that bat because it sounded like something was a bit broken from it. Of course, plenty of cricket happening while we talk. We know that things have kicked off in the Netherlands. I can just see at the moment, well, Canada's struggling. They're 22 for 2, and I can see that, well, Vivian Kingma is charging in at the moment. That's hit firmly. If he hits, he's in trouble. Well, pick up and throw from Tushara Samarakun. He had 3 stumps to go for. Charanjit was nowhere. Here's the throw. And well, I think he misses by a fair way in the end. A little bit of luck for Charanjit. Yeah, you got to be careful. Well, right on cue. Well, we have gone past the 4 o'clock mark, and normally around 4:15, it's time for a little bit of watermelon. And Leslie has arrived. Swing and a miss. That's not a good shot. I mean, Sukhbir can play a good shot out on the offside. He's shown us plenty of times, but he won't on that one. He'll miss it. 10 come off the over. That means it's 23 for 1 after 2. Roma having been put into bat. This is what we're going to see on the first day in Austria. I know that Nische will be there. Cricketer CC taking on Vienna CC. Snazzy will be in action again against Vienna and Danube. And those teams are going to go at it for 5 matches in the day. And Nische Butt will be there to talk you through it. And I'll be joining Nische on the Tuesday after travelling there. After, of course, the final day of the Miltel Shield. On Sunday, Bilal comes straight back. It's that width again. Look at this one take off. And really good Argate. It literally leaps off the ground here to take this one. Look at the carry through here. That's a great delivery from Bilal. And a good time to welcome back into our Casa Grande to Vinny Sandy.
Yeah, well, pretty hot in the kitchen at the moment. Hot out there. Bilal, his 2 overs so important. And, wow, Charanjit survived a bit of a scare, didn't he? More often than not, I think Samarakun hits the stumps from there.
Yeah.
Now that's high. It's going to fly, though. Can't see anyone catching this. It's going, gone. Maximo for Charanjit. You would say Royal Roma, despite that loss of the 1 wicket, they have had kind of the better of the luck in the last couple of minutes. That could have gone anywhere. It goes over the fence.
Yeah, well, swings hard. Bilal, he's got so much pace, hasn't he? And that's one thing about him. If you get anything on this when he's swinging, that ball is just going to fly and just fly away. Well, there you saw the Royal Roma camp at the moment. They're just sat down and hoping that they can get off to a good start here. Bilal, can he get that Yorker in?
Yeah, just won't swing for him. That's why actually I'm a bit surprised he hasn't gone back to his round the wicket tactics where he then trying to go to kind of cramp him a little bit. I love the 50-50 kind of contest we got here. It's what you want to see in a final. Yeah, but Bilal, it's funny. We've seen him for a number of years now. Sometimes he swings it, sometimes he doesn't. And there seems to be no real rhyme or reason when it does and when it doesn't go. We have seen a lot of bowlers getting a fair bit of sideways today. Sukbir, I feel like he might be due to launch as well, you know. 10 off 6 at the moment. Oh, geez, that's quick, though. Is that too high, though? Did he have one earlier in the over? I don't think so.
He hasn't had one that's been signalled as one for the over. I think that this one may be now. Just having a look at the Miller at square.
Yeah, I mean, even that's borderline. I think the one that the keeper took over his head, I think when it passed the batter, it was fine. It's just it started taking off. But, yeah, 30 on the board. Royal Roma. Kind of an even start, really. Does he pitch one up here, Bilal? Does he stick with the shortish stuff? Good length. And no substitute for a good pace bowler. I mean, it's one of those things, part of it I just think is you're born with it. I know you can work hard as you like, but a lot of people work hard and they never get beyond the military medium. You've got someone like Bilal, he's just got that X factor, doesn't he? That's why he's so sought after. We've seen him play in a couple of countries now. And he's got one more ball to try and change the narrative here. Maybe get the wicket of Sukbir Singh.
Yeah, Sukbir swinging what? He keeps practicing the uppercut, but he hasn't played it. But look at the field. It's set for it. Wide third, backward point. And that one's over pitch, and that's going to go to the boundary. So maybe he does go for the Yorker to finish his spell. Just overcooks it, and he gets put away for Sukbir. So a boundary at the end, but still a very good spell of bowling from Bilal. And that over will just go in the end for the 11. And after 3 overs, the power play complete. It's 34 for 1. Hello to a lot of people in the chat. I can see that Eden is in the chat. He was asking Monica a question. He wanted to know why Monica is supporting Roma CC. Well, I can tell you that. I know that Monica answers the question herself. I think Monica does like the way that Roma CC play. And one of her favourite players is out there. Bilal can't. Well, Monica, Bilal, he didn't do too bad, did he? Picked up a wicket. And he certainly caused a lot of problems there for both the batters. And I don't think his job is done yet. He's also a very good fielder. And yeah, hello to Aidan, hello to Monica, hello to John Hesham as well. And he's, well, John is saying, get stuck into those watermelons. Yeah, we certainly will. And yeah, welcome to everyone to this final. And I think it's going to be a great final. It's going to be a cracker.
It's got all the hallmarks. Third time these two teams have met in an ECS final, believe it or not. Oh, geez, missed that by a long way at Naka. Played well earlier.
Yeah.
He gets the first one through. Bilal, just that last ball being a full toss, I don't mind the idea. He'd gone short, short, short. I think it was just in the execution. It turned out to be a bit of a shin-high full toss and well put away. At Naka, though, is a really good pacer, isn't he?
Yeah, one thing here from Royal Roma CC, I'm seeing a lot of dot balls. They're trying to hit boundaries. Don't forget, you can take the singles. They're just trying to hit everything to the boundary. Look, high, up in the air. Fielder running after this one, but this is going to go all the way. Yep, it is. Goes over the stronger together boundary fence, and that's going to be 6 runs. Which one of these two teams are going to be stronger together in the end? Is it going to be Royal Roma? Well, we just saw a nice shot of them all sat there huddled together under the shade of their marquee. Or will it once again be Roma CC? Will they do it again like they did last year?
Yeah, I love just, there's no way you call this game. I mean, if you played this game 10 times, I reckon they win 5 each. You know, it's going to be winner takes all here. This one bites back in off the pitch for Naka. Worked away, thinking of a throw. They think better of it. Just a single. What do you think's a good score here then? I mean, these two have had 2 games. We saw Royal Roma win a close one. I think it was 94-84 early on. And then we saw Roma CC win a higher scoring one.
Yeah.
It's pretty unpredictable, isn't it? Don't forget that when Royal Roma beat Roma CC on, I think it was opening day, it actually snapped their potentially record-breaking streak at 21.
Yeah. You're right, they did. But that was a weird match, wasn't it? They restricted Royal Roma to a relatively low score, under 100, and then couldn't get there. I think they only managed to get to about 85. Edge, and that flies away. That's the danger. And look at Rila. Somebody help pick him up. It looks like he's been rolled over by a bulldozer. Have a look at this. Rila, down he goes. Look at Rila. He says, I can't get any higher than that. Down he goes. It's a great effort from the 49-year-old. Yep, you heard me right. He's 49. You would never believe it. Well, he just picks himself up and dusts himself down and puts the cap back on. A little bit of luck there for Sukbir. He's swinging hard. He's missed a lot on that one. Thankfully, the edge of his bat took it over. Rila. Miscues this completely. He will get just a single. Now, I think here in this contest, I mean, just later on in the afternoon, I think is probably the best times for batters to be out there batting. We've certainly seen that more scores in the later matches than the earlier ones. I would say 140 plus. I think they have to get to about a 140 score.
It's a weird kind of a game, isn't it? Because it's almost like anything's chaseable and anything's defendable. I just think both these teams are strong batting and bowling units. That's probably why they're here, isn't it? Anyway, this is a little bit short. It's going to get pulled away by Charanjit, where he continues his good start, moves to 26, to fraction short. One thing about the seam movement from Naka, it's generally always in. So if you see the ball bouncing on length, you kind of prepare, I think, as a batter, that it's going to come in and you can work at leg side.
Yeah.
Exactly what he does, well executed.
Yeah, and a nice good shot. That's going to go for 50. Well, the 50 is up, and also the 4,000 is up, Vinny.
We just used the same one from the 3,000, to be honest. It feels like not that long ago that we were doing that. I know you're not far off as well. I think you'll be there by the end of the year as well. To give you an idea, we have 1,800 cricket matches this year that we're broadcasting. Right now, we're broadcasting 3 at once.
Yeah.
So it's absolutely
quite
insane.
exceptional.
Thank you to everyone. I'm not going to go on about it too much, but I want to say thanks to everyone for their support. It's actually great that some of the teams here in preparation for Melton Shield, but to all the players, everyone I've come into contact with, all the viewers, obviously, we couldn't do it without you either. So I just think for the whole European cricket community, I'm so excited to be a part of it. Thank you, Rico, as well, and everyone I've worked with for your support and making this what it is. What this is, it's a ball that's flicked away, and it's going to be it's a bit of a teaser for the fielder in the circle. I don't think there's any realistic chance he could have pulled off the catch, and Sukbir gets 4.
Yeah, it's trying to tuck him up and just over the fielder. It would have been a great catch or even a great save if he got anything on that, but that's going to get worked away. Charles Fernando hasn't had the best of days with the ball, and he starts with 4 from his first. It's too much down the leg side, and Sukbir puts it away.
It's hard because these guys, they don't have any obvious weaknesses. Both these guys, don't forget, they're from Asian Latina. You know, we've seen them playing for Asian Latina a lot, and they know each other really well. I think they enjoy batting together. It's almost like a merger, isn't it?
Yeah.
With the Royal Roma side that you see here. Too short, but it's going to be a wide. Who can forget that classic game last year? It was Asian Latina versus Royal Roma. and it went down to the very last ball. Asian Latina, I think they were 1% at one point.
Yeah.
They fought all the way back. They needed 1 to tie 2 to win. It was a swing and a miss. Looked like they were going to get a bye. The keeper kind of fluffed the throw, went to the bowler, bounced off the inside of his leg and onto middle stump at the bowler's end, and that was it. And now it's so funny that those two teams have basically joined forces to make a kind of super team here. Throwing down the gauntlet, Roma CC. That's going to be a low full toss. Oh no, well, he's going to be all right, Samarakun, but I mean, Haley's comment probably comes as often as Samarakun will misfield, especially one like that. And we had a good view of it. I think we'll see that it's going to be okay. It does give away an extra run, though. Luckily, it doesn't give away the boundary.
Yeah, well, I thought it was going to be a very rare blunder for Samarakun. I mean, it is because it's the misfield, which allows the batter to get 2, but he does recover.
Yeah, all's well that ends well. Does keep Sukbir on strike, wouldn't have been otherwise. He gets one that's short, he pops it. Maximo! Well, Fernando, I don't know, someone has to get him the memo. Don't need to bang it in short.
Yeah.
There's natural bounce in this, and you can see that Sukbir just kind of sweats on it, gets on the back foot and smashes it. That one's gone into the olden days.
Yeah, it is. Well, I reckon that hole goes all the way down through past the centre of the core of the earth and ends up in Australia, you know. The next time you're back home, you're going to have to bring that one back.
Yeah. This is a very random fact, but it is the last game of the day. That if you could make a tunnel from one end of the world to the other, so, and assuming you wouldn't get vaporized, because the middle of the world's very hot.
Pretty hot, yeah.
It is hot, but okay, take that out of it, if you can. Fernando, and he pitches up this time, does a bit better. See, that's one that's kind of in between length with the pace he's got and the bounce. That's where he should be bowling it. So let's say you jumped in the hole.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Then what would happen is you would accelerate, the gravity would take you, you hit maximum speed at the center of the earth, you'd come out the other side and you'd stop perfectly at the other side of the earth. And you'd probably just poke your head up for a second and then, and the same thing would happen again.
You take it sucked back the other way.
Excluding air resistance and a few other factors. Don't try that at home. In the air, should be the first wicket for Fernando. It will be. It's team catch. Well, Bilal will take it. It's the unintended assist at Naika. Kind of went back. Looked like he just kind of lost his footing at the last moment. But teamwork makes the dream work. And a very unusual catch will be the end of Sukbir for 31. It's funny because we saw he shouldn't have been on strike last ball before that. Did pump a boundary, but then Charles comes up with the wicket and Royal Roma 63 for 2.
Yeah, well, Bilal, he's always lurking, isn't he, to take a catch. We saw he almost took one when Samarakun in the last match in their semi-final made a brilliant save on the boundary. But this time, well, the lurking pays off. He will take the catch. He'll be credited for it. That will be the end of Sukbir Singh. So Sukbir gets into the 30s and then has to depart. And Charles Fernando, yeah, I mean, that's better. That's better areas for him. Just get the ball slightly pitched up.
You can still get the ball to jump off a length, but I think if you bang it in too short, just giving the batter a good look at it, and they know there's bounce in this pitch. They can spring onto that back foot and get in the right spot. All right, well, the tall timber just keeps on coming, doesn't it? Here's Gungandeep batting 4, last ball of the 5th over. Gets some of it, but not the whole lot. It'll be a dot, or will it? Well, I mean, Atnaka, there's 2 misfields. If you net him out, he's got 1 for 1. Anyway, it's the end of the 5th over, and the score is 64 for 2. Let's welcome you into the commentary box, and great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo Rico Full with me. Yeah, we don't need to carry on too much because it's weird that like 1,000 games now is like, it's just another 1,000. But I know you're not throwing away.
4,000 though, that's a serious number.
I'm pretty lucky because my last 2 milestones, I've been with you. And I've hardly got to commentate with you outside the majors lately because of how this ECN's blown up.
It's just taken off.
Big thanks to everyone out there, like I say, the whole community for their support. And, you know, I just think ECN, we've created something really, really special that millions of people around the world enjoy every day. And not many people can say they've been involved in something like that.
Yeah, and that's great. And, of course, 4,000 matches, you've become a bit of a household name now for a lot of people around the globe.
Yeah, it's everyone that doesn't want to watch saying, change the channel. This has been on for 12 hours. No, we love it. And it's a new era. It's an exciting new era, isn't it? I mean, with streaming and I suppose the blending of media now. I remember when I grew up, you just had kind of 4 channels, and I couldn't wait till, the cricket's on. But now, I mean, you can watch it anytime, anywhere. You don't even have to be at home. Now, really, really thankful for the support.
You're lucky you had 4 channels.
Oh, wow. That's getting belted. Just stand and deliver stuff from Gagan. At Naka, I don't know. He's kind of had the yips a little bit so far in the last 5 minutes. But look at that. Just a kind of carve, uppercut, kind of front foot cut, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
From Gagandeep. Nice shot.
Gagandeep, let me tell you a story about Gagandeep. Now, maybe you remember last year, so think back now here. Last year, the likes of Kent Lanka, the likes of Royal Roma, how many of these guys wore lids?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Not
now,
many. Yeah.
Now, remember Gagandeep? I don't know if you remember. Well, he got a pair here, you know, golden ball, and he was on for another one. He scored a few runs. And I spoke to him afterwards and the team said, look, the biggest problem that we have, our batters are not used to batting
Not
with
used
lids.
to, yeah. Oh, wow. That's belted. Gone a long way. That made a very good sound, didn't it, out of the bat? Well, Gagandeep's on the charge. That Naka gets sent over the ropes.
Yeah, and this is a great shot, by the way. Look at the pickup here. He's waiting for it. Good swing, solid strike. I mean, he's strong as an ox as he fires that away. And, of course, so what they've been doing is you know, and I suggested, I said, look, even when you're doing some fielding, put a lid on.
Yeah.
Put a lid on, do catching with the ball, run around with it, get used to it. And look, looks like Gagan is getting used to it. He's going to muscle this one. But this does get stopped by Tushara Samrakun. It'll just be a single. But that's not a bad result, you know. I mean, if you can just rotate to strike these two, hit a couple, get a single, and now challenge it. Don't forget, he's going pretty well, 26 off 10. So these are good signs at the moment for Royal Roma. Remember, they still have got the likes of Hashmat Dinsa to come in. I still think this guy is a superb batter of the ball, hits the ball really well.
Yeah, but you're exactly right. I couldn't agree more. That Naka. Wow, this would have been a wide. He actually gets plenty of it. He's belted that into the fence. Charanjit on fire. That one's actually broken now. Fairly strong, stronger together banner. Running repairs required. It's 4 more to the score.
Well, I tell you what, they don't get any stronger than these two batters out there when they hit the ball. And even the stronger together banner, it can't stay together when they hit it. Well, there you go. It's split in half. I think the repair team are going to be out there pretty soon putting that one together. What a shot. That was motoring along.
But you're exactly right as far as practicing in the helmet and doing stuff in the helmet. All right, another one that's going to fly. Well, this is just trouble with a capital T at the moment. Is it the same part of it?
No, it's another one. He's got 2 now. Oh, he's got a new name now. He's the banner destroyer. It's a thing. Oh, yaar, ऐसे इन्ना काम किया अपनी banner पा अपने रात दिन रात काम किया तू 2 शॉट मार के दे थोड़ी सारी अपनी boundary fence पान दी. Oh dear.
There might be nothing left actually after this. I mean, the match might be under attack as well. Oh gee, end of the over. 85 for 2. Well, this has been a really good run there. Mountain Ika goes magical in the 6th. Yeah. What do you go? Go spin now, do you? That's what I'd be thinking. That's what they're going to do. They're going to go to Samarage. They kind of went pace heavy before, and when the tide turned, they were able to get the spinners to come and just kind of ask a few different questions.
Yeah, I wonder if here, I mean, with the number of batting still to come, the plan has to be here for Gagandeep and also for Charanjit to take on the spinners. Take them on. If they go big, they might. You're trying to get them to change their plan. Go after the spinner, get big runs, and then the captain, Relegarage, is probably thinking, all right, I can't go with spin because they're attacking the spin. I think you've got to be brave here and go for it.
I think so. Why not? Change of pace. Hit hard. And, well, Bilal gets a hand on it, but he can't keep it in the field. It'll be 6 runs, maximal time. Oh, look, even if Bilal can keep that in, it feels like a bit of a win for Roma CC, but you can see there it was a kind of hand of hope. Even if he caught it, he might have had a hard time staying in bounds.
He would never have stopped.
Yeah, 6 runs to Royal Roma.
Yeah, he would never have stopped. He would have had to have taken the catch and flicked the ball back up in the air.
Oh, well, good comeback from Samarage. I suppose depending on how this goes, if it goes well, then you can bowl Maragi in the 8th and you can finish with spin if it's working. But, yeah, interesting decisions now for Roma CC skipper. Driven pretty well. Doesn't quite get the gap, though, and it's just a single.
Yeah, I wonder if Charanjit plays spin pretty well. The way he likes to play, especially if the ball is on the stumps, he plants that leg and he sort of slog sweeps down the leg side. Oh, you don't want to bowl there too. That's just a poor delivery. I'm just telling you already how challenging it likes to hit the ball. Well, I'm loving the people that are here at the ground at the moment. Well, look, I think that was Dane Kirby here as well. Let's have a look and see again.
Is it?
It's a number of spectators. You can see some of the youngsters in there as well. Just have a look. Here we go. And yeah, got a few youngsters there. I think Kirby's there. He's got a nice little number on his head.
Yeah, that's a nice way to spend a Friday afternoon, isn't it? I'm sure that Yarn's around. I know they're very keen to catch the Melton Shield as well. That's the end of the over, and at the end of 7, we've got a game on our hands here. I'm not so sure that is the end of the over. But anyway, let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow anyway, because if you are free, and hopefully you are, you can catch the first ever Melton Shield. I know we've got the presentations tonight coming up. Team Europe versus the British and Irish Roses in a best-of-9 contest for supremacy.
Yeah, well, we see a wicket there. That's challenging. That will
Has
go.
he stepped on his stumps or something?
Oh, let's have a look at this again. We got to see this here.
I mean, if he's going, then that's all I can think it might have been.
Oh.
What do we got?
Well,
I mean, that's him getting ready for the next ball, and then I don't think we missed a ball, did we?
let's have a look here. What happened? So he gets caught. Gets caught here. There we go. There's the cat. I think because the graphics came on, we missed the action.
Right. Okay. So let's just reverse that to out.
Yeah.
It's hard because we're watching the screen, but that's, hey, it happens. It'll be Nuttendiga takes catch. Challenge, it goes for 40. Here's Mosen. Again, they prefer Mosen to Dinza.
Yeah.
At 5. He likes to swing. That's exactly what he does. And he hits this a country mile in the air. Going, and gone. Maximo. Perfect start for Mosen. Brings up the 100 as well for Royal Roma. Samaragi will go for 17 despite taking that, I suppose, that ghost wicket. It did happen because we showed you the replay. It was 102 for 3 after the real 7 overs.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of I suppose it's a semi-win. They do get the wicket of challenging, but I like the fact that they did attack him, and that's exactly what I was expecting Royal Roma to do. 7 overs completed, 18 balls to come. Where can they get to? And, of course, this is what's going to happen tomorrow. It's the start of the Melton Shield, and we're going to see Team Europe taking on the British and Irish Roses. And, of course, we're going to bring you 5 matches tomorrow, and I believe 4 on the Sunday.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm glad I'm not in charge of getting all these people to the one place, because how many countries got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the left. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think it's 13 countries. Helmian Rambaldo as well, coaching Team Europe, former Dutch international. And Quinton Norris, our very own, who, by the way, we'll see in ECS Austria, playing for Vienna CC. Richie Cunningham, really excited to see him again.
Yeah.
Richie, also known as Uncle Fester, from Gibraltar. And Sarah Gomsel is managing Team Britain and Ireland, British and Irish Roses. And remember, with the squads, players have to play a minimum of 4 games, and you can't play more than 4 from one particular country in one game. Here we go with over 8. And it's going to be a bit of a miss hit, but it's going to fall safely first up. Nuttendiga has just had an absolute shocker up in the field at Naka, pardon me. He just keeps running around it, doesn't he? Apahami comes back to bowl the 8th over.
Yeah, so it looks like the way they went after Samaragi means that they don't go to Dinadu here. So the plan kind of works. They've decided to go back to some seam. Oh, well, it's high. Has it got the distance? You bet it has. This one also is going to drop just in front of the side screen. Moshin, well, this is what he's there for. I think Moshin they give him the license to go big straight away. They're probably saying to someone like Moshin, look, we don't care if you come back after 1 ball or you're out there 3 balls or 10 balls. Just hit every ball. No dot balls, because otherwise we might as well send Hashmat Dinzer out. That's what he's there to do. Well, he's hit 2 balls and he's hit them both for 6.
Yeah, well, that was just a pin your ears back kind of shot, wasn't it? And got the result. Apahami, he's been brought in as an extra pace option. So obviously they felt, okay, the pace was good. Let's hit him with it. It's kind of had, I'd say, mixed results. Royal Roma, okay, they listed 142, and I mean, it gives them a good chance. I'm not so sure. The computer's saying if they get 140, they're like 65% favourites. I'm not so sure if it's that much.
I don't think it's that much. I think 140 is a score that they need to get to maybe just squeeze a victory. If they want more than that, then they get more. Oh, no, this is a real shocker. Well, Vinny, talk to us about this, because I know you're the expert behind the stumps. What has Rila done wrong here? It should be a straightforward
I mean, he doesn't make too many mistakes. I mean, it basically yorks him. you know, that's very uncharacteristic of him.
Yeah.
And so what does he do? I mean, he just kind of leaves a bit of a gap between his legs. Now, ideally, you don't want any gap. Normally, like, you got your hands covering that as well, but I don't know, it's just a kind of perfect storm of things went wrong, and it's 4 extra runs.
Yeah, it's a rare error from Willigadage, and that helps. Moshin swinging and missing, but that one, well, maybe he dummies the keeper, and now high in the air, one hand comes off the bat. It's a long way up. Well, he's had a few issues with the catching, and he has issues here once again, and this time nobody's there to help him out. Well, Apapathy, I think that is, again, it's just not going right for him.
Catching's a confidence game, and he didn't have anyone to save him this time. Poor Damika, he's going to have to go back to catching school, really.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not easy. I know they look easy on TV. I can assure you they're not that easy. Let's let that get a bit too low on him. Didn't get the pinkies together. So, Roma CC chasing a bit of leather here. Or Roma 114 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, it's not the worst of overs, is that one? I mean, 12 comes from it. There was a big 6, but then there was the 4 byes, which don't help. But, of course, the drop catch. I suppose the one thing it does, it keeps Moshin on strike. Would you rather be bowling to Moshin or Gaggandeep? Gaggandeep seems to have maybe it's a more set batter, but Moshin, he can't be chewing up too many. Samarage is going to come back.
He won't be chewing up too many. He's trying to belt everything, gets this down the ground, gets the boundary. So Royal Roma building a pretty useful partnership here in the second half of this innings.
Yeah, a lot of noise and being made out there. He's hit this one pretty straight, hasn't he, Moshin? He's a powerful hitter. When he hits the ball, it stays hit most of the time. It takes him to 118. I mean, ideally, you want to be finishing on around about the 130 at the end of this over. Then you have a real push to try and close in on the 140 something, maybe even touch on the 150. At the moment, expected about 143. Moshin, though, he can't be missing any. He's got to get bat onto ball.
Yeah, he's thinking more than that, though. He's thinking to get bat on ball and ball out of ground. Right now he gets the thick under edge, gets one. Here's Gaggandeep coming back on strike.
Yeah, he's not had too much. Oh, well, the umpire, I don't understand. He could have busted his foot here. The ball, I think, still goes onto the stumps. Watch this. The umpire sees the ball coming, wants to try and stop it, and he almost rolls his foot on it.
It was almost ankle central, wasn't it? Anyway, back. Belted for another 6. It's Maximo. Just love the way he gets that big stride in, doesn't he? Gets close to the ball, and then it's just a beautiful batting shape. That's pure, really. I don't even know he's known for power, but that was quite pretty as well, wasn't it?
A delightful shot, really was. All right, he gets given the width, and I suppose here what Samarage is thinking, maybe you can draw a Gaggandeep out of the crease, but Gaggandeep says, nah. You see these? I've got long reach, I've got long arms, long legs, and I've got a bit of power to come through afterwards as well. That's a glorious stroke.
Yeah, it's easy to get lazy on that shot and end up kind of letting the bottom hand take over too much and trying to drag it, but that was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, someone Khan was asking you a question there saying about the par score that we've had. And I think par's probably been about 120.
Yeah, 123, I think. All right, in the air, but miles over the head of anybody. That's Maximo. Gagan is heating up, and even at 140 looks a bare minimum with hitting like this. He gets quite square on. It clears that front leg. Just basically, it's like a line drive, isn't it? Up and out of the ground.
Well, look at them. That's Hashmat Dinsa. He's the next man to come in. But at the moment, they're enjoying this hitting from Gaggandeep Singh. He moves to 32 of just 12 balls. All right, that's a miscue. Guess who? And he's missed another.
You've got to be kidding me.
has missed another. It's all going wrong for him. Does this get him on the head?
Hope not. I mean, he's normally absolutely fine. But, you know, when you're hot, you're hot. When you're not, you're not. It must look like, it must feel like he's trying to catch a grain of rice that's being shot out of a gun. That one's the good old-fashioned falcon, I think, off the end of the fingers.
Oh, dear.
Oh, boy, you got to feel for him.
Just one of those. I think he was, look at the Samarage's had enough. I mean, Relay is saying, no, leave him, but he's saying, look, replace him. And now I think Athanaika, he looks like he's coming off the field.
I mean, he's got a good excuse because he just took I think, a glancing blow on the head. But, I mean, he's bowled out, I think, hasn't he? Yeah, he's bowled out. You used the 12th.
That actually hit him. I was right. That ball did hit him on the head. So that's why he's coming off. Look, I mean, they're just checking he's okay, but that ball came from his fingers and on the head. So 12th man will come on, and let's just hope that Atalaika is okay. I just saw that there's blood on the hand. He's cut himself.
I mean, the thing is, let's say he didn't get hit, you'd still want to replace him, but you can't do it unless there's an injury. Unfortunately, he has sustained an injury there, but the ball's following him as well. He's in a position where it's weird. In this form of the game, you do kind of hide people. More balls go to outfielders than infielders. I think Krupu's going to come on as a sub fielder, and he's going to go to that hot spot.
Yeah, I suppose they've just taken the opportunity while Atanaika was coming off there. I can see that maybe there's been a bit of a helmet change or adjustment there for Guggendeep as well.
We were talking about helmets before. So, yeah, people then, you need to use them just even for little throwdowns, even for little, when you tap it, just get used to it. The thing is, it's an uncomfortable period, but then you do get used to it. I know myself. When I started playing first grade cricket, I grew up of the era that you didn't have to wear them. I found them a bit uncomfortable. Okay. Samaragi, thick outside edge. That's just going to find the turf. Probably spins away from the fielder as well. It does. Morago can't chase it down. There's 4 runs to finish the 9th. 4 carreras. And with an over remaining, the score, 137 for 3. Yeah, so, but I remember playing first grade, I said, these are proper bowlers now. You got guys that have played for Australia, playing Western Australia. It doesn't matter what's comfortable or not. You're going to have to learn to live with it. And then I found that, there's a teething period. And no batter likes to go through that teething period because they feel like, what if people judge me if I make some low scores? What if it does cause me to get out a couple times? But the long-term benefits, and I think now with the regulations being put in place, I couldn't be more in favour of it. I know sometimes it's a bit of an extra expense to get their helmet, and I understand the economics and all these things, but the risk is just too great. Yeah. And the good thing is most kids these days in organised cricket countries, they grow up. It's a standard bit of equipment like your pads. So they're not too bothered at all. But
thing is, though, I mean, what I can tell you, and I know Nish will back me up here, so the Royal Roma side here, I'm not just them, but we're talking about Royal Roma because we know that majority of their players never wore lids. The number of times in this series that they've been struck on the helmet, just imagine if we hadn't made it mandatory, how many nasty injuries there would have been here. So, I reckon that's got to be the in thing here. You've got to wear lids. Oh, well, that one is not in the right place. This is going to go all the way as well. Manos, arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras, 6 más. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Well, I said they wanted to get into around about the 130s at the end of the 9th and really push on to see if they can get close to that 150. Well, that will help. That's now 143 for 3 with still 5 balls to come. And so they're not using, you see, what they did is they've done exactly the right thing. They attacked Samarage, and that means that they spoiled the plan of Rome CC. That's why we're not seeing Dinadu coming into bowl. Fernando, once again, that's a better delivery. Pitched up in the air. This one surely is going to be taken. And yes, it will be. So that's going to be the end of Moshin, but he's done his job. 24 he scores of 9 deliveries. Just skies this one up, but his luck runs out, and it is Charles Fernando who picks up his 2nd wicket.
Yeah. And so, going for it as you'd expect at this stage of the innings. And Royal Roma, well, they lose most of it. Kind of did his job, 24 off 9. He'll depart, 4 balls remaining, 143 for 4.
Yeah, and one thing I remember, I mean, we're talking about helmets. I remember that a lot of cricket I played earlier, and I know that with you playing indoor cricket a lot. When I then started playing, if you like, proper cricket, I had to wear pads.
Yeah.
Running with pads, I just couldn't do it. Batting with pads, and I remember my coach said, here's a set of pads, take them home for the weekend, and I just want you to wear around the house. My parents thought I'd gone mad. I was going up and down stairs with these pads on, but it worked. Oh, well, that's blasted. It's in the slot, and that's going to go big. Hashman Dinsa, first ball, boom, shakalagia, 6 runs.
It's the superpower, isn't it, in this form of the game. Such a different kind of role in the middle order. T20 versus T10 cricket. Often T20 cricket, you're looking for guys that can push around, get the set batter back, but you need people to make immediate impacts in this form of the game. Dinsa does and slams it out of the ground. 149 and climbing. Quite the mountain here for Roma CC. Still 3 balls to go. Slow ball, picks it, hits it for 6. Maximo, what a great shot from Dinsa to readjust. I think it was the right option from Fernando, but it didn't make any difference. That's the 150 up as well now for Royal Roma.
Yeah, well, they're motoring ahead. All of these are valuable runs. And 150, can they push on now to a 160-plus score? Hashman Dinsa, I've said this before, I think all the other batters that come in above him are powerful hitters. but the one who's got all the shots is Hashmat Dinza.
Well, they want to run. Obviously, the 2 sixes weren't enough, and they're going to give up a wicket.
Well, I like that call from Gagan. He's sort of saying, chal, 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 chal. He's backing on the fact that Rilla will miss it. Well, Rilla, I reckon, has been practicing because remember that match that we thought was going for a golden ball. We all know which one it was. Well,
Yeah,
he had about 4 shies at the stumps and missed. And he's practiced this. So Gagan, he will go 38 off 15
I
deliveries.
don't know. That seems a bit of a shame, only because you just saw back-to-back sixes. So if you wanted to pick someone to try and hit a 6, probably was Dinzer again. Now he's stuck at the other end. Anyway, time for the last ball. 155 plus whatever can be gathered.
Look at that shot there.
Islam ul Haq comes out to bat. Last ball coming up.
See, Charles Fernando.
We haven't had a 150s chasing this series, Rico.
Yeah, well, they're going to be running, that's for sure. Well, they should be. Here we go. And they run. Can he do it again? No, nope. Not this time.
Well, they miss 2 balls. They get 1 run. 156 off the 10 to finish. And Roma CC will have to chase significantly more than we've seen chasing this series if they're going to go for the three-peat here in the final of the European Cricket Series 2024 in Rome.
Well, we saw them defend 153. Well, they got 153 5 down against Bologna. Bologna got within 12 runs to 141. And now, well, they've got those runs on the board again. You were asking me earlier, what do you think the score they need to try and get to? And I said to you at the time, I think it has to be minimum 140. That's because some of the frailties that they might have in their own bowling. But they've done that. They've got the runs on the board. And it's the final. Runs on the board are huge in the final. So, well, let's go for this. I think there you can see Hashmat Dinter saying, I didn't want him to run there. He shouldn't have run. I should have stayed there and should have had a go at the last ball. Well, mind you, it doesn't work. Not everything goes to plan. Of course, we're all hoping that Atananaika is okay. Remember, we saw him drop a catch and the ball then fell onto the side of his head. I hope he's all right there. But this is the hitting there at the beginning. Bilal, well, he would take the early wicket on Lakanwal, and we knew then, though, well, if he goes early, somebody else always manages to find a way. So this time, Sukhbir, who went early last time, he was the one who stuck around. A fine 31 of 16 from him. But that partnership between him and Charanjit will certainly put them in a very strong position.
Just kind of 6 hitting machines, aren't they? And they've got lots of threats. I mean, we saw 5 different batters hit multiple 6s in this innings. And yeah, they're just kind of only no one gear, and it's very, very fast. We had, how many is that? 15 6s in the innings. I think probably about par for the course with how Royal Roma are going. Charanjit had a bit of luck early, remember? We thought he might have been run out. In the end, he survived. Bilal bowled pretty well. Just kind of going for that Yorker. He got hit last ball. But, yeah, I mean, Royal Roma, it's there. But we also know they've given up the biggest chase in the series as well. Roma CC, they've got a pretty long, strong batting lineup themselves. When you look at their top 5 or 6, well, I just think, whose shoes would you rather be in? The Royal Roma shoes, surely, at the halfway point.
Yeah, you would. I mean, runs on the board on the final is big. And, of course, when you're out there, Roma CC is going to be very difficult for those batters to try and not be thinking about the 15 and a bit and over the knee. That was a nice moment for Bilal, of course. He takes the catch. And on that occasion, Atanaika was smiling. He put the catch down, but Bilal was there to save his bacon. But he wasn't always there. There was a couple of more times that the catching would go down, and unfortunately, on one of those occasions, Atanaika ended up hurting himself. But, I mean, the hitting here, how about this? Well, Charanjit now is known as the boundary destroyer. Not just once, but twice that he ripped into, literally, the boundary banners going around this ground. Smashing the ball hard all over the place. Well, it's good to see that they have been repaired. But, yeah, I mean, look, Roma CC, they're a team. They've got the talent and the ability to do it. There's no doubt about it. They also will need to be the same way that Roma were here, just be pretty assertive. That was a nice catch taken. That was one that we almost didn't see that wicket go down. That was challenging. So Samarage did get a wicket. But one thing that Royal Roma did really well, they didn't allow Roma CC to execute their plans. In other words, when the spin came on, they attacked. And because they attacked, that meant that Dinadu Marage doesn't get a bowl.
Tell you what, I've never seen the fielding yips quite as bad as poor Atanaika had them as well. I mean, the funny thing, well, he's probably not laughing now, as one of his drops did end up in the catch to Bilal, but then we saw him put a couple down, ended up basically getting a bit cheeky with one late in the piece. But I mean, Mosen, I think they sent him out. I mean, they've always got the kind of dilemma, don't they? The number 5 dilemma. Do you go Mosen, do you go Dinsa? In the end, Mosen, pretty useful. Couple of dozen there before he had to go. Dinsa came out and well, he was pretty brilliant, wasn't he? Those 2 6s in the last over, putting him up and over the 150 mark. And look, it's a lot of runs to chase. I think for me, the power play kind of determines whether this stays a close contest or not. I think Moraga will come out. I'm sure that they'll go Samarakun again, despite him being slightly off earlier today. You just look at the players they've got. You can't count them out, Roma CC. And Rilla, well, he hit one and he missed one. And that was the end of the innings. And it ended with Royal Roma getting 156 off the 10. Well, Roma CC, let's not forget, they elected to bowl. They wanted to chase. They get their wish here. They know exactly what they have to do. It's 157 for them to win the ECS.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a high-scoring final, isn't it? And, well, they're coming in from everywhere to see the action here. And, yeah, it's going to be, well, it could be a fantastic... I just hope, and this is my biggest hope, I just hope that Roma CC don't go out there swinging blind and throwing their wickets away unnecessarily and end up with an 80 or 90. I hope they apply themselves here. But what a good-looking scorecard that is. Look at some of the scores there. Sukhbir Singh, 31. Charanjit Singh, 40. Gagandeep Singh, 38. And then even Moshin coming out, 24 of 9, does his job. And as you said then, Hashmat Dinsa comes out, smashes 2 big 6s. On the bowling front, Bilal Khan, 1 for 24. You can't fault him. And no wickets for Abu Hamid, but he bowled well, just 18 coming off his. But then you got to say, the likes of Athanaika, Charles Fernando and Sabarage, they were a little bit expensive, though Fernando does pick up 2 wickets.
Well, I just got a feeling this could still be a pretty close game. I mean, I've seen Roma CC, I think it was Asian Latina at the time, with a 157 golden ball back in 2021. Well, this is 156. Royal Roma have put on the board. They're ahead, but there's plenty still to be written here. 10 overs will decide whether the trophy goes to Royal Roma or stays here at Roma CC. Vinny Sandu, him is to Maximo with Rico Full. We'll be back very shortly with the exciting conclusion of this European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the final innings of this European Cricket Series here in Rome, and it's going to have to be a good one from the reigning champions Roma CC. Roma have once again gone past the 150 mark, 156 for 5. A combination of good hitting from batters like Charanjit Singh 40 and Gagdeep Singh 38 and Sukhbir Singh 31. That's going to be huge. Well, that's that ground looking absolutely brilliant. But, well, who are going to be the kings of Rome in this European Cricket Series? Is it going to be the home team again? They were the winners last year, Roma CC. But they're going to have to bat out of their skins. It's going to have to be a fantastic run chase. And you can see it. They're going to go with Hashmat Dinza with the first over. Then do Marage. Oh, well, I'm not sure what happens to Dinza here. It's almost like he trips over his own feet. Dinza? Just have a look here and just, yeah, it just doesn't feel right. Dinadu has found his form with the bat. Let's see if he's able to start here well. In the air, well, he will. That's going to go over into that wide third man area. It's going to be 4 runs to start. Dinadu probably doesn't know too much about it, but it doesn't matter. They all count. And look at the book. It says 4. Of course, he's out there with Samarakun. I just feel that somebody like Tishara Samarakun is due some runs here as well. Maybe he can go and find the sort of form that we saw from him early on in this series. It's probably going down the leg side. It's going to be 4 leg. Well, no, it's off the bat. The umpire sees it's off the bat. That's why it's not an LBW. So it gets a bit of bat on this. That's going to be 4 runs. 4 carreras. So 2 boundaries to start. Dinadu Marage. Get a good over in here and apply the pressure. That's what Bologna did. That's not a good delivery. It does come back in a little bit, but not enough. A good take there behind the stumps from Moshin. It doesn't come in enough, so it's going to be a wide. Yeah, remember that Bologna, they did push for Roma all the way, and it was only that sort of couple of overs that were quiet that meant that they got the victory. That one has been blasted away. That is a huge hit. 6 runs. And now is the Roma CC fans' time to make all the noise. Well, there was plenty of noise out there and around this ground when Roma were smashing the ball to the boundary. And now it's the turn of the other team here in Rome. Roma CC. 15 then off the first 3 balls. On the pad, but I think this, again, no, I mean, they're appealing hard here, but this ball, I think, is going to go and miss leg stick. Have a look at this. There's not a lot in it, but that ball, yeah, you can see the leg stump there. That ball is always missing. And he's, in fact, I would say Dinza is a bit lucky that the batter hasn't played that away. It was a full toss on the leg stump. Gets a dot ball in, though, 16. When I say dot ball, they'll take the leg by. All right, here we go. Samarakun, is he going to play an outstanding innings here? Hello to Paul Kempin, who's saying Royal Roma favourites now, surely. Well, I don't think so, Paul. And you know what I feel about this? Asking the question here again, the wicketkeeper, Moshin, seems to be appealing for everything at the moment. I just think that the weakness in Royal Roma, that one's going down the leg side, is their bowling. They tend to bowl a little bit too short sometimes, and they get a little bit flustered, and they can make some mistakes in the field as well. We saw in that match against Bologna, they did win it, but there were a number of times that catches were put down at key moments. Up in the air, and it's going to drop kindly for the fielder that comes in. It's just going to be a single, so recovers pretty well. Does Dinza? There were, though, 3 boundaries in that over. The over will go for 17. So 17 without loss. And of course, if they go at 17, they end up winning the match. 98 matches since the golden ball. Well, if we are going to get one in this European Cricket Series, it means it would have to happen now. Wouldn't that be something? A golden ball in the 4,000th match that Vinny Sandhu has done on the European Cricket Network. That would be quite amazing. I mean, it's going to be an amazing final anyway, isn't it? But can we see a 157 run chase, 98 matches since the golden ball. Charanjit Singh comes back on. He's had issues, we know that. Tends to bowl 1 over, pretty expensive, and 1 over, not so. Let's see how this one goes. Is it going to be the expensive one or the not so expensive? Here's the first ball, bowling to the left-hander. Lofted, in the air, catching opportunity. Held on to it. Samrakun will go for one. And there you go, Chakde Fatte celebration from Sukhbir Singh. No mistakes this time. And Charanjit Singh picks up the wicket. Samrakun, having a look at this, I don't really think he hits it. I think he tries to time this rather than bash it. You have a look at this, and that's the difference maybe between the two teams here. Royal Roma, when they hit it, they thrash it. They hit it as hard as they can. And there you see, Samrakun was just relying on his timing. He's going to go. That is a big wicket. So we're not going to see the sort of innings that I was hoping to see from Samrakun. I just had a feeling that maybe him and Samarage would go big in this one. It's not to be. He'll go for just one of 3 deliveries. Charanjit gets the breakthrough. Catch taken there by Sukhbir. And you could see the Chakde Fatte celebrations. Big wicket. Samrakun going early. Charles Fernando now coming in at number 3. High, in the air, Gaggadip, safe hands normally. Takes the catch. And what a way to take the catch. It's going to be a golden duck for Charles Fernando. Gaggadip Singh holds on to the catch, and I love the way he takes this catch. It's like silence around the ground when that ball is in the air, and he just puts one knee down and holds on to the catch. Well, he's got buckets for hands, hasn't he? And he ain't dropping that, Gaggadip. What a good catch. Charanjit Singh, 2 in 2. And you know what that means? That here in the final, Charanjit Singh is on a hat-trick. Of course, we have seen a hat-trick today. It started off in match number 57, the Eliminator, when it was a hat-trick from Mohammad Ishtaq. Are we going to see another hat-trick? And you can see we're going to have to go into the next page here. Hashmat Dinsa has done it for Royal Roma. So, just think that maybe we haven't had all those hat-tricks updated here. Yeah, not been updated. Of course, Hashmat Dinsa has taken a hat-trick. We had one here from Mohammad Ishtaq. Here we go. Charanjit Singh with the hat-trick ball. Bowling to Samarage. Oh, he beats him outside the off. He sends up the dot. But what a great spell of bowling this has been from Charanjit. Quite often, he's been taken apart by the batters. They've laid into him. They've found him easy picking. But not here in the final. No runs off him yet in this over. Samarage. Oh, it's a similar delivery, similar shot. Pressure is starting to build. Charanjit goes back to his mark. Gaggadip, who now gets put back into the circle, because long on it's Hashmat Dinsa that goes onto the boundary. Gets played away. It should be just a single, so Dinsa will do the work here. First runs come off the over. And that rate, depending on what happens in this ball, could be close to the 18 mark already here. Started the first over well. They got 17 from it, but they have struggled in this one. Charanjit Singh has found his rhythm. He's found his form, and he's done it in the final. Ball to go in the first from him. 2 for 1. Oh, well, this is going to go for 4. This is sliced off the bat. And, well, has he stopped this? I don't think he has. That's Lakanwal who chases it. It's going to be 4 runs. Let's have a look at this one more time. There's nothing that anybody could do about it. That ball just seemed to die a bit once it hit the bat. And let's have a look at this. And yeah, that's gone over the rope. That's 4 runs, and that's been signalled now as well. So it's going to be 4, but you don't want to be. I mean, he's already got a bit of an injury, hasn't he? As Kawani Luckenwald. Well, that could have been nasty. They do get 4 off the last ball. That means that over goes for just 5. And he picked up 2 wickets. That's Charanjit Singh. 22 for 2. Well, a lot of people will see that number and make a wish. We'll do it quickly. Do it before the start of the next ball. That rate goes up to about 16.5. That there on your display, of course, was the European Cricket Championships coming up. It's a big throw, and that's been well backed up. Goes for the keeper's end. Pick up and throw there from Onkar Singh. He's a good fielder as well. Have a look at this. He's not that far away. If he's hitting, he's getting the wicket, isn't he? Yeah, the Cardamom Oval. Cardamania will rock the world once more. In Spain, the beautiful province of Andalusia in Malaga. The Euros of Cricket starting on the 23rd of September. That's hit pretty well. Guggendeep. Oh, what a stop. This guy, he's just invincible in that area. To long on. And here we go. This is the updated hat-tricks now. So, yeah, Mohammad Ishtaq. 3 for 4. Remember, that was a hat-trick. It started off with a team hat-trick. There was 4 wickets fell on a spin. Because there was run out there as well in the air, but that one is too good. That's a lovely shot from Samarage. This is the way Samarage bats. Just watch here. Watch the timing, and he normally has a pretty good pose as well. There you go, yeah. Holds the pose. Samarage says, oh, kitte photo khich nali meri photo do tin khich de. Smile please. Click, click, click. Samarage goes big, gets the boundary. That's the second 6 of the innings. Dinsa goes full. Okay. Oh, misfield. And how costly will this be? I don't think it will go to the boundary. They'll get a couple. A big throw, and Moshin gets a glove on it. Could have gone anywhere, actually. Yeah, a little misfield. Should have been 1. Just gets 2. They've got to stay focused here to Royal Roma. I mentioned already that the fielding has to be key. Sometimes do make a few mistakes, which can end up haunting them in the end. Well, Mary Singh is already calling it Royal Roma champion. I wouldn't call it just yet. There's still plenty of good batters to come out here. That is going to be another boundary. So Hashman Dinsa, he's been a little bit expensive. Well, there we go. And that's Gwen, a lovely young lad. He's got a nice smile on his face. Does he get the fielding here? No. Will he go? Yeah, he does. Well done. And nicely stopped. There, well, there's a little bit of wild thing going on there as well. That's Jay Wild. Beautiful shot. That's going to go all the way as well. So 6 more. Well, I tell you what, Mary Singh, don't get too merry yet. This match is not done. There's still plenty of cricket to be played. That over is exactly what Roma CC wanted after that quiet one from Charanjit that only went for 5. That's your magical one from Dinsa. He's been expensive. Ashmat Dinsa, his 2 overs have cost 36 runs. Roma CC, 42 for 2 at the end of 3. And a good time to welcome back the man who is commentating in match number 4,000 for him in this final. Well, how do you see it going so far, Vinny?
Well, I mean, they needed that, didn't they? Otherwise, it could have quickly degenerated into a no contest. But Samarage is very good. I mean, one thing about these two is they kind of always look $1 million. But I just can't recall that many big scores they've made with the bat. I think Samarage, he might have just had the 150 on ECN, considering he's played so much. Marage, okay, occasionally he's kicked on. But they really need it now, don't they? I mean, they really need it. They need to go at a cracking pace, basically 16.5 and over from here. You've got Sukbir coming on to bowl for the first time. Remember, he's got that very good back of the hand, slower ball. Maragi, 19 off 6, has made a good start, but it's only a start. Here's over number 4. And runs again, Sukbir. Just a little bit like the start of the innings with Dinsa. Just can't quite get the run-up right.
He starts and then stops. Not sure what that was about. At least this time he doesn't throw the ball into the deck. Otherwise, he would have got told off.
All right, take 2 for Sukbir. Fraction short. Adios Pelota. It's a big shot. Maximo for Maragi. Well, he's brutal, isn't he? Square of the wicket. Kind of goes with the territory. Good start for Roma CC. And that's Leslie. Well, we know his range isn't necessarily the biggest. It's good when he's on the mower, maybe not the throwing arm.
Yeah, well, that's Leslie, and you can see, well, Leslie, I'm glad that he gets to this ball because it could have ended up where, of course, Jackie and Leica are, of course, the well-known dogs here. Well, I think that was Leica there who was trying to get to that one. If she gets the ball, you're not getting it back from her.
Yeah, luckily we've got a few spares. Good for the teeth, though. Maragi, this time goes offside. I like his decision-making here. Okay, that was offside, didn't find the boundary, but I think that's a good shot selection. Maybe could have played a bit later to get it away from the fielder, but look, they're hanging in there, Roma CC. I'm not prepared to write them off just yet.
No, this is important partnership. I think a bit like what where Bologna were with Royal Roma when they had Hasib Khan out there. The left and right combination is pretty key. It throws the bowlers off just for a ball or two. So let's see how Sukhbir Singh deals with the left hand is Samarage.
Pitched up, I like that. Just maybe drawing Samarage into an error. Does play it across the line, but gets enough of it. Just gets a single though. 50's up for Roma CC now.
Got to believe, haven't they? Got to believe. If you lose wickets, it doesn't matter. Believe in the batters that are out there. Both of these have made starts now. Dinadu 26 of 8 and Samarage 21 of 9. Both got good strike rates.
There's the back of the hander and he executes it perfectly. Maragi tried to basically slog sweep it off 2 feet and couldn't do it. Very well bowled.
Yeah, I mean, the way it's very difficult to do, I can tell you that. It's very difficult to get the wrist the way he does to get this ball in. This is quality bowling, really. You just watch the wrist here. Up in the air, wide off the fielder. That also is going to be 6 runs. Well, as long as those boundaries keep on coming, if they keep getting about 3 boundaries and over, and they're doing that so far, then they will be there or thereabout. That's another good, strong, solid shot from Dinadu.
Yeah, well, he's coming pretty good. Okay, missed the slow ball, but he hasn't missed a lot else. Still, this over's gone for 14 with the ball to go. Remember, about 16, 17 is the asking rate. Can they find that extra boundary? I don't think so. It's up in the air, should be caught, and it will be taken. Well, that's a very good catch running in. Oh, they needed something, didn't they? They find it. Big moment in the game as Moraga gets caught for 32, and it's 56 for 3.
I think that's Hashmat Dinsa that takes the catch. Now, his catching hasn't been that great, but when he needs to take one, he does. That's not an easy one. That ball is probably spinning pretty viciously, but Dinsa is there. He holds on to the catch, and Dinadu Marage gets into the 30s, but he will fall of ball number 11. 32 he'll go for. They needed that wicket, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. And Maragi once again threatens, but you can't go on to that big score. He'll be so disappointed. End of the 4th over, 56 for 3. Yes, it's my 4,000th match. Thanks to everyone for the well wishes. Got a few coming in already. Rico's not far behind me. I think it's fair to say that we're 1 and 2 in the cricket world, anywhere, the amount of games done, which is quite crazy seeing the ECN has only just had its 5th birthday.
Yeah, it's when you start to think about it in that way, yeah, the number of matches that we're doing and just the number of matches that we're putting on all year round, more or less, is quite amazing. Of course, at the moment, we've got not just this finals day here. Oh, that's caught him in a naughty place, I reckon. Well, he's just giving it a little bit of rub here. Well, he must be strong, Samarage, because, well, this one was where you don't want it to be. Ooh, yeah, it's going to hurt.
Maybe the wind was just blowing the right way and he escaped a nasty injury there, Prithuvi.
He seems okay. He's ready to go again. Islam once again gets the nod before 1 or 2 others. Well, that is going to be 6. He just stands and delivers a wonderful shot down the ground. Yeah, I am a little bit amazed that they go with Islam al-Haq before they go with the likes of Gagandeep Singh. I mean, Gagandeep bowled so well in the last match. Surely they're not just going to give him one over again. And even the captain, Rajwinder Singh, can be pretty useful because he's not bowling with any pace. So I just think that Islam is being picked up above them to bowl. They've gone with what went well. Well, it didn't go well, but it worked for them against Bologna.
Rolling cutter, picks it, hits it. Maximo Samaragi fights back, moves into the 30s. I'll go as far as say it's the last hope because they still have batters to come, but is this kind of his breakout innings with the bat, Prathuvi?
Yeah, it's just the length that's been bowled here. And Samaragi, he is a great player. He really is. So smashes that away. One huge over here changes everything. It really does. One big over changes everything.
Prathuvi's got 150 back in 2023. He scored 53. He scored a lot of kind of 30s, 40s even. And you can see he's well put together. And one of the other things as well is bats in the middle order. You rarely see him opening. Maybe once or twice I've seen it. But he could quite easily open and do a good job. But, you know, they like him in that middle order. And some games he won't even get too much of a hit. This is the time he needs to step up. You look at the batting. That's still to come for Roma CC. Semifinal is listed in next. And they do have kind of a bit more of a bowler-heavy lineup than usual, I'd say, as well. Yeah, not playing Kurupu in this game. Kanageshwaran not in the side either. Hit back, hit pretty hard. Past the bowler, but an easy pickup for Charanjit.
Gets a hand onto this. This would have been quite an amazing take, actually.
Did he touch that? I didn't think.
Yeah,
actually.
he gets hand. Yeah, he deflects it. Watch this. Watch.
Ooh.
Watch.
Oh yeah, you're right. Gave it a little middle finger touch.
They're the sort of things that can stick. If that had stuck, who knows? Watch that again.
Kind of thing that take you to the doctor's surgery as well. Glad didn't do any damage. Again, you know, he's looking well put together here, isn't he, Samaragi? The question is that rate is just getting a bit out of control. End of the 5th over, and the score is 71 for 3. So 142 pace at the moment. They'll have to up that if they're going to go for the three-peat Roma CC. Let's welcome you into the box for the last time in this European Cricket Series, at least. Though we will be here for the Melton Shield.
Will.
How exciting is that? We've got the 9:30 meeting tonight, which I'm looking forward to because all the players will get to receive their kit. They'll get to have a bit of a presentation. I think maybe a few goodies for the ECN staff as well, which would be nice. It's going to be best of 9, and it's the women's version, the Western Shield, really, that'll see the British and Irish Roses taking on Team Europe. Yeah,
I think they're going to be so excited. Of course, tonight is going to be special, isn't it, as the players all come together. They'll intermingle with each other. They'll pick up their kits. But, of course, when they turn up here tomorrow on the team bus, I think they're going to get here. Everything's going to be in place. They're going to see this ground, and they're just going to go, wow.
You know what?
Because it looks sensational.
A lot of them will be meeting each other properly for the first time. Some wouldn't have even played against each other. Some will have played against each other. But to see how quickly the teams can gel and get that kind of team spirit to get you through what's actually a pretty arduous weekend. We saw that in the Western Shield with the 9 matches straight kind of format. I mean, there were some broken players at the end of that. Slightly bigger squads. I think it'll be really interesting. Join us for the adventure starting tomorrow morning. Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Really is. Can't wait. And the one thing that we do know, we've seen that a lot with women's cricket on the network, they gel so well together. And I think it's going to be great for some of the younger players. You know, for example, the likes of Naomi from Spain, only a young player. Can you imagine what she's going to feel when she's playing in this Melton Shield and she's going to be playing with some of those top players? Yeah, well said. Here's Onkar. I think they like him because he's an off-spinner to a left-hander. He didn't get a bowl earlier today. He's a good young spinner. And he is going to get hit out of the ground here. Probably wasn't quite out of the screws from Samaragi, but he does get 6 more. Maximal takes him up to 41. And Roma CC to walking stick 77. Yeah, well, they've got to keep just trying to stay in this match for as long as they can. And once again, if they keep hitting the 3 boundaries and over, they'll be there more or less on car. Let's get an opportunity. And this time, it's a more straighter, better delivery. It'll just be a single. I do like Onkar. I think he's a good player. He's taking some really good catches out there as well. Really keen. Yeah, and he's, I won't say he's the opposite of a loudmouth, really. He's quite a shy guy, but he's quietly confident, I think, in his abilities. He's got Rahat on strike now. Denham listed next. Denham Senamaratna. And then you've got Sujith, the captain, at 7. He goes after it. That's a really good shot. Takes a half a chance there. Does Rahat makes the position outside the off stump, and that is a monster. Maximal 6 more to Roma CC. Oh, that is a big hit. Smashes it away. Look, he just takes the step across, doesn't he? And he does it smartly. He's not seen by Onkar, so he continues to bowl the ball that he was planning to. He's already waiting for it, and that is smashed away by Rahat Ahmed. What a big hit. That's a good comeback. I mean, it wasn't a darted quicker ball, which is kind of like the obvious thing you expect. But he finds that block hole, keeps it to 1 anytime. Now, you don't get it for a boundary at the moment. it's a win.
Yeah.
That's the way you got to look at it.
Well,
Any ball it's not a boundary is a win.
They need another boundary here. This has to be the boundary shot because otherwise, it like the over before, it will be sort of around the 14, 15 mark. They want to get the boundary here.
Oh,
And not going to get it. No, it's not. Come on, behave yourself.
Yeah,
I don't like that from batters. This is inside the line clearly.
He'll tell you he was just trying to keep his balance, but he doesn't need to back away here. You know, most of the time the bowlers are giving you length. Well, he's right. It didn't hit the line. It's in by a mile. End of the over. I wonder if Prathuvi would feel if he got called for a wide off that ball. He wouldn't be able to print it. Anyway, so the end of 6, it's 85 for 3. And yeah, right now, these 4 overs will decide who's winning the trophy and who's the runner-up. These two, it's the third time they've played in an ECS final. They played in 2021, and Roma really came from the clouds that year. They were 2 and 6, got into 4th. And with the old format, they knocked off the top team, and then Roma CC, you see, they knocked off in the final. So they won as many games on finals day as they won the whole tournament before that. That did actually kind of lead us to change from the 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3. Well, that was a bit rough. Have one bad game and you're out. And then we had the 2022 final. Who could forget that one? That Roma CC won it. It was underdogs, and they actually won the Super Series. This is Guggendeep coming on. That's a thick inside edge, but this is modern cricket, and that's 4. Rahat somehow squirts at leg side for a boundary.
He's so unlucky going deep here. It's
Through
actually,
legs?
yeah, he's nutmegs through his own legs for this to go for 4. It was such a good delivery. It was the Yorker length one. Look where this ball is going. Look where it's pitching.
Smart.
Yeah.
Practice that one. To get it that far. Yeah, look at Sukhbir saying, how did that happen? I don't know either. Yeah, it's going to be a wide.
Ooh. Yeah. I don't think it comes in enough.
I don't think it comes in at the point that it passes the line. You see, it starts well outside. I think that's a fair call.
Yeah.
I think that when it passed the line, and he's probably saying, oh, but he moved. We've made it static wides
Yeah.
now. So even though he moves, the line's the line. You do get the line, but you still got to get some of it.
Yeah, Guggen doesn't like it.
Guggen doesn't like it, but he's not going to like the replay.
I think Moshi now is having a chat with the umpire, but I mean, I think that's what Moshi is saying. He's not so much with the ball pitch. I think they're saying the batter moves, but it doesn't matter
You're
anymore.
only caring about the moment it passes the popping crease.
Yeah.
Was it in or out? That one looked out. Well done to the umps. And we haven't talked about it much, which is probably a good thing because they've been doing a pretty solid job.
Hit down the ground. Watch the bounce on this Charanjit. Great bit of fielding. Under pressure. Does well. Keeps it just to 1.
I'll give you a storyline. At Nike to come back with a stitched up face and hit the last ball for 6 to secure the trophy.
That would be something special, wouldn't it?
I hope it doesn't come to that. What's the odds? What are they giving here? 15%? Yeah.
No,
You think it's more?
I think it's a lot more. I think
3
it's
a ball though.
Samarage still
The
there.
old-fashioned point of no return.
17. I mean, they've got the ability to go big one over. Rehan Ahmed, this guy can smash the ball big.
Samaragi in the hot seat right now. Hits this quite exquisitely down the ground. That's going to be 4. It's just a kind of ease about the way he hits the ball, isn't there? Samaragi flying the flag for Roma CC. It's 4 more.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea to Samarage if they do have a, almost like a Southern Cross field there, get the extra person in on that straight one because he plays that shot so well. He likes to walk down the ground and play this shot. So they could strengthen that part of the ground. Maybe he's going to try and go across him here. Slightly shorter.
Goes for it and gets it. It'll be 1 bounce forward. It's 50 to Prathuvi. Samaragi brings it up off 20 balls. He has stood up. He's given them a fighting chance. And I think the way he bats, I'd be plugging that straight gap.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
He loves to hit straight. Credit to him. He's keeping his team in the game. Still a lot of work to do, though.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. I mean, Samarage, good, sweet hitter of the ball and well batted. 50 of 20. That's a great strike rate as well.
Rahat overcome with emotion there. As we see the next one squeezed in. Would have been a big wide, actually. But it'll be a leg by. Rahat's got his role to play as well. You can't just play the kind of get one and burn a ball. He's got to find a way to hit boundaries as well. He's very capable of doing that. 15, so what is that? 14 off this over plus the leg by is 15.
Yeah.
So now a boundary means you've got what you need out of the over. If you don't, you haven't.
Yeah, they've missed out in the last 2 overs and that's why the rate just, by a few points, just going upwards. So this is a big ball. He knows it. Look at Gungandeep. He's making sure the field is right. Don't forget, he was so unlucky with his first ball. A Yorker that got sort of
Draw shot.
nutmegged for 4. Oh, that's a wide. Yeah.
Look at the face. Right. Probably acknowledges that as well.
Yeah. He knows it this
Gungandeep is
time.
a guy. If I had some bad news to break to him, I would be trying to do it through an intermediary. I don't know if I'd want to say it straight to him.
Or you'd run straight
I
afterwards.
would. Pass him a note and walk. That's a big hit. That's exactly what they needed from Rahat. So he finishes the over with a Maximo. Roma CC hanging around like a bad smell at the moment. 107 for 3. 3 overs to go in this final.
Yeah, well, all right. This is, will they go to Charanjit here? This is similar to where they were with Bologna. Remember, Bologna finished on 141 for 4, chasing 153 that Royal Roma put on the board. And they were up with the rate more or less up until this point. And then we saw a very good over from Charanjit Singh. Well, it's not going to be Charanjit yet. Looks like they're going to go back here to Sukhbir. You can have a look at what's going to be happening here tomorrow. The Mental Shield will start. Match number 1, Team Europe taking on the British
I think
and
the
Irish
captains will be announced
Roses.
tonight as well. I think that the managers wanted to get the players together before they made that announcement. So I've got no idea who it might be, but I won't let the cat out of the bag just yet. You can tune in tomorrow to find out. And yeah, we will get Sukhbir. I think he's drawn level 19 wickets now with Samaragi, who's going to be at the other end here. Join us tomorrow for the first ever Melbourne Shield at 7:15 in the morning GMT, 9:15 here in Central Europe, and 12:45 in the afternoon in India. Rightio. 3 overs to go, you need 50. Samaragi, 50 and counting. Slow ball first up, but he picks it and he hits it. Mentioned it earlier, the left-handers, I just think they're a bit of a better matchup for that back-of-the-hand slow ball because it kind of spins and bounces into the wheelhouse. Maximo to get the over started.
It was too short though, wasn't it, from Sukhbir? A little bit too short. And, I mean, it's a bit risky going for it with the very first ball because if it goes wrong, the pressure is on you. I think he would have been better off going with his normal stuff first. Anyway, here we go. Samarage is well set here now. Not sure what's happened here. Why?
Still a bit of movement, still a bit of talking maybe.
Yeah, perhaps the umpire just stopped.
He's not going slow ball again. So if I'm Samarage, I'm pretty confident this is pace on. Can set up for it. Straight down the ground, I'd be thinking again. Yeah, pushes it across, just loses his shape, loses his bat as well. Just Prithivi that time.
Well, I suppose it could be getting pretty sweaty out there as well. Bat comes out of the hand.
I think it's more just a bit of a frustration. Tell you what, you don't want that to bounce back on the stumps though at this point in the game.
Making a little adjustment to the field there. I can see that that Gungandeep is coming in to the 30-yard circle. He just swaps there with Rajwinder Singh. Not sure what that was about. Okay, here we go. Up in the air, and that's going to be 4 runs.
Ooh. Good shot. I mean, it wasn't a bad ball really from Sukhbir. Maybe it's like a fraction. I mean, a fraction overcooked, but it was pretty well bowled. Credit to Samaragi. He's up to 60. This is now his highest score ever on ECN in his 68th match. What a time to step up.
Yeah, what a time to step up. I mean, he was looking to hit that straight down the ground, by the way. He miscued it. That's hit beautifully. Oh, what a shot that is. Oh, yeah. That is just remarkable. Have a look at this. The timing on this. And there's no way, not even the likes of Charanjit Singh can stop that. You beauty. And he holds the post beautifully. And good thing for Samarage is that Dana Horas is going click, click, click.
Yeah, that was a classy shot as well. Can't afford to make one false move, though. Slow ball, hit, holds his shape, finds the fielder, just a single. Still, what have they got out of this over? They've got, at the end of 7, they were 107. So they're 15 off this over. Again, it's one of these overs. If you hit a boundary here, then you actually won the over. If you haven't, you haven't.
Yeah.
If you don't, you haven't. Oh, wow. That's a good game. Anybody got a tingle? Did I mention that I think there was a 157 golden ball the first morning I ever commentated in Rome? That was Asian Latina versus Roma CC in match 2, 2021.
157, 157. Well, okay.
This is target 157, so this is 156, 156. Last ball of the 8th, last ball for Sukhbir in the tournament. Pretty well bowled. Probably not a bad result. Not that Rahat's doing badly, but Samaragi's so hot right now. He'll have to start the next over at the other end. 123 for 3. 34 runs required off the last 2 over. Looks like Charanjit is coming back. Still 5 minutes on the clock, so they're fine for time.
It's exactly the same, isn't it? Charanjit, remember, the same sort of position and against Bologna, and he bowled an absolute beauty. It only went for 9. It meant that Bologna needed 25 of the last, and it wouldn't happen. So this is a big over. Charanjit, of course, his first over only went for 5. But I did say, didn't I, when he came in the bowl, he has 2 very different overs. One good, one bad. Well, maybe he's had the good already. That could be a good sign for Roma CC. He's bowling to Rehan Ahmed, who is a big hitter of the ball. If he doesn't get it right, it'll be smashed away. Just having a look at this field, I just wonder if they're one short on the leg side here.
Well, wait and see. Charanjit 2 for 5 in his first. Really good start, but bad result for the bowler because that's going to be 6. Maximo, an extraordinary shot from Rahat to start the 9th.
Well, here we go. Now we get to less than 20 required. And, well, not less than 20, beg your pardon, less than the 30s. We're in the 20s. Started with 33 off, 34 needed. Now it goes down to 28. 28 in 11 balls.
Okay. They're actually ahead. Well, now they're definitely up because that's lifted up. Is it going to go? It will. Maximo! Rahat, well, I said, is he the man you want on strike? I thought maybe not. He says, well, yeah, I am. He goes back to back, rolls the dice and comes up double 6s, and it's all happening in the 9th.
Oh, it certainly is. 2 big 6s. And just like I was saying before, look at the response there from Samarage. Look at him, he's fist pumping already. Charanjit under pressure.
You know, Roma CC, if they had a whiteboard, you know how they'd say, normally they say, like, do the basics or, you know, all these things. Pause for a second. And this time it's going to be 6 more. What a shot from Rahat. Well, he's changed the face of this game in 3 balls. 6, 6, 6. And believe it or not, Roma CC now, in the blink of an eye, it's their game to lose.
Yeah, well, so many people on the chat were sort of dishing me when I was saying, you know what, this match ain't over yet. And, well, to all of you that thought this was done and dusted, where are you now? Well,
I'll say quick hello to Jacob from Estonia. Hello to your dad as well. Hopefully he said he's there as well. Hello to Wazza from Australia as well. Could it be 4 in a row? I think it might be. It's going to be 1 bounce 4, almost as good as this over goes. Magical. 4 carreras. And he's kind of a bit late on that, but hasn't worked out nicely. It was into the gap, and there you see it bounces just before the line. Wow. Yeah, I was going to say, Roma CC, you know, they'd say do the easy things on the whiteboard. They'd rub it out and say do it the hard way.
Do it the hard way.
Because it seems last year they ran the table, but every other year they've come from outside the top 2 to win it in the Rome Series in 22 and then the Super Series, remember, to get them to the ECL. 12 off 8 required. And that's going to go high. Well, it's a must catch for Dinza. It comes around to his left. He pouches it. Well, that does have the potential to change the game. But Rahat, well, he's already changed it, hasn't he? He'll go for 42 off just 12 balls. Charanjit, it was all going wrong for him in that 9th over, but he does fight back. 145 for 4.
Yeah, it's a very good catch, a pressure catch. He can't afford to put this down. They get the dot ball in here, but has the damage been done? I suppose the most important thing here now for Charanjit, if he can get a dot ball in here, then you go into the last. What are they needing here, about 12?
Yeah, they need 12. And look, 12 off 7 is the equation. Now, you do have Samaragi still there. I mean, that's the beauty of Rahat just basically teeing off there. And look who comes out. This is Denham, I think, that's coming out in the number 6 spot. No, I think it's a free hit for him. Honestly, yeah. They've still got batting to come. I don't know if you want a 1 here. I only because you want to give Samaragi the chance to go boundary.
Yeah.
That's the only time I'd turn down a 1, I think, at the moment, would be this ball.
I think Denham knows this as well. He needs to go for the big shot. Charanjit will probably try and get that Yorker in. And, well, they are going to take this, unless they're going to take 2 on here. Gagandeep gets the throw in. And he's got it. I think he's in. Here. I reckon he goes the wrong end. Gagandeep should have maybe tried to fire this into the keeper.
I thought he went to the right end because I didn't think Samarage should have made it. I still don't know if he has made it, by the way.
Okay.
Let's have a look.
Well, let's see. Here comes the throw. Now, this is very, very close. Samarage is quick. He's trying to get in there.
Pulled him wide.
Let's have a look. And I think he makes it.
Well, I think he makes it as well.
I think he makes it. So, They're going to get 2 here, so that's a real result. It means, for me, it means you go into last with 10 needed.
I think he's
and it will be Samaragi
definitely
on
the
strike.
frame. That's definitely the frame where the bails are off. I actually think he went the right end, but he just needed a better throw. He should have been gone. And imagine if you, but imagine the value of getting Samaragi right now.
Yeah.
You know, so this won't be out. It'll be 2 runs. But I think, to be honest, I think it was the right option, poor execution. I know what you're saying. You could get Denham at the other end. But think of the value of Samaragi right now.
Yeah.
If you can get him out.
Yeah, I suppose you're right, because even if he goes to the other end and he's out, it'll only be 1 run, fine. But Samaragi still goes on strike.
Yeah, so let's have a look. Well, don't forget that if we do have a golden ball, this is the rules. If we do get a tie at 156 right now, it's 11 for the tie, 12 for the win. And so the golden ball bowler, don't forget, will be one of the last 2 bowlers. Yeah, and of course, golden ball 64. I think that's Serbia playing right now, and 11 to Lionesses. Pretty much a lot of the Serbian women's national team were involved in that. Something about the weekend. I think that was on a Saturday night. We got Friday night fever here. So 11 to tie, 12 to win. Samaragi is the man you want facing up. But I think it comes down to, okay, you hit 1 boundary, it's close. You hit 2, you win. You hit none, you lose.
I think you've got to get another one. I mean, look at where Samaraga's been hitting.
Yeah.
I reckon you've got to make a change
I'd
in
be
the field
southern
here.
crossing him.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. And it's Islam to bowl the last over. And it was a really good start. It won't be a wide. It was just inside the tram line. What ice in his veins from Islam ul Haq. Watch this one. It's definitely fine. Bounces pretty much on the line. Prathuvi's looking for it. Just got to tip your hat to the bowler there.
Yeah, he gets it right. 10 to 5.
Who's got the tingle here? Wouldn't you love to just clean golden ball 0 going into Melton Shield? Oh, he's missed again. Strike 2. Oh, and he hasn't missed too many. Look, even if he hits that, I couldn't see it going for more than 1. It was a pretty good block hole delivery. And Samaragi is pretty much led his team to the promised land here. They can see it in the distance, but suddenly it's fading away like a mirage in the desert. 10 off 4.
Off 4. Will he go the same again? Samaraga's got to really anticipate it.
Oh, pretty well bowled. They got 1. Can't see them getting 2 hits. Terrible throw.
Oh, what has he done here?
Trouble.
Oh, and he can't get hold of it. Well, they will get the run out, but they allow Samaragi to get back on strike.
It was so funny because Dinza went early throw thinking they'll never run because if I throw quickly, it's a terrible throw. And actually, I think even what the bowler was thinking, Islam, is do I go to the keeper's end here and maybe try and run out Samaragi? In the end, because he fumbles it, he's forced to just kind of grab it and then gets Denham with plenty of time to spare. You know, credit to Denham. He sacrificed his wicket for the greater good.
Yeah,
he won and out.
You saw Islam there because I think Moshin was screaming at him. Good Samaragi hadn't made it back. He was screaming, saying, my hand, my hand. And Islam said it's fine. Look, he's bowled so well to the left-hander. Why not?
All right, Samaragi.
9 off 3.
Yep, 9 off 3 now. Misses. And no,
you can't.
What are you doing?
Oh, no. Why would you run? Why would you run here? Oh, why would you run? Well, it ain't done yet. Look, they're celebrating like they think it's done. It ain't. It's 9 off 2. But why would you run here, Vinny?
I just think he's missed a few in a row and he's had a bit of a brain implosion, if I'm honest. And poor Nutton Deegate, he'll be run out as well.
Oh.
And, you still, even with those misses, you're still back. Samaragi is the man that can take him home. But here's the scary thing. I think it's 9 to win. There's the old diamond, Derek. You don't see that too often. Even if there's a single, he can't win the game because it'll be 7 to tie. So unless it's like a wide or something like that, now Samaragi is pretty much excused from proceedings. It's a tactical error. But, I think it's actually Islam that creates the pressure that leads to these bad decisions.
Nothing. Deegate goes for a diamond dart.
Couldn't have gone any better at all.
You don't want to bowl an extra here. You just want to get a legal delivery.
Well, I mean, look, if this is, the other thing is here, you've got to go 2. Bilal can hit the ball.
Yeah, he
2
can.
to stay alive in the game. Oh, you got to run 2 here. He has no choice. Moson's going to try and throw him out. You got to go 2. If this is out, pretty much done. Oh, and I think that is out,
Oh.
And look, you got to know the situation.
Well, they think he's out. Look at the chuck they punted from Rajinder Singh.
I think this is done and dusted. And because it'll be 1 and out, let's have a look. But I got to say, again, tactics going wrong. Samaragi's got to know. He thinks he can take the strike. But you can't hit a 7 as good as he is. And now because he stops, he gets run out. There we go. He's going to be gone. And it's almost good night, Roma CC. Because if this ball is legal, it's over. And that's why Samaragi's just made a few I know it's maybe a bit of fatigue in there. He's batted so well. But I know he's saying, well, I want to get back on strike. But hey, ain't a batter in the world that can hit a 7 off the last ball on purpose.
Well, you just could see the joy and celebration from Rajwinder Singh. But you know what? Now he's thinking, hang on, it's not over yet. I think we've got to update, of course. This is coming up now.
It'll be 149 for 7, which means that they need 7 to tie. They need 8 to win. What a last over from Islam ul Haq. But I've got to say, I know it's tough because there's so many situations, more than you can poke a stick at. But Roma CC, they've got the tactics wrong in the last couple of overs, under pressure. And now, you know, you've got Bilal there. You know, he needs a wide. I mean, the pitch will probably look as wide as a pop stick right now for Islam, but he's bowled so well in this last over.
Yeah, look, he's making all sorts of changes to his field. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry.
The field don't matter. You just need to get a legal ball in. All right, here we go.
Every captain in the world should be able to set a field to stop a 7. Just needs to keep it straight. Last ball of the tournament.
It gets smashed.
Oh,
it's up in the air.
Wow.
But I think this is okay. I don't think it's too high.
I think it probably is.
No, I think it's okay.
Well, it's the biggest call of the tournament. Let's have a look. It is. It's going to be just okay, I think.
Yeah, it's on the way down. It's going to be below the waist. I mean, why would you bowl that? He's just gone for a slow ball. It's been clobbered, and now we're just going to have to wait here. The two umpires are coming together. No, there you go. There's the news. They have won it. Look at this. Look at the celebration. Royal Roma. Oh, look at Rajwinder Singh. He's got the flag. They're running. They're all over the place here at the moment. There's the captain. Look at the joy. That's what it means to them. And they've got the stunts, but they ain't coming back. I hope we don't need those tomorrow. Well, the celebrations from Royal Roma, they have won the final. But for me, I've got to look fair play to Royal Roma. But I just think Roma CC, look at this. Oh, what a moment. You can't get better than that. They have done it. Royal Roma Cricket Club, they are the 2024 champions. They held their nerve. They held their bottle. Roma CC, I've got to say, they sort of blew it there at the end.
I mean, I've seen a lot of celebrations. I've never seen the Neil Armstrong. He's come on, he planted the flag. Do you know what? If that ball is 4 inches higher, the scores are tied and there's another ball.
Yeah.
And that would have been the biggest choke you've ever seen in any form of sport.
You got to say that to Islam. I mean, I was surprised, Islam Al Haq, and I was saying I'm surprised this guy's coming on the bowl as early as he did. But that last over, apart from the last ball, of course, but we did say, look, it don't matter, just bowl it, just don't bowl an extra.
Yeah.
And he did. It was almost an extra, but what a moment.
Trying to work out this best field to save a 7. And then basically bowled a kind of thigh-high full toss, gets away with it. Look, Roma CC, you got to say it, they're great hosts here. You got to feel for them. I know this will sting. This time, okay, they've been upstaged by Royal Roma. It's kind of shades of 2021 all over again. But I think what we saw, and I picked at the start, we're going to have a really good, even tournament. We've had that. 8 teams started, but Royal Roma rule the roost in Rome.
Yeah, I mean, look at the celebration. They certainly will. They'll be dancing all night long. Well, there's the captain. They're lifting him up. Well, they finally caught up with him. I have never seen Rajwinder Singh run so fast. And, well, maybe we can capture some of those celebrations before we go to the highlights, because, I mean, that's a magical moment for them. I mean, the thing is, though, give credit where due. They finished at the top of the standings. They were the number one team. They played great cricket yesterday to do that. Then here today, they held it. I mean, look at this. I mean, I've never seen Rajwinder Singh. Look at him go. Well, I've never seen him run so fast.
It begs the question if he could have run that fast all along. Why didn't he start earlier in the tournament? I love it. That's one small step for Rajwinder, one giant leap for Royal Roma. And they do win this European Cricket Series. 60 games, credit to Roma CC as well. I mean, they forced a real tight finish. They looked miles behind in the game there. And we almost saw them pull off the biggest chase of the series in the final, but it wasn't to be. And Royal Roma are your 2024 ECS Italy Rome champions. Trophy ceremony to come, don't forget. And so, yeah, that'll be coming up in around about 10 minutes or so, I imagine. And
magical scenes.
So we're looking forward to that. We're going to set that up, obviously. Plenty of cricket going on as well in Malta and in Netherlands as well. But if you stick with us, we'll be giving you the trophy ceremony and revealing the MVP of this series as well. That's what's coming up tomorrow. Meltool Shield starting at 7:15 a.m. GMT, which is 9:15 in Central Europe, and 12:45 in India. It's the Roses against the EU Stars, Team Europe. That starts tomorrow with 5 matches and then 4 more on Sunday. All right, let's have a look at this chase. And look, Roma CC, I think to get this chase, almost everything had to go right.
Yeah.
A lot of things did. But then a couple of crucial moments, especially at the end, I think kind of robs them of any serious opportunity to pull off this chase.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and they just don't get things. I mean, just think, when we were losing our minds when they weren't running that 2 there and then there was the run out. If they'd run the 2, that 6 would have mean what? What would we have got? We would have got
there's so many of those moments, yeah.
Oh, dear. Well, there's the Chuck their Fantes, but there were more of those celebrations later. Of course, they got some raccoon early. That was big.
How about this for a moment? I mean, Charles comes out. This is pressure. I mean, we've kind of left that in the history books. But, I mean, if Charles goes and makes a big score, maybe Roma CC can get over the line. But Gagan held his nerve. He held the ball. And even Mosen was really getting the speed miles up as well, wasn't he, for Royal Roma? But, look, it had ebbs, it had flows. Royal Roma, though, I mean, when I saw the team that they had, especially with some of those pickups, like Charanjit, like Sukbir, like Dinza, I mean, I just thought, wow, this is a team that's it's turned a few heads, and really, they could win any possible game. In the end, they push a big finish. And look, I think, the catching here was pretty crucial as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just taking those crucial wickets.
And don't forget, I mean, you see Hashmat Dinza taking that catch there. Don't forget the catch of Rohan Ahmed. What do you think about Rohan Ahmed, by the way? Because he looks set, he smashed 40 runs. Do you think he just got a little bit greedy there and went for a big shot, gets caught in the boundary?
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's thinking that he's already won the game. Yeah. Goes for a big shot, he gets caught there in the boundary, and because that over from Charanjit, I mean, that was an expensive over. It went magical, didn't it? But he did get a wicket, and then after that, the very next ball just got a single from it. So little things like that, you just get the feeling that maybe Ahmed thought the match was already done, goes for a big shot, doesn't get it right. But then towards the end is where it went a bit crazy.
I don't think you can really pin too much on Rahat. I mean, he made 42 or 15, hit 5 big sixes. You can't do that without an element of risk, right? Yeah. Look, Samarage, he'll have the mixed emotions about this innings because, honestly, he batted so well. The only reason they even had any prayer was because of his 66 off 30. But just a couple of things at the end. I think the couple of misses spooked him in the last over. Yeah. And then he went for a run that just wasn't there. He just needed to take a deep breath and say, look, okay, let's just forget those. He's still the best person, I think, that to hit the boundaries they needed to get them over the line. But just shows cricket's a funny game. It can change very quickly. That was the catch of Dinza to get Rahat for 42. I still think the shot's on. If he hits the middle of the bat, goes for 6. They've gotten that far. But this is where it just all went to order. Samaragi went strike 1, strike 2. Yeah. Strike 3. Didn't want a bar of it and ended up causing a run out. This was it here, and it's just never on. I mean, even if they make that, it's still not a great matchup. You get one more run, but you've got a brand new batter who's not a recognised batter to face. So these decisions are easy to make if you have lots of time to think about them, or if you're in the cool commentary box. If you're out there, especially with the fatigue, it's not so easy. Again, this one here, he needs to realise that they need to, because otherwise they'll need 7 to tie it, and you just can't do it. And he ends up running himself out. Probably would have made it if he'd run from the get-go. Bill on you. Yeah. And that meant that all he had to do was keep it legal, didn't he? And would you believe it? They thought there's no way they could possibly lose. Only an extra would do it. Have a look at that. So high. Bilal asked for it. Obviously, we go to the replay. You can see it wasn't a waist or higher. It was probably kind of hit him in the thigh pad. Bilal wants it. Literally 10 centimetres decides that game, I think, because if it's a no ball, it's a 7, ties the scores, and they're probably going to win it off the last ball. And then we saw it. I mean, I know there was some pretty quick running in the Olympics, but I think he might have set a new 400 metres there as Raj Wenda plants the flag on enemy territory as well. I know that'll grate Roma CC, but here's the thing. Cricket's built on rivalries. There's some great rivalries here in Roma. Royal Roma win it on this occasion, but Roma CC, they'll remember that. And come next year, I'm sure they'll be very, very keen to be planting their own flag in the middle of the Roma cricket ground.
Look, if you're a neutral, and I know a lot of you are around the world tuning in, of course we are, you don't get a better final than that. I mean, what we've just seen is a remarkable game of cricket. You know, you just got to take hats off to both these two teams. I mean, you can talk about little moments, you know, you can talk about, I was talking about Ahmed when he gets out, caught by a very good catch from Dinza, when Charanjit was being plastered all over the place. You could talk about Samarage there and those 3 dot balls and then just deciding to run. But you know what? There's little moments all the way through. But one thing that you can't take away from is what a wonderful match that we had there. And look at the extras there.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive as well,
They didn't give
right?
away too many, although they almost gave one away on the last ball that could have cost him the game. 66 for Samarage. Oh, he batted so well, you know. His highest score on ECN, just 30 balls, 6 Maximos, 5 4s in there. Mirage, again, made of 30. That's so Mirage, isn't it, to get in the 30s, not go on with it. Just 11 balls. And Rahat, I thought, batted really well. But then just 3 run-outs late in the piece, a bit of panic. Look, it's a pressure game. You won't get more pressurised cricket in a postage stamp-sized game as you will in ECN. 3 for 29 for Charanjit was first over. It was incredibly effective. Second one went for a few more. Sukhbir with a wicket in there. I think Islam deserves a lot of credit there. You know, they called on
Big
him.
time.
I thought he delivered pretty well. Did get hit for 6 last ball, but he did just enough and defended what we actually thought was a Roma CC slight favourites last over. He defended it well, and that's why they win. And have a look at that. 156 to 155. Just 1 run separates these two rivals.
Yeah, I mean, that scorecard tells you the story, and that's why I say both teams should be mightily proud of that match. I mean, I think you've heard it before, but with that match there and in that final, cricket was definitely the winner. What a great match that was.
Well, let's just pause for a second and invite you into the Casa Grande one more time. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN with Rico Fall. I'll do all the thank yous in a second because we do have the trophy ceremony coming up. But I will say, I want to say a big thank you to you, obviously. And once again, something
You're
about
welcome.
some of my milestone games. They're normally pretty good games. That was an absolute banger.
What a cracker.
And can you imagine if that was a no ball that went for 6?
Oh.
Can you imagine?
It was,
could have been a different
like
result.
you said, it was so close.
Yeah.
It was so close. Maybe they should have sent a shorter batter out there.
Yeah.
The
Maybe.
Pilar's pretty tall.
Credit to the umpires, though. I think they had their hands full that game, but I think they pretty much got everything right, and so it wasn't really a talking point. Again, with the technology, you know, you couldn't really say it was a factor in the end result. So, look, we are going to go to the highlights. If you want to stick around, we do have the trophy ceremony coming up. So I think it'll start probably in around about 5 minutes, maybe slightly more, just setting up at the moment. We'll also find out who's the MVP of this series. I want to say big thanks to Nish as well. I know Nish got the weekend off, but he might be lurking, probably still is, and he'll start Austria on Monday. To all the ground crew, everyone here at the ground, I'll say my proper thank yous at trophy ceremony. It's been an awesome series, and we're not done yet because there's still the Melto Shield to come.
We've still got 2 days of fantastic action coming up. The best of the women players in Europe will be
Do
battling
you think
out
they'll
on the
mind
Melto
if I wear
Shield.
the duck shirt tomorrow as well? I've just got to get ready for the trophy ceremony here. But
Well, if you can wash it quickly.
Yeah, okay, maybe I've got 1 or 2 more. Anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to remind you, if you haven't already, to like this video and to subscribe to the channel. Also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket and the website, europeancricket.com. You can also turn over, when you've had enough of this this broadcast and the trophy ceremony, you can turn over to the Netherlands, which is still going. Anyway, from everyone here at the European Cricket Network, European Cricket family, I'll see you at the trophy ceremony. I'll see you very soon as well, and I'll see you because tomorrow morning the Melter Shield will start. A bit more ECN history. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, getting ready for another big weekend. But it's Royal Romas who are reigning supreme right here in Rome. See you shortly at the trophy ceremony. Here's some of the best bits of the finals day. Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to the trophy ceremony of the European Cricket Series Italy here in Roma. Really standing here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And look, it's my pleasure to be back here in Rome. And I think I've done pretty well because I seem to always be able to come back here. And it's a beautiful city. Obviously, the ground is fantastic. I've got a lot of thank yous, but firstly, I've got to say to Prato, to Lorena, to Leslie, to everyone here at the Roma Cricket Club that's been such a great host for us, that have kept us hydrated in the heat and looked after us, driven us around, to Denham and to Charles, and to everyone really for helping. I want to say a big thank you to you from the bottom of our hearts. And where's Prato? He's probably somewhere around. There he is, right in front of me. Big thank you again for hosting a fantastic series. And I still hope we'll get Prabath back out there in the middle before too long. He's still a young man. Anyway, let's talk about our partnerships. And obviously, I need to go through some of the partners that we have that keep us moving and keep us able to do what we're doing. And we recently had our 5th birthday, which is quite crazy. We also recently did our 6,000th match. So it's quite an unprecedented thing in sports. We're really proud to be able to do it, but I've got to say it's thanks to Dream 11 and Fancode, to HCL Software, to Paramatch, also to Local Lifestyle that provided these trophies and medals that you'll receive today, to Bizaway Travel for getting us around Europe, and also of course, to Grizzly Bear Sports for providing the balls and some of the equipment that we use here on ECN. So let's give a big round of applause to our partners. And I will say also a very important partner is the Italian Federation. And I've got to say that, where are we going here? I think we have got Kamal here, that's good as well. And the Federazione Cricket Italia has been a very important partner for ECN over the last few years. When I think about our infancy and kind of the 2020, I call it the Wild West days. I remember we had a series here, we had a series at Capinelli, and I think that those partnerships that we've built, it's really important that we keep building on them. We'd love to come back again, and I want to say a big thank you to the Italian Federation for their support of European cricket. So it's much appreciated. Also, I want to say a big thank you to all the players, and obviously we've got the top 2 teams here, but I think it's been a big effort, and particularly special note to any players that had to drive literally hours to be here to play. I know some people were rocking up to play finals today, no sleep, leaving their house at 3 o'clock in the morning. I mean, people might not realise if they just turn on the TV what you go through even to get to the ground, cricket in Europe. I used to complain you'd have to drive more than half an hour to get to a game. And when I hear what some of the players do here, it's incredible. So I want you guys to know that on behalf of ECN, we recognise those sacrifices that you make to your family time, to your work schedule and all these things to actually get on the park. So from us to you, I want to say thank you for once again turning this into a magical series. Also, I want to say a quick thanks to all the Blue crew, and obviously there's been some long hot days in the sun here, but it's great to see a few new faces. I know that Sriya's come on board now. I've got Jared here since last time, got Ravi here. I know Marzi's floating around as well, Diana, I don't want to miss anybody. But honestly, as you guys would know, sometimes you have to play 2 or 3 games in a day, but the Blue crew, they're doing 5 games all day, every day, and it takes a lot of toughness for a series like this. So I would say congratulations. Love working with you every day. So let's hear it for the ECN Blue crew. Have to say a special one though for my man Rico Full, looking fantastic. Peacock Friday. Rico, I know last year I don't think you were here, so everyone was desperate to have you back. Glad we could have you back. But Rico Full, he's one of a kind. And if they can actually work out how to clone Rico, our job will become a lot easier, I tell you that much. And look, also, just while I'm here, I want to say a big thanks to Nish. Nish is off today, but he loves coming to Rome. He's a really talented young commentator. And so Nish, I know you're watching. Big thank you to you. And I hope we can have you back soon. In fact, we will, because he'll be starting Austria on Monday. Okay, last group of people I want to mention for now, or actually a couple more. Firstly, I've got to say the umpires. I thought you did an outstanding job. It's a hot job regardless of the temperature, but it's even hotter, I think, with some of the conditions you had to deal with. I thought you executed your skills very, very well. If you can umpire this, you can umpire anything. I think that's something, I genuinely believe it, that you get decision fit, you put in so many situations. So I want to say big thank you to you for the week. Obviously to Charles Croucher as well, the tournament referee, for his stewardship of the umpires. I think the officiating, it was outstanding. I also want to say a quick thanks to one group of people that make my life a lot easier, and that is the wonderful guys and girls from Spring Productions. I know we've got Marta up here, we've got Paul's around here, got Rivas, I think, floating around in the hot box. But honestly, they're geniuses. I know I say it every year, but it's because they are. They're unbelievable what they do, and they're a huge part of the European cricket story. I want to remind everyone before we get on to the trophy ceremony that the weekend's coming, and we have an ECN first coming this weekend. We have the Meltle Shield, which will see Team Europe take on the British and Irish Roses in a best of 9. The first time we've ever done this. So I encourage you, if you're able, I know you might be sick of coming to the cricket ground, but if you're able to support the team. Team Europe has four Italian girls in there. I can see one of them right now, Delisha. So yeah, and we've got Methnara as well. So look, I really want to encourage everyone, if you can come down to support the team. If not, turn on the TV and enjoy it, because ECN is always about firsts and what's the next thing we can do. And we've got some pretty exciting stuff in store for next year that I can't tell you about yet because we haven't released it. But we hope you can still be part of the community. Turn on the TV anytime, chat to us. We love to hear from you. Okay, let's move on. I want to say to all the teams, like I said, we started with 8 teams this year in this series. And when I looked at these teams, I thought this is going to be a great series because I saw the talent across all teams, and there was no kind of out-and-out weak team. Sometimes I see a team like, oh, they'll struggle to win a game or something like that. Didn't see it this time. And I think every team had their ups and downs, honestly. When it came down to it, 5 teams made finals day. That was pretty exciting as well, with Bologna at the last minute qualifying. Baracca, Prato and Bologna had a great last ball thriller in the Eliminator this morning. We saw Roma, Bologna Morning Sun. Again, a good effort from them, being up and around the mix. They got knocked out in semi-final 1. Bologna, end of the road for them in semi-final number 2. It came down to you two again. And it reminded me of the 2021 final and, of course, the 2022 final. I think rivalries are really important in sport. I say this all the time. But I think they need to be done the right way. And I'd love to see you guys going at each other on the cricket field. That's what it's about. I think that you want to play competitive cricket, but you want to have it played in the right spirit as well. And sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And I know you've both been on both sides of that. Okay, so I see a lot of respect between you guys. I hope you have heaps more battles in the future and continue this rivalry. So first I want to mention Roma CC. Obviously, thanks for being hosts again. We absolutely love you guys. Followed your journey all the way to Spain. I know you'd love to be back there again, and I know that dream's still alive for you. That's cricket, isn't it? I mean, you gave it a really, really good shake, and that's what makes these moments special, because they don't come around too often. I know that next time you get in that position, then you'll be extra determined to go all the way. But you deserve to be congratulated. You did bring up the second longest streak of consecutive wins on ECS, 21 in a row, which is a fantastic achievement. And individually and collectively, I think you're a great unit. And I just know you'll be on to bigger and better things as well very soon. I'd like to invite Sujith Rilagadagi to come up, and Kamal will be handing out the silver medals. Please put your hands together for Roma CC, the silver medalists of this European Cricket Series. Well done to Roma CC. And every year I age, but Sujith doesn't. And I still can't work out how he does it. Every year I get older and you stay exactly the same. But anyway, we'll have to have a talk. All right, let's talk about the team that ended up coming out on top today. Well, they ended up topping the table with a 10-3 record. And, you know, when I saw some of the pickups, I was like, okay, this team's got pretty much all the bases covered. I think even for T10, one thing you want is you want a lot of depth in your batting order. You want to be able to have guys take chances and be quite unselfish the way you bat. And I think you kind of executed your game plan to perfection in the end. I know you had a few bare knuckle moments there at the end as the game looked like it might be running away from you, but good teams find a way to fight back, and you did. I think Islam, that last over was a fantastic last over. But really, you guys, you're the package. I called you kind of a team of giants in a way because of your ability to kind of look after each other, and you're a team that can never count it out. And like I said, it's the first time I've ever seen the Neil Armstrong plant the flag celebration, so that's something maybe that they would love to answer in a year's time. Anyway, I'd like you to come up, and Lorena, of course, will be presenting the gold medals. Before we do, though, actually, I've got the MVP. Charles, maybe you'd like to come forward. And, well, this was really, really close. And I've got to say that there was a lot of discussion about this. In fact, it literally came down to in the final, one way or another. But in the end, we went to a player that scored runs, took wickets, took catches, was someone his team could always rely on. And I want to congratulate the MVP for this series from Roma CC, Prithuvi Samaragi. But I will say there was hot discussion about this. But in the end, just in a number of areas, it was felt Prithuvi got the vote, so congratulations to you. All right, now it's time, though, to invite the winning team up to collect their gold medals. Please put your hands together for the winners of this European Cricket Series, Royal Roma Cricket Club. There you go, Gagan. Gagan? Gagan? Thank you, Vinny. Really well. You stay here, stay here. You have to celebrate. You can stand up. Stand up. You can stand up. You guys, you can come. You can come in front of the screen. Come.
Both close.
Just move them in front of the screen for me. Congratulations.
Under 19. Under 19.
Huge congratulations. Don't go too far. Don't go too far because guess what? It's almost time. What I will say, I find it unbelievable. One of my favorite finishes ever was Asian Latina versus Royal Roma last year with the deflection. We all remember it. But to see you guys playing together, playing such great cricket, something you can be really proud of. Lorena, would you like to come then and hand over the trophy? The winners of this European Cricket Series, Italy Rome, Royal Roma Cricket Club. Well, the fun is only just starting here in Rome. Don't forget, we've got the weekend coming up. It's going to be a bit of a wild one. We love Italy. We love being here in Rome. Join us, Medal Shield. Coming up tomorrow. For now, it's the sticky end to the series. We'll see you tomorrow for action right here on ECN. For now, it's good night. This is a bit warm. You have it before. I'll be in trouble.